And welcome everyone to round 4 of the FIDE Grand Swiss at the Isle of Man. I'm Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and today I'm joined by Grandmaster Christian Kurila. Christian, how are you doing today?
Good morning, Benjamin. I'm doing great. How about yourself? Ready for some chess? Ready, to get in the vibes of the Isle of Man?
Yeah, no, for sure. And we see Hikaru having a pretty tough pairing today, but hey, there are no easy pairings at the Isle of Man. He's playing with the black pieces against Tabatabaei. Christian, what do you make of this pairing?
Oh, that's I have to say that's a very difficult one. Again, there's no easy rounds, and you said it perfectly. Absolutely no easy rounds. We've seen day one, round one. In what tournament in round one do you play with a guy rated 2650, close to it? In no tournament, no open event is like this one, and it just goes to show. After you win a game, now you're finally paired to close to a 2700. 2685. This is no joke. Tabatabaei is no pushover. He's an extremely dangerous opponent. Hikaru knows that, and it's not going to be an easy round for sure for anybody in the tournament.
Yeah, no, for sure. The good thing though for Hikaru is that if you compare this pairing to the pairings that he had in the Qatar Masters, in the Qatar Masters, he pretty much had to win almost every game, right? A draw would cost him easily like 2.5 points. Whereas here, a draw is still not, I mean, it's not a bad result, but it would cost him like 1.5 points. So it's not as bad. So I feel like Hikaru, he's half a point behind on schedule right now, since he had 2 white games. I would have loved to see him on 2.5 out of 3, 2 out of 3, not the worst score either. So I think a draw in this game is fine. However, I think it will be important that he just wins a lot of his white games.
No, absolutely. And that's the key about these tournaments. As we can see, again, another trademark of this particular event. Most of the times in any open tournaments, after 3 rounds, we still have some perfect scores in the tournament. That's not happening at the Isle of Man, which is kind of crazy. There were some chances for that to happen yesterday, but it just didn't materialize. Again, it just goes to show how strong everybody is, how resilient everybody is. And as you mentioned, I do tend to agree with that. Yes, I do think that a draw most likely is the preferred result for Hikaru. I think this is a strategy that he's going into today's round with.
Yeah, and we see here a Tarash defense. Now, usually white goes bishop g2, then knight f6 is played by black. And yeah, white has a lot of options here. I remember that Tabatabaei also had this with the white piece against Jordan at the Olympiad. I was sitting on the board next to it. So I'm very curious to see what he's going to do. And also, Christian,
I think some c takes d4 is the new stuff, right? What they call it nowadays, Dubov's Tarash.
Well, the thing is, that is a big line in case white already has the 9 of c3.
That's right.
Now that white does not have the 9 of c3, it kind of loses its punch because black never plays d5, d4 with a tempo.
That's right.
Later down the line.
Yeah, there's no knight on c3 to be attacked.
I think Hikaru played the Tarash against Makhsoudlou, right? In Qatar.
Perhaps. I did not call that game, so I have to say I do not remember it perfectly.
I think it was Hammer.
He might have. And by the way, yes, this is a very classical Tarash. Yeah, I used to play this when I was a kid. I really hated it towards the end of my Tarash career because I was just getting these sad positions with the IQP and my attacks were not going anywhere. But again, with the new engines, everything is possible. And I think he probably worked this out with his second Chris Littlejohn and most likely knows exactly what to do.
Exactly. And I think Hikaru has also been saying that he's been studying chessable courses. I know that Jordan published a chessable course on a Tarash not too long ago, so perhaps he had a look at that one. And we see the move a3 by Tabatabaei. I think that's actually what Tabatabaei played against Jordan in the Olympiad.
Yeah, no, that's a wrinkle. I mean, white can play in so many ways. b3 is one of them as well. Knight to c3, bishop to g5, a3 is obviously another one, another idea in this position. And it comes with a clear reason You want to go b4, right? You want to go b4, you want to attack the bishop on c5. Not only that, but very importantly, you want to place the bishop on the long diagonal. That's quite key. And if you control this d4 square, and if you manage to get, let's say, the knight d2, knight b3, and plant the knight on d4, that's going to feel very good for white. That's why Hikaru immediately tries to create his own counter chances with knight to e4. Do we expect queen to f6 also after? No, that cannot be it, right? Why is he going knight to e4 so early? This cannot be it. Probably queen takes d5 would just finish the game in the position.
Yeah, no, that queen f6 looks a little bit too much.
A bit loose, right?
Yeah, especially since our king is still in the center, right?
Yeah.
So maybe we just go bishop b7 and aim for a quick bishop to f6 to destabilize white's control on the c3 and d4 squares.
Trade the bishops. Yep. Very good point. Very good point. Trade the bishops. Maybe I can even just castle. And if you do go, maybe once you play the move knight bd2, then you go bishop to f6, just for the simple fact that you have so much control over the c3 square. Again, do not allow white to plant something on d4 and blockade that IQP on d5. That would be problematic, strategically problematic. So that's why Hikaru goes for an early knight to e4. And by the way, storms out. After knight to e4, he's like, I'm out of here. You think about it right now.
Yeah, so I just had a quick look. Tabatabaei had this in the Olympiad against Jordan. After 94, he continued with the move b4. Jordan dropped his bishop back to e7. And then white played bishop b2, pretty normal move. Jordan played bishop to f6, which might be in inaccuracy. I don't know if this is good or not, but Tabatabaei takes. Jordan recaptured. And here Tabatabaei took an d5.
You should call him Tabatabaei?
Taboy is how we call him. As you know, but now we have nicknames for everyone.
I didn't know that. That's funny.
Yeah.
Very funny. Tabatabaei.
Right. Taboy. Okay, so exactly. So queen takes a1, queen takes e4 check, bishop e6 to block, b5, and now knight to d8. And and queen b4, tricky move by white to keep the king stuck in the center.
Keep the king on e8.
And Jordan played queen
maybe
f6
try to go queen f6, queen e7, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly what Jordan did. And it was a very up and down game, but eventually it ended in a draw. So I'm curious to see which player is going to deviate from this game. Given the fact that Taboy is thinking, perhaps he will be the one.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And take a look how intense he is. I love these cameras. This is, well, yesterday was the first time, I think, that we've had them. Did you see them before?
I have not seen these cameras before.
Oh, they're amazing. You can actually see everything that goes on in the players' minds. And this is the perfect cam for Tabatabaei. He's a very expressive player, and you will see this throughout this round. I hope he knows that there's some cameras there and doesn't do something funny, because these cameras catch absolutely everything.
Exactly. Yeah, you were saying you can see exactly what's going on in the player's mind. I thought you was going to say you can see exactly what's going on in the player's noses, as it's pretty close up there.
It's close.
But the good thing is that Hikaru is still in book.
Yes. Well, he has to be, as you just mentioned. Tabatabaei played this game before, so he studied it. He probably improved on that particular game and knows exactly what he's doing. Knight fd2 seems to be a very intriguing move in the position as well. Try to target this knight on e4. Hey, it makes sense if you think about it conceptually. You put the knight on e4, I might as well try to target it immediately. And the best way to do it is by setting up two attacks on the knight on e4, so that you have to react to it. Knight bd2, I don't have to react to it. I can just let you take on e4. I can castle if I want to. There's no immediate attack. But knight fd2, that's a reaction right there.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm curious to see what Hikaru is going to do right there. He can defend the knight with either f5 or bishop f5. I think it's a little bit passive to just trade the knight off. I feel like white should definitely have the advantage there. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen. And Christian, I'm somewhat surprised. Like we said before, Tabatabaei had this earlier against Jordan in the Olympiad last year. Also, Hikaru played the Tarash defense against Parham Maghsoodloo in Kotor. So I'm somewhat surprised to see Tabatabaei out of book already.
Oh yeah. I wouldn't say. Look, I don't think he's out of book. I think he likely remembers what he played against Jordan, trying to remember what he analyzed likely after that game, the improvements that he probably discussed with his coach, things of that nature. He likely didn't look at it since, and right now Hikaru definitely has surprised him. He was maybe expecting some sort of a Nimzo, something a bit more combative. The Tarash is an opening in which very often you like to exchange pieces, like to simplify the position, like to make a draw. And it's one of the kryptonite against D4, to be honest. Not this particular Tarash, especially the Dubov Tarash is very difficult to break. So I'm surprised that Tabatabaei is not necessarily ready, and it does feel like that is the case right now. And it's going to be interesting to see what his strategy is going to be given this surprise element. Is he going to try to go for a win at all costs? Is he going to try to simplify the position for the simple fact that he doesn't particularly remember all the lines, all the ins and outs of this dangerous line?
Yeah, no, like I said, I think there's a very good chance that Tabatabaei has looked at this after that game with Jordan, but that is already a while ago. Like, this position is not completely new to him, but it is somewhat...
There you go, Knight FD2 on the board.
FD2 on the board. But I was just going to say that it is somewhat annoying when your opponent is blitzing out everything. Hikaru is indicating that he has looked at this very morning or maybe even last night. Whereas, like you said, for Tabatabaei, it might already be half a year ago. So all of the details might not be as fresh in his mind. Yep. But now let's see what Hikaru is going to do.
Yep. No, Knight of D2. And now whatever Hikaru does is going to change the character of the position. You can even sacrifice the pawn, I have a feeling. Just simply go castle. This might, in fact, be his approach in the position. F5, I don't know. I don't like it too much. I understand, looks beautiful. You cement that knight on E4, but unfortunately, it becomes so weak. Your king becomes so airy, right? I don't know. I'm not a big fan of F5 in general. I understand the appeal behind it. You can have ideas of castle. Obviously, white is going to be very difficult to take on E4 at any time in this game. And then potentially, maybe at some point, you're going to be able to open up the F file, create some dangerous attacks against F2. But at the same time, it just weakens the position so much. This diagonal becomes a liability in black's position. I'm not a big fan of F5, but who knows? Hikaru might have prepared this at home.
Yeah, let's see what he's going to do. Indeed, if you go F5, you weaken that A2 G8 diagonal. So in case white takes a pawn on D5, it can always come with a check. So I'm not a big fan of it either. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see for Hikaru to get back at the board. And we'll find out soon enough what he has prepared. In the meantime, Christian, are there any other games that are catching your eye?
There we go. Hikaru is back at the board. Just for a second, let's see what he decides on doing, because I'm kind of curious. And I think Knight FD2 must be in his preparation, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's one of the top choices of the computers, at least on my end on chess.com. So I'm sure he's looked at this. It also looks like a critical move to try to trade off the knight on E4. So I expect a move from Hikaru here very soon.
I want to see that move. If he thinks for more than a minute, then we can move on, because then we know that this is probably something that he did not look at, or it's something that was... Oh, there we go. F5. He's going for it.
Yeah, he likes pushing the F pawn.
Oh,
so now let's see.
He's pushing P right there. Yeah.
So now let's see how Tabatabaei is going to deal with this construction in the center.
Okay. All right. Now we have a fight. I mean, this is serious stuff. F5 is a serious move. You're basically saying that I'm here to fight right now. Okay, I'm not playing the Tarrasch to make a draw. I'm not playing the Tarrasch to simplify the position and try to get to an endgame. No, I'm playing the Tarrasch to win after the move F5.
Yeah, no, for sure. Hikaru is grabbing a lot of space. It also weakens his position a little bit, but let's hope that he can use that space advantage to his advantage later. And how should white continue now? So I guess there are still moves like B4, but that might invite something like bishop D4, which looks somewhat annoying for white. So perhaps here, white has to go for...
Maybe knight B3?
Yeah, what about knight b3 and knight c3? A combination of those
Yes.
moves. Let's say knight b3.
You have to
You hit the
keep.
bishop.
I feel that you have to keep the bishop on this diagonal
Mm-hmm.
just to target the pawn on f2 and then knight c3.
Exactly. And how do we deal with the hanging pawn on d5 there? Or
Let's
do we just
defend it.
play, let's say, bishop b6? Yeah.
Yeah, let's defend it. And how do you construct your position as white right now? Do you go
Good
knight
question.
a4 and try to target this bishop at all costs? Because it is a very strong bishop. Not only that it supports the attack on f2, it also controls the very important blockading square on d4. So for the moment, you cannot place any of your pieces there, which is problematic. Obviously, if you manage to get the knight d4, then it's going to be a very pleasant position. Unfortunately for white, you're not getting there anytime soon.
You know, I like knight a4, going after the bishop on b6. And then the big question is, what is black gonna do? You could keep your bishop on the board with bishop c7, but that looks pretty passive, and there are moves like knight c5 or knight d4. So I don't think that is quite the way to go. So I'm very curious to see as to how far exactly Hikaru will be in his preparation. Rurten moves in, and he's still blitzing everything out.
All right. Let's leave Tabatabaei. Think about the position. We can see his grimace on his face. He doesn't like it. Look at him. He does not like that move f5. He's like, you're coming after me. Okay, all right. Let's fight. All right. Let's move on to Caruana versus Sindarov. Man, there's so many of those Uzbek kids out there in the top places. Everybody's plays so well. There's something about that country recently. It's just, I mean, there were Olympic champions. Then they have Abdusatorov and a bunch of other almost 2700s. Like, what's in the water in Uzbekistan?
I don't know, but yeah, they're definitely coming up, and they're all very, very young. Like I said, Noderbeck is only 18 or something. Sindarov is 17.
Which
Yakuboyev is Abdusatorov, yeah.
That's the thing. That's the thing. There's even two 2700 Nordirbacks, in Uzbekistan.
Right. And then Yakuboyev, who's a little bit overshadowed by, let's say, Sindarov and Abdusatorov. He won the Qatar Master, so he's no slouch either. And we have a very interesting game on our hands here in the King's Indian.
Yeah, let's take a look how it started. C4, G6, and now E4. Okay. That opens the possibility for either C5 or E5. Try to control the D4 square. Obviously, C5 is going to most likely be met by D4. You're getting some sort of a Marazzi bind, in most of these instances. I think it's E5 who's supposedly the best move in the position, but I don't remember precisely. Bishop G7, D4, D6. If you try to avoid the King's Indian type of structures, knight C3, knight F6, but it does seem like Sindarov is not trying to avoid that. He's okay with it.
Bishop that's the nice thing about the King's Indian, is that you can play it against pretty much any move order. That's why I play C4, D4, knight F3. You can do it against pretty much everything. Whereas if you play something like the Grunfeld, you play the Grunfeld yourself. You probably know how annoying it is that white has all these different move orders.
Yeah. No, move orders are some of the pitfalls of the Grunfeld. Adjusting to that, getting used to meeting all those move orders. And I remember at some point, Aronian was having all these crazy move orders and tricking every single Grunfeld player with C4, waiting to put the knight on C3, leaving the knight on B1. I mean, there's putting the pawn on E3 sometimes. It's very annoying for sure.
And
D5.
we have the move... Yeah, C5, D5, Queen B6 by Sindarov. Sindarov still playing very quickly, and Fabiano plays the move Rook to B1, which I would expect him to defend the B2 pawn with the queen, either the D2 or C2. But I guess the advantage of this move is that it takes Sindarov out of book.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Rook to B1. It does seem like there's no games. This surprises me a little bit. At least in my database, I don't see any games on the Chess.com platform right now. So that's interesting. Does that surprise you, Bach?
Somewhat, but the move Queen B6 is already quite rare. Queen B6 has been played by one GM, by Jesper Sondergaard Thibault.
Okay.
And in a game between two 1700s.
Danish GM. Strong guy.
Exactly. Yeah. So we're on very unfamiliar ground. After d5, black usually plays moves like e6, but yeah, queen b6 already a very new move.
Yeah, e6 try to break the center open and ask the question. Ooh, look at the Tabatabaei. He really doesn't like it. I just saw it aside. He's like, do I really have to deal with this right now? All right, queen to b6, rook to b1, defending the pawn on b2 makes a lot of sense. And at some point, even having ideas of b4, take advantage of the fact that this queen and the pawn on c5, they're under a very unpleasant pin. So rook to b1, I'm already looking at ideas of b4, and that could be a threat in the position, an early threat in the position. I believe you have to address it, either by trying to create your own counter shot with e6, which seems to be the classical way of dealing with this, or trying to get the queen out, queen to a5 or something along those lines. What would you choose in this position?
I like queen a5 actually, because with queen a5 we introduce the threat of knight takes e4, and I'm curious as to how Fabiano should deal with that. Maybe bishop d2, because in case we go queen c2, I think black can take anyway, because if you recapture with the queen, then there's bishop to f5, and you hit the queen, the rook is hanging, the knight on c3 can always be captured by the bishop, so this already looks like a disaster. So, and queen a5 on the board by Sinarov.
Yeah, get the queen out. It makes perfect sense. And now you have to deal with the pressure on e4. You don't want to play f3, because after that, where is the knight going from g1? It doesn't really have a great square. And to be honest, I don't think he wants to go to h3 and allow bishop takes h3 ideas, breaking of the structure like that. I think f3 is not an option at this particular moment. Maybe bishop to d2, just to simply address immediately that pin. But again, bishop to e3, bishop to d2, back and forth like that, that's definitely not pleasant to play from a psychological perspective. Nevertheless, in this position, it might be necessary.
Yeah, so let's say if you will go for the no bishop to d2, you could also go queen e2 to block the diagonal, and in that case, knight takes c4 is no longer a move, as here we can just recapture with our knight. But what black could try to do after move queen e2 is maybe a move like a6, followed
maybe
by
b5 or a6. Yeah. I
Putting
would even go for b5.
pressure.
Let's go for b5. Let's try to be creative.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot to be said for that. So yeah, you sack the pawn, b5 takes an a6, and black definitely gets some compensation there. It's a bit of a delayed, what is it? Banco gambit.
Delayed banco, some sort of a delayed banco. And very often against this, white responds with the move a4, but usually white responds with the move a4 when the rook is still on a1. I'm not 100% sure about the differences, so let's try to understand them. Maybe a takes b5. Are you in a hurry to do that? Oh, by the way, we have a move in Tabatabaei. He played the move a b4.
Okay, so attacking the bishop on
in
c5.
that one. Yes.
To me, bishop to d4 looks quite natural, hitting the rook in the corner.
Okay, should we go to that one? Should we go back to Hikaru's game? Okay, we're going back to Hikaru's game. We're going to let Fabiano think about his next option after queen to a5. And by the way, look at Hikaru. Hikaru seems a bit confused. Maybe he's trying to remember his theory. Maybe he did not see this move in his preparation.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, to me, it doesn't necessarily look like a critical move. I think bishop d4 looks pretty natural to me. You attack the rook. And white's harmony is a little bit disturbed. After rook a2, do we just castle, or do we have to address the tension in the center? Maybe here white is a move like, let's say, knight takes or b5, you know?
b5 might be a problem.
Yeah, and then you take an e4 and rook d2. Like, let's show that. So let's say knight e5. Knight e5 here. And knight takes e4. And you can recapture with the pawn to defend the bishop, then rook d2, and I think you just lose. So
yeah,
you will have to improve on that line one way or another. Maybe we go queen f6 after rook a2.
Sure. No, that's definitely a move. Try to stop white from finishing the development after bishop to b2 and knight to c3. That makes perfect sense from a conceptual point of view. Let's try to go e3. Try to target this bishop on a d4. Not only that, but I also am looking at stopping you from going f4 in the future. I really don't like the opening of the f file, and so much pressure is coming my way. So I'm going to try to stop that.
Yeah, e3, nice move, because after I move the bishop, you also can play the move bishop to b2 and get the bishop on a nice long diagonal. So
And if
I
you
don't know,
stay on
perhaps...
e5, I can go knight to f3, and that's going to force you to either move the bishop or give me the bishop.
Yeah, so perhaps queen f6 was not the move. I actually like the bishop on the long diagonal, as it's making it more difficult for you to develop. So perhaps, since
Let's just go
white
back,
has all
huh?
of these threats, maybe bishop f6 preemptively. Yeah.
Right, or maybe just bishop to e6. Why not?
Right.
Because
here...
once you go knight f3, then I go back to f6.
That makes sense. And let's say here, after bishop e6, white goes b5. We go, let's say, knight a5. We take an e4.
Knight a5 maybe.
Oh, yeah. Knight, and this is important. We go to a5, because after knight takes e4, pawn takes rook d2, there is knight to b3, and all of a sudden black is doing great as you defend the bishop and hit the rook. That's why the knight had to go there.
That makes perfect sense. This is not this is a detail that is not easy to spot from afar, right? When you play bishop to e6 and seeing this idea of b5 knight to a5 and making sure that you're safe, you're not losing anything, it could seem quite dangerous from afar.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think white actually is threatening to go b5 here, followed by knight takes e4 and rook d2. But bishop e6, knight a5, and knight b3 comes just in time. But if Hikaru does not see this idea, bishop f6 is also very, very fine for black.
Okay, I'll ask you another question. What if I take without b5 and now I go rook to d2? How do you do it now?
Good question.
So I'm threatening to go b5.
Yeah.
And e3.
Yeah, actually, this one looks annoying. This one looks annoying. I don't
Can
like
you go
this
e3
one.
yourself? No, you cannot, because I take on c6 and then you drop the bishop on d4.
The one move I have is the move queen b6, as I get out of the pin and I protect the bishop. And now, in case you go b5, I can take. You can take on d4, but then I can take on a1, but sorry, b1. But I don't know. This looks risky after rook to d6.
Two bishops, sure, you have an extra pawn, but the king is still not castled. You still haven't finished your development, and you might be in trouble from that perspective. Yes, I'm not sure if I like this one.
Yeah, so maybe just bishop f6 after rook a2. That looks very safe.
Yeah. Let's go with the safe option. Get that bishop off the d4 square, off the d file. Do not allow all these rook d2 shenanigans. Why not?
Exactly. And we saw Hikaru just taking off the jacket. That's a clear indication to me that he is out of book and that he means business. You know, he's focused now and he's on his own.
Oh yeah, definitely in his zone right now. But he needs to find the best moves in the position. He needs to make some difficult decisions for the next couple of moves. So this is going to be a critical sequence for the pace of the game, for the following pace of the game. Bishop to d4 is a good move, followed by bishop to f6. If he finds this couple of moves, he's going to be in very good shape. Because I'm looking at the lines, you sort of have to start trading pieces off. After knight takes e4, queen takes d8, try to go for a draw as black, pull the brakes as fast as possible. Because if you don't, and you allow me to stabilize the position, things can get quite unpleasant for you. With this knight on e4, I go castle, bishop to e6, and you just simply don't have squares where to put your pieces. This knight is not getting out if you don't take the knight on e4. For example, if you try to go knight to b3, let's say I'm just making some random moves, castle and now knight to d2, that's not possible. Knight to c3 is coming on the board. So you are in some danger as white in this position, given by this pressure brought by the pawns on f5 and d5. And the knight on e4. Beautiful knight on e4, by the way.
Yeah, no, that is really the appeal of the Tarrasch defense. You have that isolated pawn on d5, but in return, you get very nice and active play. And in the meantime, white's pieces are a little bit clumsy, right? The knight on d2 is blocking the knight on b1. The knight on b1 cannot really come out of c3, right? The bishop on c1 is also blocked. Yes, it can come out to b2, but what do you do after that? Right, and the bishop on g2 is kind of neutralized by the knight on e4. So this is really the appeal of the Tarrasch. So maybe you shouldn't have given it up just yet, Christian.
Yeah. No, I like it. Big moment right now for Hikaru. He's thinking Obviously, this move b4 has surprised him. It's likely not the best move given by the engine. It offers some opportunities for a black, and right now Hikaru knows that. He's just trying to find a way to take advantage of those opportunities.
Right. And by
should
the
we
way,
move at some more
there's
and
another
look at some
game I
other
want to
games?
have a look at.
Sure, which one? Where
I don't
would
know
you like
what
to go?
Anish has just done. Let's have a look at his game. He might have blundered.
Anish,
Yeah,
your buddy, your countryman.
Yeah. Although maybe
Okay, all right.
yeah. Let's look at this. It looks like a very calm Slav endgame. But what do you do here after the move knight a5? I hit the pawn on b7, which is awkward to protect. The only move to do so. Although there is queenside castles, but not sure if you want to do that. But the problem is if you go rook b8, now I go e4. I kick your horse.
Okay,
and I
let's
want to go
say
bishop f4.
Oh, and then you pick up the pawn on b7. I like it.
Yeah. So I think Anish just got careless here for a second, and now he might just be in a world of trouble.
So how's and if you do go rook to a8, I take on b7, you take on e4. This trade-off is just not good for black because now you have so many weaknesses in the position, and I can activate my rook as well via c1, put a lot of pressure on c6. This rook is already tied to the defense of the pawn on a7. Everything is perfectly in tune for white, while for black, I mean, you even did not finish your development yet. This is problematic.
Yeah, no, for sure. And what white can also do after rook 8 is play the move f2, f3, defend the pawn on e4. And black is in big trouble. You cannot defend that b7 pawn. If you push the pawn up, you hang the pawn on c6. The rook can no longer move over to b8. And I would go as far as
you cannot castle anymore either.
Yeah, I would go as far as to say that this endgame is just lost. I mean, you're going to be down a pawn. Like you said, everything is loose. So that would be very problematic for Anish.
What about long castle?
Yeah, let's have a look.
What's happening after long castle? Why is it so bad?
Oh, you go knight c4 back, and you hit the pawn. Let's say you go
pawn
a6,
again.
and now I go knight
Let's say king to
e5.
b8.
But knight e5, you cannot defend f7.
Or knight e5. I was looking at some checkmating opportunities.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this would be nice. Yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's not going to fall for that.
Yeah, and after king b8, that's great. But let's say after knight c4, black plays the move a6. Here, knight e5 is a very cold shower, as you simply cannot defend f7. I mean,
so
you can't.
After king b, okay, yeah. Give me just 1 second.
So pawn a6.
Yes.
After
knight c4.
Knight e5. And you cannot defend the f7 pawn.
Oh, that's problematic.
You can push it up, but then knight f7 is still a fork.
This is looking really bad for black.
Yeah, I think he might be borderline lost already if Wojtasek finds knight a5. And to me, it looks very logical. I mean, he's just played knight a3 to knight c4. That's the whole idea. You want to go knight a5 to tickle black on the queen side. As again, that pawn on b7 is very awkward to defend.
But look at his time management, Bach. I mean, what in the world is this? 1 hour and 39 minutes? Is he thinking that he's still in his preparation? What is he missing?
I think so. I think that he thinks he's still in his preparation. But you have all of these gurus online on Twitter that are saying, like, don't make a move that you think is your preparation, right? Like, when you're not sure, also check at the board. And we might see a case of that here, right? Anish might think that h5 is part of his prep. But as it turns out, it might be a losing mistake after knight a5.
Are you calling Anish a guru?
No, not Anish, but there's all these people on Twitter, right, that are saying, like, oh, here are some over-the-board tips, like do this, do that.
Oh, yeah. Like if you see a good move, look for a better one type of thing.
Stuff like that, yeah. That one I never understood, right? Like, if you see a good move, I feel like you should just play it.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
I mean, if you tell people, like, if you see a good move, look for a better one. That's a very good recipe to give someone a time trouble addiction.
That's true. Look, these are guidelines, right? They're good guidelines, but sometimes, rules have to be broken as well. All right. So this is what I'm thinking he missed. h5, he probably is considering only the move e4 in the position. In which case, you just simply go knight to c7. There's no knight to b6 because now the rook is protected on a8. So perhaps this is what he missed, and he forgot about the fact that white can, in fact, attack those pawns and poke at the weaknesses by playing knight to a5.
Oh, but by the way, we have another move by Hikaru. Hikaru played bishop to e7 back. I mean, it looks fine as well, but a little bit passive. I would have much rather seen bishop to d4 and then back to f6.
Yeah,
because then you force the rook to the awkward a2 square.
I think it wasn't bishop, obviously. It wasn't bishop to d4, which was the difficult move to see. It was bishop to f6 after that, because generally your tendency as a player is, okay, I need to finish my development. I need to put my king to safety. I need to develop my pieces that haven't been developed yet. So bishop to e6, after bishop to d4, rook to a2 start coming to your mind, and then you start seeing b5 ideas, rook to d2. I mean, bishop to e6 is also a move in the position. But you do see these b5, rook to d2 ideas, and you start getting scared, right? And then you're like, okay, I might as well just take the safe option, which is bishop to e7. Don't put the bishop on d4. That's not going to force me to lose another tempi later on in the game. Just play bishop to e7 and play it slow, play it safe.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see what Tabatabaei is going to do here. Black has that active knight on e4, right? And maybe it is an idea just to trade it off for white. You do rectify black's pawn structure a little bit, as now black can recapture with the d pawn, and they no longer have any weaknesses. But you can try to break down this pawn chain with a potential f3 or g4 push. So let's say you trade, black recaptures, maybe now bishop b2, grabbing the open diagonal before black does so. That being said, this endgame, yeah, this endgame should be quite fine for black, right?
It looks perfectly fine, right?
Or trade first, yeah.
Yeah. Trade where?
Oh, sorry, trade on d1 and then maybe castle. Because
no, I played queen takes d8.
Oh, okay, yeah.
For white, I took on d8 first, but yes, bishop to b2 is obviously a move as well. Trade on d1 and then castle. Take advantage of the fact that these two bishops are nicely protecting all the entry squares on the d file. No rook d7 business. Bishop will come to e6. The only weakness that I can see, let's call it that way, is the square d5, right? And maybe I can try to stick a knight on d5 as fast as possible.
Yeah, perhaps that's a possibility. But one thing that's really nice here for black is that now the bishop on g2 is completely blunted by the pawns on e4 and f5. And I was saying earlier, white can try to break down on that pawn chain, but it's going to be difficult. If you go f3, you weaken your own structure a little bit. I do like the idea of knight c3 to knight d5, but maybe bishop f6 to neutralize that knight jump.
You're right. Don't allow the knight to go to d5 with a tempo like that. Go bishop to f6, force at least white to defend the bishop on b2 first with rook a b1 most likely, and then you can go bishop to e6. No, this looks perfectly safe. I'm not going to lie. Okay, I see knight d5, you take, I take, but at some point there's going to be massive simplifications via the d file. I'm going to go rook f d8, rook d2, I get it, but king to f7 comes in the position, and maybe you have some ideas with g4, but the material is so limited, it doesn't feel like this is much.
Yeah, as Hikaru would say, like, oh, this is just a draw. It's just a draw.
Just a draw.
And, yeah,
just a draw.
just a draw. Yeah, should be fine for black. So I'm very curious to see what Tabatabaei is gonna do here. He probably feels like, hey, I need to show something now. Otherwise, black is probably just completely fine. And besides knight takes e4, the move bishop e2 also looks pretty natural to me. What do we do there, Christian? Do we just go ahead and castle, or do we play bishop f6 first?
That's a very good question. I want to say bishop to f6 just to deal with this pressure on the long diagonal, and more importantly, to not allow the knight to go to c3 so easily. Because bishop to f6 at some point I will play anyway. I know that. I understand that. So why not play it right now so that the knight does not come to c3? You do not get the chance to finish your development in time. So I go bishop f6.
Yeah, I like bishop f6. White can trade on f6, but we recapture with the queen. And even though some pieces have been traded off, we still have a very active position. And for white, it's still difficult to completely complete their development,
Mhm,
and the
mhm.
rook on a1 is.
Maybe let's take on e4. Can you do this?
Right. So let's have a look. So bishop f6, knight takes e4.
If you do take on b2, I
Aha.
think rook a2 should
Rook-
be fine for white.
Yes. So here, I don't like recapturing with the d pawn as much anymore, as here white can trade on d8. And
Yes.
if we recapture, let's say with the knight, let's say recapture with the knight, right?
Mhm.
Now white can take it on f6 and ruin our pawn structure a little bit. So I'm not a huge fan of this endgame.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Oh wait, sorry. So I said like after bishop b2, bishop f6.
You were looking at a different line, right?
Yeah, knight takes e4. Let's say d takes e4 right away. I was just gonna say that I'm not a big fan of this one because of queen takes d8, and
Yes.
after knight takes, then
You cannot
if they
take
go-
with the bishop because of bishop takes g7. If you take with the knight, bishop takes f6. Yes, makes perfect sense. Mhm.
yeah. So this could be a problem for Hikaru. So what do we do after knight takes e4? Maybe we take with the f pawn.
Let's see. Maybe just simply take with the f pawn. But this, this is a completely different game right now. We generally like to take with a d pawn just for the simple fact that we keep the position symmetrical, more or less, right? Face to face, the pawns. Right now, this is a completely different nature of the position. Maybe I can take on f6.
Yeah, you can take an f6.
Queen takes f6. Let's go knight d2. Let's try to develop as fast as possible. Do you go castle?
Let's say we go castles.
Let's try to blunt your pawn structure as fast as possible. Open up.
I like f3. I like f3 a lot. You target the pawn on e4, and d5 is also a little bit weak. This is still somewhat problematic. I feel like if black captures the other way, if black goes d takes e5, d5, d takes e4, sorry, then the structure.
You mean here, yeah?
Yeah, but unfortunately, it doesn't work out. I feel like this structure is a lot better, but
yeah,
this also has its drawbacks
because of queen takes d8, as you just nicely pointed out. So maybe after knight takes e4, you do have to take on b2. How do you feel about this? Rook to a2, and now maybe something else. Not taking on e4, even though I think we agreed that this is more or less fine, right? Queen takes d8. Maybe you take with the knight. Maybe you take with the king also. Take bishop to e6. King goes to e7. I think this is fine.
Yeah, this looks quite fine for black. The one thing, though, that could be somewhat problematic is in case white goes for a very quick, like let's say the king goes to e7, right? But I like bishop e6, by the way.
Yes.
Because with that, we keep our options open. But if you go king e7 right away, maybe white goes for a quick f2, f3, opening up some files, and all of a sudden our king can become a little bit airy. But as we speak, Christian, bishop to b2 and bishop on f6 is on the board.
We have that position. We have that position. And now, big moment. Knight takes e4 seems to be our preferred option. And perhaps, well, it also feels natural, right? Because if you do take on f6, allow the queen to go on f6 with a tempo, then it takes away a little bit of the sting of knight takes e4 and all these queen trades on d8. So I do feel like knight takes c4 is going to be Tabatabaei's move. At the same time, knight takes c4, bishop takes b2. This is something that you need to keep in mind. What if I just simply go bishop to e5, for example, right? What if I just want to keep the two bishops in the position? How do we assess this one?
Yeah, that's a good question. Let's see. So after bishop e5, white is going to have to move their knight. So what about knight c5, right? It looks like a nice and active square.
Right.
And here, I do feel like the fact that white's activity and the weakness on d5 should outweigh black's bishop pair. I don't really see a good way to hang on to that d5 pawn.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Look, the two bishops are always nice. The problem is I don't have any targets for my two bishops. I did not finish my development, which is a big problem right now. And even if I castle, my king is still not going to be perfectly safe on g8 because of this weakness that I created by playing the move f5. So the more I look at the position, it does seem like white's trumps are just much better. and much more successful in the position. This attack, this pressure on the pawn on d5 is much more unpleasant to deal with. So I do not like this position. I don't think Hikaru is going to keep his two bishops with bishop to e5 if we get to this instance. So bishop to f6. This is what we have right now. Tabatabaei still thinking, trying to figure things out. We believe knight takes c4 is the right move. We believe the position remains close to equal, but still some problems to solve for black.
For sure. And I'm kind of wondering, do you think that Hikaru played bishop 6 very quickly in less than half a minute? Do you think he might have looked at this somehow?
No.
Like, yeah. Well,
no.
Actually,
I think when he chose to play bishop e7, I think he had this bishop f6 in mind already mapped out.
Well, I think so, but there could also be a case to be made for, like, he played knight e4 quickly, right? Maybe he had looked at b4 in this position if we go back to move number 9.
Yes.
After Hikaru's knight e4, right? So knight of d2 had him thinking for a little bit. Perhaps he might have looked at a b4 in this position on move 10, and instead of knight fd2, yeah. So you go back to e7. Yes. And what if white goes knight fd2 now? Now he might have known that the move was f5, and we reach this position through a different move order.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Right. So he might still be in book.
That's a transposition back to his book, basically. He got out of his book for like half a move, and now he's back in his book. Okay. All right. I see what you're saying. You might be right on that. Yes, you might be right on that. Very nice catch. Cool. All right. While Tabatabaei is thinking, why don't we go and take a stroll around the other games as well? What about, we've seen what Fabi was doing. Whoa. Things have changed a little bit in this one. Bishop to d2, e6, knight f3, takes, queen to d8, and bishop to g5. Okay. So the nature of the position has changed due to this exchange on d5. Now white obviously is going to be working with a d5 square. Black is going to be trying to work with d4 square. So we're expecting some knight c6. Interesting position. How do you get rid of this pin? Because whenever you go h6, I take on f6, you take back with the bishop, and then I pick up the pawn on h6. How do you get rid of this pin?
Very good question. Perhaps what black has to do at some point is go bishop e6 and just give up the bishop for the knight. That would transition the game into more of a a Benoni structure. But the good thing in the Benoni is about this Benoni is very often in the Benoni, black is a little bit cramped for space. But here black has already traded off a one pair of minor pieces. So perhaps that's one way to deal with it. And but what do you make of this one? How do you like Fabiano's chances here out of the opening?
I would call it a successful opening choice by Sindarov, just for the simple fact that it does seem it caught Fabiano off guard. He's been spending a lot of time. Fabi generally, whenever he knows what he's doing, he doesn't really spend too much time. He just plays his moves fast, the ones that he knows. So definitely stopped him in his tracks in terms of his opening preparation. That's already a success. Playing against Fabiano is very difficult to get him out of his book. And he managed to do so. So I would call that an early success for Sindaro. At the same time, I don't know exactly how to look at this position. I think white maintains an edge. At the same time, there are some difficulties with this square d4. If you manage to plant a knight on d4, it's going to be very pretty, very pleasant for black. If you manage to get some pressure early on the pawn on e4, that's going to be nice as well. And it's all about getting rid of this pin. I don't like knight d7, just for the simple fact that I want to get my knight to d4. So I wouldn't put the knight on d7. But if you have to put the knight on c6, then this pin remains there for, at least for the next few moves. I don't necessarily like giving up the bishop, as you mentioned. Also, bishop to e6, I think just loses the pawn after knight takes f6. Take, and then making use of the fact that the rook is nicely placed on b1, defending, protecting the pawn on b2. And then I just castle, I'm a simple pawn up. I don't think there's any compensation right now. So these are the things that worry me for black. If he manages to find a way out of this pin, he's going to be perfectly safe.
Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah, we'll be interested to see how Sinarov will deal with these problems. I think for Fabiano, it's definitely nice that Sinarov, he was in his preparation for a little while, but not for too long. Both players are on their own now, and if anything, Fabiano still has a very slight edge. So I don't think he can be unhappy at all. Let me check real quick. By the way, I just wanted to point out, Wojtasek did not exploit Anish's blunder.
Oof, that's a big miss.
Yeah,
That's a big miss right there. He played rook d1. Yeah. And sometimes, look, Anish has been blitzing out his moves, right? An hour and 39 minutes when he played that move, h5. Sometimes you're not even looking for these opportunities. If somebody would tap him on his shoulder, tap Wojtaszek on his shoulder and be like, hey, there's an opportunity right now, he would find it in like a minute and a half. He would play knight a5 in a minute and a half. Unfortunately, nobody's there. And unfortunately for him, nobody's there to tell him that. And he was like, okay, you're playing fast. You probably know what you're doing. You definitely did not blunder like that early on in the opening. I mean, you're Anish Giri. You know exactly what you're doing. So I trust you. I'm going to play a normal move, rook to d1, not spend too much time, develop my pieces, and lose an opportunity.
Exactly. Yeah, no, he needs chat. He needs chat. Chat would be yelling,
Chat.
And then he would, of course, find it. But yeah, and now Anish goes f7, f6. So now that opportunity is off the window. I think now, in case we go knight a5, Anish probably can just go queenside castles, right?
Yes.
There's still knight c4, but now we just go a6, and there's no more knight e5 jump. So black is doing completely fine. So a big missed opportunity by Wojtaszek.
All right, let's move on from this one. By the way, I want to ask you about this kid, Maurizi Mark Andrea. He's a very young kid. He won the World Juniors, and right now he's making a splash in this competition as well. I believe he defeated a very strong 2650 rated player in the previous round. Completely demolished, in fact, with the black pieces. What do you make of this young kid from France?
Yeah, and he's definitely quite promising. I believe he is, how old is he? He's 16 years old.
16, yeah.
Yeah, so he definitely has potential. I played him last year at the Olympiad in India, and I won that game to tie up the match 2-2. So yeah, he definitely has a bright future, but happy to get the better of him in that game. And we see him playing
Have to
here.
beat them while they're young, yeah?
I was just about to say that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And we have a Spanish here against Yesipenko.
I hope people will not misuse my words on that one. Clip that. Have to beat them while they're young.
You have to beat them in chess when they're young.
Yes,
yeah.
in chess. You have to specify that. Oh,
right.
My goodness. All right. So definitely a promising young talent. This one, Rui Lopez, slow game for sure. What else should we look at? By the way, I do want to look at this game because it involves two very creative players, Hans Niemann and Richie Rapport. But this one seems to be a pretty slow game up to this point. What do we have? Let's take it from the beginning. D4, D5. Okay. So a Slav. Knight to C3. Maybe Richie is looking at the chessable courses as well. We know there's a new Slav. Lifetime repertoire by the friend Lamy, your countryman. E6, knight to h4, bishop to g6. By the way, successfully played against Fedoseev. Sure, the opening phase was not great, but he did win that game. So, that's a good advertisement for your new course.
Yeah,
beating
no,
a guy
sure.
like Fedoseev. Knight d4, knight takes c4, bishop takes c4, take, knight f3, knight d7. Nice plan of this bishop on d5. I like it. By the way, we have a move. Tabatabaei did take on f6. So let's get back to this, to that one. This game looks fairly normal, right? Not that much has happened.
Yeah, it looks pretty even. Already one pair of minor pieces have been traded off. We'll probably see a trade in the near future on c4. So I don't think Rapport has any problems. I also don't think he's better. So we'll probably see a quiet game here. And like I said, let's go back to Hikaru's game. Tabatabaei took on f6. And now I expect Hikaru, and there we have it already. Queen takes f6 on the board.
Pretty funny. We have it. Queen to f6 and knight to b3.
Okay. So now Tabatabaei is attacking the pawn on d5, but is it actually a threat? I think not, because let's say we castle here and white takes, we just go bishop e6, block the check, and we can take the knight on b3, and then the rook. Oh no, wait, you recapture with check. You can go queen d3, but it looks too loose. It looks too loose.
Yes, yes. So for example, if you go something like queen d1, I think I can go rook to d8, queen to c2, try to keep connection with the knight on b3, but now the other rook comes to c8. There's too many threats in the position. There's no way to hide the queen.
Yeah, I think it's too much for white to take the pawn. So let's say after castles, white's not going to take. Do you just develop the other knight with knight 1 to d2?
Sure. Why not? Even though knight 1 to d2, I always have this knight c3 idea.
C3 is annoying.
That worries me a little bit.
You have to go to e1.
Yes.
And maybe now f4, setting that f
I
pawn.
mean, you don't have to. Maybe you can sacrifice that pawn, but I don't think that's
right. And then after queen e1, maybe now f4, pushing that pawn before white can play e3.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
And by the way, what if I go e3? What do you do now? Do you go g5? That would be interesting.
I don't know. I feel like they're pushing a lot of pawns, but I'm also exposing my king. So not a big fan of that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Do we have a move? Is Hikaru... Okay. Let's try to read Hikaru's body language. Is he trying to remember his potential opening preparation? Or is he just trying to figure things out over the board right now?
I'd say he's figuring stuff out over the board. If he was in his preparation, he would look at the side, look to the ceiling and think like, okay, what do I have in my file with Chris Littlejohn? But he's clearly focused on the board. So he's just calculating lines, which to me is a clear indication that he's out of book and working stuff out on his own.
Yes, I think castle. I think castle is the move right now.
Yeah, so castles. Okay, so let's have a look. White can also start with the move e3 here to solidify the position a little bit. What do you think of that one? To make sure the black never has f4 or d4. Maybe now bishop to e6. And yeah, what about this? And then knight 1 to d2. So in case of knight c3, we can also move our queen to another square. Like c2.
Not to c1.
Yeah, not to c1.
Don't go to c1. That would be problematic. So go to c2,
and,
right?
Yeah, go to c2. Because also you cannot go to f3. In case you go to f3, then there's knight e5. And your queen... there's still queen h5. You can escape that way.
This queen is starting to look a bit close trapped. Oh, by the way, yeah, queen g5. Queen f4, g5, or knight to e2. Never mind.
Exactly.
That's a bit easier.
But I do expect castles here from Hikaru. I don't really see another move that makes a lot of sense.
Yes. But look, you were mentioning looking at the ceiling and stuff like that. He's not looking at the board.
Oh.
He wasn't looking at the board. Now he's back to looking at the board.
Yeah, but that was just like he's looking away, trying to think. He's not... I think if he would be in his prep, he would look... I don't know. His expression would be different. He would look to the ceiling more and try to think like, hey, what did I have in my file? Here he was just looking away for a second. Okay. That's at least my read.
Yes, yes. Well, you might have the better read of Hikaru. All right, castle. Let's try to make this work for white as well, because all of these variations that we've been looking at, it just feels like black remains so active in the position.
Yeah, no, for sure. So let's say we go castles. White goes e3, solidifying the position a little bit. What do
bishop
we do
e6?
here? b6, knight 1
Is that
d2.
what we were discussing? Yeah, bishop b6, I think. Knight 1 d2, and now knight c3. Okay, where do you put the queen? To e1 or to c2? Okay, let's go to c2. Now I feel that I should probably bring my rook to c8. What about this one?
And yeah, but here I might just be in time to go knight f3, because your threat was to go knight takes b4 followed by knight e2, but now I can take the knight at e2.
That's a good point. Let's show it. Knight takes b4, knight to e2, and rook takes c2, and this would be GG.
Exactly. Yep. So that's why you go knight f3, because
Mhm.
now, in case you do that same thing, knight takes b4 and knight e2, white can take the knight,
Whoops.
and it's just up to two pieces. So after knight f3, white might get some pretty nice control if you can establish a pawn on d4, because the pawn on d5 is loose, the pawn on f5 is loose, the bishop is somewhat loose. That will look nice for white. So Hikaru, he has a slight lead in development right now, but he has to transform that lead in development into something more tangible, because otherwise white has the long-term advantages.
That's right. Because of this IQP. And it does seem, look, the knight is beautiful on c3. The problem is that it doesn't create any big threats unless you have this idea of knight to e2. There's no targets for the knight on c3. In fact, most likely the knight was better placed on e4. So it's one of those instances in which a piece and a move looks good, but once you start understanding there's nothing to tie it with, then you realize that probably it was better placed on the previous square. So that's the case in this position, this particular case.
Exactly. Yeah. And okay, so Christian, looking at Hikaru's camera right now, he was sitting back. What do you make of his expressions?
He seems not concerned. He seems definitely focused, determined, perhaps realizing that given, the general aspect of this opening with the pawns, very aggressive style, very aggressive stance in the position, and you still haven't developed your pieces as white as well. I think he's starting to dream of more than just a draw. I think he wants to take the full point against Tabatabaei.
Exactly. Yeah, no, that would be great. That would be great for his chances in the tournament. And given the fact that this is a qualification tournament, Christian, the top two qualifiers for the candidates.
It's the candidates. Yeah, it's the candidate spot, man.
Yeah. What score do you think will be enough? I think 8 out of 11 should be enough to qualify, especially because I think there is a good chance that Fabiano might end near the top as well.
Right. And if he does, he's already qualified. We know that.
Yeah.
So his spot will go to the third rank.
Number 3, yeah.
Number 3, yes, in the tournament. I'm trying to remember the scores from the last FIDE Grand Swiss. I think it was, we have 11 rounds. I believe it was 8.5. It was, was it 8.5?
I thought it was 8. I think it was Firouzja and
Fabiano. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
yes. You might be right. It was
came in on third.
Yes, Grigory. Greg. Big
Greg. Yeah. Big Greg. Yeah. Yeah. No, that was. I mean, I guess for him that was perhaps the biggest opportunity of his career, right? Had he won that last game against Firouzja, he would have qualified to the candidates.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, beating Firouzja is not an easy task.
Not easy.
On demand is not an easy task, and I also think he was playing. Actually, I think he was playing with white. We did try to do something, but I mean, it's not easy once again.
Yeah. No, I feel like there are chances to beat Firouzja in case he needs to win himself. But in that game, a draw was a good result for Firouzja, so he plays solid. And then it's just very difficult.
Very good point. Yes. Very good point. You need to you need your opponent to want something out of that game as well, to want a fight. And in that case, Firouzja was obviously very cool with a draw as well.
Yeah. All right. So...
Yeah. All right. So Hikaru is thinking, by the way, who was that? I really like these cameras because you can also see whoever is going behind you. You can see whether whether they're looking at your game, things of that nature. You get a lot of stories from these cameras.
Yeah, no, Hikaru very focused, and yeah. So let's look around. Let me check if there are some other games that are worth. Let's look at this one. We have the game between Samuel Sevian and Erwin Lamy. Both players have had a good start to this tournament. Sevian and Erwin are both on 2.5 out of 3. And especially for Erwin, he's been having an amazing event so far.
Incredible event. 2.5 out of 3. I mean, beating Vidit, beating Fedosev, drawing Fabiano. Absolutely amazing event. But right now, definitely feeling the pressure. Look at that clock situation. 1 hour and 39 minutes for Sam Sevian, 57 minutes for Irvin Lamy. So definitely got caught in the opening preparation of Sam. And the question is, look, white is a pawn up. Can you maintain that material advantage somehow?
I feel like the lines should work out for black, right? Right now, the bishop on c1 is under attack. You
Like
have a
maybe
move
something.
like queen c2, but then we can take. And yes, after a lot of trades, so let's say knight takes c5, rook takes, pawn takes. White is a better pawn structure, right? Because the pawn on e5 is isolated, the pawn on b5 is somewhat loose. But I feel like it should not be enough to win this one. So I kind of hope, or I think that Aaron will hold this one.
Yeah. Irvin is thinking, well, actually, Sam is thinking right now. It does seem like he's out of his preparation. Hikaru is thinking as well, trying to ponder his next move. And I think it's a good time for us to take our first break of the day, and we'll be back shortly.
And welcome back, everyone, to the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. Christian, while we were on a short break, some more moves have been played in Hikaru's game. After knight b3, Hikaru played castles, the move that we expected, and now the move e3 by Tabatabaei.
Yes, e3 was played, obviously hinting at the fact that I need to get full control over this break, f4, but also over the important blockading square d4. If I manage to get the knight to f3 and then knight lands on d4, strategically is going to be very good for white. So this is what Hikaru, as we see him so close up through those pieces, through those white pieces, we see his face. Very beautiful. By the way, I mean, these cameras are amazing. Absolutely. I think they're going to be a mainstay for a lot of chess broadcasts moving forward. I mean, this is historical, I have to say.
Yeah, this is historical indeed. Like, I've never seen cameras this close up. It's almost like POV, you know, it's almost like the Tabatabaei POV. Do you like it, or do you like the cameras that we usually see at, let's say, the St. Louis Chess Club?
No, I love this one. I really
one?
love this one. No, it's great. I mean, yesterday we had it for the first time. It's great. Tabatabaei POV under the table. Yeah, if he crouches under the table. Oh, all right.
Yeah,
we're having too much fun on this one.
exactly.
So e3, what do we do now, Bach?
I don't know. I feel like white is a pretty straightforward plan of knight 1 to d2, knight f3, and then knight d4. And
Yes.
I don't know what we can do in the meantime to create some counterplay, like maybe a quick a5 at some. Let's say we go bishop b6, right? White goes white knight 1 d2, and let's say we go a5. How does that play out?
I like it. Yeah, I think we have to do something. Now the question is, what if I do take on a5? Take, takes, and then knight b3.
Yeah, that also looks problematic. Still, I'm stuck with this weak d5 pawn. I'm not a big fan of this. So
I'm getting my knight to d4.
Yeah, and I feel like as soon as your knight lands on d4, white has a very stable advantage, and like you're stuck with a bunch of weaknesses. Yeah, you know, I get now why you gave up the Tarrasch. Very often you can end up in situations like this where you're stuck with that isolated pawn, you don't have active counterplay, and white has a pretty stable and solid advantage. But I do, yeah, so I think a5 no longer. Let's say we go a5 here. Now, yeah, what if we go a5? Yes, I go a5 right away.
Let's try it out. Maybe a5 is the move to destabilize the knight and take advantage of the fact that the rook on a1 still doesn't have a different protector, right? So maybe this is the way to do it. What if I take? Or do you take back?
Yeah, but yeah,
and then I go knight d2.
Yeah, and again, like I don't really see an active follow-up.
Maybe you can get the knight to c4. Something like that. Put these beautiful looking knights on e4 and c4. I mean, they are beautiful at the same time. I'm looking and envisioning this type of situations where you take, I take. I'm not saying this is good right now, but take, and then knight to d4, and then you play the knight versus the bishop. I understand you have bishop h3 in this instance, and then you take advantage of the fact that the pawn on f2 is very weak. But if you do get this type of situations with a knight, untouchable knight on d4, then strategically you can get in trouble, right?
Yeah, that's definitely something to keep in mind. So maybe you take on c4 first and go knight d4, and you know, you delay that trade on e4. You might do that at a more opportune moment. I mean, right now the knight is not going anywhere as it's blunting that bishop, and the bishop on c8 is lacking an active square. I mean, maybe you go to d7 or e6, and things might not be as bad. But perhaps this is what Hikaru has to do. I think here, at least we have this stabilized the position a little bit. We've gotten rid of our isolated pawn. I feel like here black has better chances to hold.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So we do believe that a5 might be a good opportunity for black in this position. By the way, it's not an easy move to play. Once again, psychologically, you want to get that bishop out. You want to connect the rooks. You want to put them on the open files, c8, maybe go behind the pawn with the other rook on a d8. Now you understand that f4 is not happening. With the pawn on e3, f4 is not happening. So the rook on f8 has to be reused on a different file, most likely on d8. The other rook from a8 most likely will land on c8. Or, as you just pointed out, ideas of a5 come into play. My question for you is, after a5, b5, do you go a4?
Yes, I think we have to move a4, hitting the knight on b3. And there it seems like the lines work out very nicely for black, because the knight is protecting the rook. You can go to d4, but here we trade off the knights. And now white also gets an isolated pawn, which makes up for the fact that we have one. And I think there black is doing absolutely fine. So I don't think b5 is a move to worry about.
Yes. b5 doesn't seem to be the right move, right reaction for white. Definitely, this is the reason for it, is that after b5, you go a4, destabilize white's position, white's play, and that's problematic. Which side is Hikaru look? Whoa, he's focused on one particular piece right now. Look at him. He's not looking at a5, though.
He's tilting his head a little bit. He's focused on... He's looking at the knight on e4. At least that's what I can make up from the camera.
Now we see that knight. Yes, in the middle of the board with that pawn in front of him. Yeah, he was looking at that knight. He was looking at that side of the board. Now he's looking more towards... Oh, there's maybe a5. He's looking on that side. He's looking on the queen side.
Right.
Interesting.
So if I look at the camera, I think the camera is a little bit on the right-hand side of the board. We see from white's angle, we see the king on g1. I think the pawn on g3 in front of it. And we see the knight on e4 in the middle. We see the pawn on d5 on the left of the knight.
Yeah, that's the queen, right? That's the queen.
Yeah.
The camera is behind the queen.
You think that's the... I guess
I think
you're
that's
right.
the queen.
That might be the queen.
Yes.
Okay.
So the camera seems to be actually right in the middle.
Yeah.
Like in between the queen and the king. That's my guess, at least.
But wouldn't you find that annoying if you're sitting there and there's like a camera pretty much right where you're sitting?
I think it's extremely small. It might be unnoticeable.
And Hikaru has made a move. He played bishop to e6. But now what does he have in mind in case of knight 1d2?
Very good question. I think knight c3. I think knight c3 is the move. But again, knight to c3, it looks good at first glance. And then you start realizing that that knight doesn't have a stable outpost. And this knight to e2 idea doesn't go very well, doesn't connect very well in the position, especially after the move knight to f3. So I'm going queen to c2, I understand. I'm not going to go rook to c1 next, but I'm going to go knight to f3, and that's going to cancel all of your threats. Visually, it looks good. Objectively, it's not. That's the problem that I'm seeing in the position.
Right. And but we just received word by our good friend and producer Jaron that the camera is 6 millimeters by 6 millimeters. So it's very, very small.
That's yeah, that's small.
So it's
or
barely,
average. I don't know.
noticeable.
I have no idea. I don't know camera sizes that well. I'm not well versed in camera sizes.
All right. So let's say white goes knight. So I guess it is right in the middle. Yeah, I mean that would make sense. You see Hikaru. So let's say white goes knight 1d2. What does he have in mind? Perhaps here's an idea, Christian. What if after knight d2, we go bishop f7, right? You go knight f3, and I can't go bishop h5 right away. So I'll go rook a8 to protect my pawn. And later on, I want to go bishop h5 to pin your knight. Is that an idea?
I see what you're saying.
It feels slow.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. What if I go b5?
Yeah, b5 is annoying here because now in case we go knight c3, white can just go queen d3 and defend the pawn. So,
that's right. And the thing is, knight e5, I'm probably going to exchange that. Again, the knight on c3 doesn't really do much.
No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. I think we might just be worse here.
After this move, bishop to e6, knight to d2, yeah?
Yeah. I don't see how we get active counterplay going here. And then, again, if we don't get active counterplay, white is just much better strategically speaking.
Yeah. No. Knight to d2 is the move that worries me. And the problem is that I don't see any other move. Maybe b5. Maybe b5 try to put the knight on d4. The problem is with b5, you almost force my knight to go to c4, where I want it to go. Knight to e5, knight to c4, things of that nature. I don't know. I think Tabatabaei is more or less forced to make the best move in the position.
Yeah, no, like knight 1d2 is very natural. I mean, you want to develop the knight cannot go to c3, so I'll be shocked if he plays another move. That's not knight d2. It looks so natural.
Yes, yes. And by the way, out of the opening, we saw Hikaru with a lot more time. Right now, he caught up on time with Tabatabaei, basically identical timelines. 1 hour and 6 minutes, 1 hour and 5 minutes and 40 something seconds for Hikaru. So definitely a very compact, very tight game between these two players.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
Meantime, I'm having a look at the other boards, but there's nothing that stands out to me right away.
Well,
Unless...
there's this situation that just happened in this game between Alexander Pretke and Eric Aisi. And Pretke has been having a fantastic event as well. He just defeated Duda, brilliant attacking game in round 2, I believe it was. Right now, yesterday, incredible preparation against Esipenko. At some point, he had 1 hour and 41 minutes. Esipenko had like 50-something minutes, and Esipenko bailed out. He was like, okay, I need to get out of this. So that was a draw with the black piece. Definitely a good result for Pretke. Great tournament up to this point. And he just played this move, d5. Very aggressive move. What do we make of this? This is a pawn sacrifice. If you do take on d5, obviously, I'm not going to recapture because the queen on e3 is lost, right? So I have to go e5, I believe, in the position. Pawn sacrifice, I understand. It's a very typical one because now you have a lot of activity against the pawn on h7. You get the knight to d4, maybe connect the pawns after the move f4. There's a lot of things happening in the position block. How do we assess his compensation?
Yeah, I feel like white should have sufficient compensation, but I wonder if it will be enough for an advantage. So I assume that black is going to take on d5, then e5 by white, as you pointed out, opening up the diagonal for the bishop and making sure that the bishop on b7 remains blocked. Now, let's say black plays something like knight c4, right? We go queen f4, and then I guess maybe if we have the time, we want to go rook e1 and knight to d4, but we can't quite get the knight at d6, as black can always trade it off. So I feel like white should be fine here. He should have enough compensation, but I don't think it will be enough for an advantage.
Okay, so let's make a few more moves. How would you proceed as black?
Good question. I do not
I'm
know.
making you work today.
Yeah.
I'm making you work today.
All right.
Queen
So let's say
e7,
we
maybe
go
rook
queen
e1.
e7, rook e1. Maybe rook e1. Maybe g6, preemptively blunting the bishop and making sure that your knight can never get to f5.
I like g6, yes. And by the way, knight bd2 was played in Tabatabaei's versus Hikaru game, and he played knight e5. Immediately played knight e5. Okay, we got to go back to this.
Yeah,
we got to go back to this because this is an important sequence. Not knight to c3, but immediately responded with the move knight to e5. He's looking at these tender squares, maybe even g4 at one point.
Yeah, no, of course, Hikaru expected the move knight 1d2. It's a very natural one, so he already had a response in mind, and that's why he played knight e5 quickly. So let's say white sticks with the plan and plays knight to f3. I guess he just wants to stick his knight on c4 and argue that, yes, white has a better pawn structure, but black does have pretty active knights on e4 and c4.
It's all about these knights, for sure. Knight to d4. Do you retreat with bishop to f7 and try to repurpose this bishop? Maybe even support the idea of h5, h4. What do we think about this avenue for an attack?
Yeah, I think that's definitely something to consider for black. If he has the time to create some counterplay, like I said with h5, h4, or just bring the rooks to, let's say, c8 and maybe the d8. And, you know, I feel like if anything, white should be better here, but it's very difficult to break down. First of all, black's knights are super active. That pawn on a3 is often hanging. Black has these annoying knight jumps. So this looks still better for white, but manageable for Hikaru.
I agree. Yes, I do agree. From a practical perspective, I really like this last move, knight to e5. It creates a problem because you don't want to see these knights on e4 and c4. So you have to get rid of at least one of them. How do you do that? which piece are you going to use to potentially exchange on e4? And are you actually going to take on e4 is the question.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's tough to say. So yeah, I'm curious to see how
Maybe knight
Tabatabaei
c5.
is. Maybe knight c5, yeah, hitting the
What do we
pawn.
think about this move?
But what if we just go b6? And then I mean you can trade. I don't mind the trade on e4 at all. Like it's very fine there. So I would think you should trade on e6. And yeah. And just to go back real quick, why black is completely fine after knight c4 pawn takes? Simply because now the bishop on g2 is completely blunted by the black pawns. Also, black no longer has any weaknesses, and black controls a lot of key squares, and that is why the evil bar has completely shifted in Hikaru's favor here.
Oh yeah. No, this is this is beautiful. And take a look at this knight jumping to d3. This would be all she wrote, to be honest, for Tabatabaei. But he's never going to take on e4. No serious player will ever take on e4. B6, we expect knight takes e6 in case they go for this type of transition. Again, I'm starting to like these knights. I like the move from a practical perspective. Knight to e5, quickly played, showing a lot of confidence in his moves, Hikaru, that is, and that's important. We've seen that in this particular round as well. In the Giri game, he was completely lost after that move h5, but he played it with confidence, and Wojtaszek believed him. It's all about projecting confidence in the game of chess, and Hikaru is definitely doing that in this game.
Yeah, for sure. There's one thing that concerns me, and that is the game of Firouzja. Let's go to that one against Nijat Abasov. Nijat has sacrificed a pawn, but I don't think he quite has enough compensation here. And we know that Firouzja is racing against Hikaru for the rating spot for the candidates, so we would rather not see Firouzja win here with the black pieces.
That's right. That's right. So Firouzja with black pieces facing one of the candidates, Nijat Abasov, qualified via the World Cup. Definitely an incredible performance, I have to say, in that competition for young Abasov. But as you mentioned, sacrifice the pawn. I don't see the compensation either. Look, there is some compensation. Let's not fully take away from Nijat's position. There is some compensation. You have a beautiful center. You have ideas of e5 opening up the diagonal towards the king, maybe knight to e4. After that, put some pressure in the center like that. At the same time, e5 comes with its own trade-offs. Maybe after c5, this bishop on b7 will open up, and that might get problematic for the white king. At the same time, you have ideas of g4, g5 potentially. So there's still some sting in the position. There's still some compensation, but as you nicely pointed out, perhaps it's not enough. And Firouzja, yes, he wants a victory. He wants a victory. He wants to defend his title at the Grand Swiss. And by the way, if he wins this tournament and qualifies through the to the candidates via this tournament, then that means that Hikaru probably will qualify through the rating. So if you think about it, maybe Hikaru wants Firouzja in case Hikaru doesn't have chances towards the end of the event at winning this competition. Maybe he will support Firouzja. He'll be like, yeah, go take that candidate spot like that so that I can take the rating spot. There's a lot of permutations that could happen. This is a crucial event for both of these players. In fact, for all of the players.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, the candidate spots are running out. I think 4 have already been given away, but there are still 4 up for grabs. Is that right? I mean, we have 2 more at the Grand Swiss. We have 1 more rating spot, and then the FIDE circuit. Yeah, so 4 more are up for grabs. So even for someone like Anish is not going to qualify by I mean, it's very unlikely that he will make it. Although there is an outside chance. Let's say Hikaru and Firouzja qualify through this event, then Anish is the first in line to grab that rating spot, but Anish has very good chances in the FIDE circuit, and I think the same goes for Wesley. So a lot of players are very, very close.
No, and is Wesley the one player that's missing from this event? He's not playing in this event.
I don't know why Wesley is not playing. I'm quite surprised. I actually played Wesley the other day in Arena Kings, And I thought to myself,
Okay.
why is he playing Arena Kings? Why is he not playing the Grand Swiss? Yeah.
Wesley is like, okay, looking at the schedule of tournaments. Okay, I have Arena Kings. I might as well skip the Grand Swiss.
Yeah, I have
Why
to
not?
skip the square. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
I had a quick look, by the way, at the FIDE circuit. Fabiano has a commanding lead, but he has already qualified. So in second place, we have Gukesh. Then so let's say in first place. In first place, we have Gukesh. Then we have Wesley, and then we have Anish. It's those three players that are really racing for the FIDE circuit spot. And I think the good thing for Anish is that he had one really bad event. He had one really bad event in Germany. So if he has one reasonable event, he would replace that bad event and go up in the standings. Whereas someone like Gukesh, he had 5 reasonable events, no event that was really good, right? So Anish has a lot more room to improve his result in the FIDE circuit.
Yes. And by the way, we do have the dance of the knights. Knight to F3, knight to C4 has happened in the game between Tabatabaei and Hikaru. And I have to say, I sort of like this transition, the last sequence of moves. I do like the improvement of the knight. Knight jumping on C4 makes a great impression to my eyes.
Yeah, the knight C4, great move by Hikaru. And yeah, that's also impressive about his play. Like I didn't love his position. Then he sits for a little bit. He comes up with a resilient defense. And we have to move
He's
queen
just
d4.
about to make a move, queen to d4. Okay.
What do you make of this one? Do you think Black should trade the
that
queens, or should we keep the queens on the board?
That was a powerful slide down the board.
Yeah, that's how he makes his moves. Yeah, like I witnessed it last year at the Olympia when he was sitting next to Jordan.
Jordan, yes.
Jordan, yeah.
Okay, very funny pronunciation of your buddy's name. Nice. Queen to d4. All right. Do we trade the queens or do we keep the queens on the board?
That's the big question here. I feel like perhaps we should keep them on the board. And because of this reason, White would like to place a knight on d4, but right now the queen is there. So let's say we go queen e7. I don't quite see how White can establish a knight there, but yeah, I don't love the black position. I mean, I don't see how we can ever fight for a win here. I think we're just worse without any real prospects, if I'm being very honest.
Queen to d4 was a very good move. I have to say. Queen to d4. Yeah, if I have to take on d4 and go into this endgame, this is not looking good. Again, it's a battle of the utility of the knights. The knight on e4 and c4, they look great. But the knight on d4 and the upcoming knight on c5, they look even better. And the problem is that this knight on c5, you're not going to recapture on c5. Because once you do that, and the knight leaves the outpost from e4, this diagonal opens up. And if that bishop on g2 opens up, that's going to be a tremendous piece for White. Yeah, I'm looking at this endgame. I don't like it. So queen to d4, a good move for Tabatabaei, and right now Hikaru needs to react very carefully. I still believe that keeping the queens on the board with queen to e7 perhaps is the best option in the position.
Yeah, I like queen e7, making it difficult for White to get the knight on d4.
Maybe try to go b6 later on, try to stop the knight from jumping to c5.
Yeah. No, I like
also
that
taking
well.
a few more targets off the h1 diagonal, right?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Because I want to get the rook to c8. I want to put this pawn on b6. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with the rook on f8 for the moment. I think I'm just going to wait and see how White is going to position his pieces. But okay, you know what? It's not that bad. How do you make progress as White is the question.
I don't know. Yeah. So let's say we go queen e7. Let's say, so the first question is, where do the rooks go, right? I think the rook on a1 has to sit there for the moment, as you don't want to hang the pawn on e3. So let's say you play a rook fd1, right? We will activate our rooks as well. I guess maybe rook fd8. And like I said, for the moment, we might not be able to play rook c8 just yet, but maybe
queen
we go
e7
b6
on the board,
next move.
by the way.
Oh, I like queen e7. And that's what's so good about Hikaru. He combines active with passive defense. I feel like queen e7 is more of an active defensive move, so to speak, as it keeps pieces on the board, but it definitely seems to be the correct one right here. And like you said, if we manage to go rook d8, b6, rook ac8, I think we have a pretty tight defense.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to do something with this knight on b3. It's all about finding the best squares for the knights and finding the best transitions for the knights as well. What are you going to exchange those knights for? The bishop on e6, the knight on e4, highly unlikely, because once again, we've seen so many times, once you take on e4 and allow me to correct my pawn structure, then it becomes problematic for white. So most likely, he's going to go for the bishop on e6 with knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5 looks like a nice move. And the question is, what do we do there? Can we go... What happens if in case we go b6?
Knight takes e6, is that it?
Queen takes, and... Oh, you have knight g5.
Ooh, knight g5.
It's a nasty move. You cannot take... I mean,
does this actually work?
You technically can. Wait. Oh, wait, my bad. Sorry, I was saying after queen e7, knight c5 right away.
Oh, okay.
So let's say knight c5.
So you mean instead of rook fd1?
Yeah.
Knight to c5
but here,
right now.
Yeah, I think we might just go bishop f7, but let's say we go b6, right?
Yes.
Here, white can take an e6, we recapture, and now knight g5 is a problem.
Right.
In case we take, white has bishop takes d5. And fortunately for black, there's still knight f3, but you just go down a pawn.
Yes. Yeah, that's not something that he wants to see. It's funny because it's even this is not that easy. You go rook d8, you have ideas of knight d2, and the position might still be somewhat okay, but you will be a pawn down for the remainder of the game. You don't want to see this.
No, for sure. So I think after knight c5, a better move might be bishop to f7. Just stepping the bishop back, and then we can play b6 on the next move. That looks quite fine to me.
Yes. Bishop f7. I like it. I like it. Again, it's all about finding the next few moves for white as well, and I don't see them. I understand you're going to place your rooks on a better squares, most likely the rook from the f file somewhere on the d or the c files. The rook has to stay on a1 just to defend the pawn on a3. What are you doing with the knight on c5? If I took away that target on e6 is the question, and I don't see a clear answer to that. Maybe some ideas of going knight to d3, knight to f4, and increase the pressure on the pawn on d5. Perhaps that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
So why don't we do that? Actually, I'm going to wait for you to go b6, and then I'm going to go knight to d3. So I'm going to start with rook to d1.
So rook d1, and perhaps we can delay the move b6, but I think it does make sense. And then the question again is, where do we place our rooks, right? I guess the c8 and d8, is that the way to go?
Let's try it out. Seems very natural. Knight to f4, rook d8, seems very natural. So I go something like h4 right now. I have achieved almost the maximum in my position as white.
Yeah, I like h4 a lot, because otherwise I can think about g5 to kick your knight away. And now, yes, we're sitting for black, and it's difficult to break down, but I don't really see a plan.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what our plan is here. That's kind of the annoying thing. But often Hikaru does find a way to hang in there, make it difficult for his opponent, and when the opportunity strikes, he will come with active counterplay. And one good thing for Hikaru is also that right now he is taking a slight lead on the clock. He's playing quickly, and he's basically telling Tabatabaei, hey, show me how to improve your position.
And Tabatabaei is trying to keep pace. Look at him. He's ready to make a move right now, but definitely feeling the sting of time. Rook fc1.
Okay. So what do we make of this one? What is the idea? And what about b6 here?
Why
not? Sure white can no longer jump with knight c5, and we get ready to move a rook to c8, as that will no longer hang the a7 pawn.
I like it. I like b6 a lot. I like b6 a lot. At some point, what Tabatabaei will probably need to do is to go queen to d1 and get that knight from b3 to d4.
Yeah.
At the same time, you just play the move queen to d4. You generally don't think in those concepts. Oh, queen to d4, queen to d1, queen to d4, queen to d1. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Psychologically, it's a very difficult move to make. But at the same time, he did get the rook from f1 to c1 on the other side of the board, on the active side of the board. The way he looks at the position, he believes that most of the things will happen on the queen side. He understands the fact that black has some ideas on the king side, but he doesn't feel those are very strong. And by the way, he played immediately bishop to f7. Hikaru is really pushing the pace right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. And he's making sure that knight c5 no longer comes with a tempo. I guess he realizes that it would be a good trade for white to take on e6. And he's making sure that knight d4 will no longer hit his bishop. So I like the idea that you mentioned earlier. Maybe a move like, well, queen e1 is possible. Or maybe something like queen to d3 to clear the d4 for the knight. And we have h4 by Tabatabaei. Christian, what do you make of this move? It gains some more space on the king side, but if Tabatabaei is not careful, maybe Hikaru can create some counterplay with h6 and g5, which now will come with a little bit more effect since Tabatabaei has pushed up that h pawn.
Absolutely. And I don't feel like I have to worry about my king too much on the king side. You don't have enough resources on that side. So I like this idea of h6, g5. And look at Hikaru. He's a bit confused about this idea of h4, that, but you need to stop saying to boy, because I'm going to start saying it as well, and then I get confused. Please. Yes, he does seem a bit confused about this idea of Tabatabaei.
Yeah. And I guess after the broadcast, you'll get back to training and you'll say like, "Hey, Greg, you know, like, Grigory, I mean, yeah. But yeah, no, I like that idea of h6 and g5 pushing p on the king side. The question is, do we go h6 right away, or do we start with a move like, let's say, b6, so we can bring a rook to d8 or c8? I would say, since white doesn't have any threats for now, why don't we just go h6?
Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
h6. Okay, let's get the queen out. Again, the queen on d4 looks nice. Beautiful centralized queen. Cannot be attacked. But I need that square for my knights, especially for the knight on b3. So let's go to d3. Why not?
Queen d3. Do we go g5 already, or is that a little bit too early? But, given the fact that you've pushed up your pawn on h4, it makes white's king side a little bit loose, right? Black can potentially think about some sort of sacrifice. I don't see how to do it just yet.
Some knight takes g3 ideas, knight takes f2 ideas as well. Yep.
But let's say we go rook e8, right?
You don't want to go. Okay, which rook on e8?
Sorry, f.
Rook f8. Okay.
Yeah, and after
because now that you sort of signaled you want to play on the king side as well with g5, perhaps it makes some sense to keep that rook on f8.
Right. Yeah. But I also do like the rook on 8, as we have potential ideas of a5, and also a rook can come to c8.
Yeah. And that's a decision and a choice that players with the black pieces need to make in this one. Rook to e8. Okay, let's say, how do I improve my position? Let's go knight d4.
Yeah, so let's say go queen f6 to defend the pawn. And again, I have these sacrifices looming in the air. I have the g5 push.
Yeah.
Also, a5 is an idea. I think things are not that bad. I don't really see a good way for white to improve the position.
Things are looking good. Things are actually looking good for white at this point. And again, it's all about the clock also. h4, a big move by Tabatabaei. h6 is the preferred response, we believe. Try to go for perhaps a g5. Try to go for ideas of knight takes g3 after rook f8. Keep things in perspective. Keep things in mind, in your back pocket. Keep weapons in your back pocket as a black. Do I want to play g5? Do I want to sacrifice something? Make him think. Make Tabatabaei think that things might get serious in the position. I like that concept. I like that strategy coming from you, Bach.
Yeah, and I was just having a look around. You're saying about the let Tabatabaei think. Someone else who's deep in thought is forOctober, who's already spending 22 minutes after Abasov played that move Bishop to H3. And
Let's
I
see what's
wonder
happening in
why
that one.
exactly is he so deep in the tank?
Okay. Give me just 1 second. All right, let's see. So bishop to h3. Yes, this is the last move indeed. forOctober deep in the tank. 41 minutes for forOctober.
Yeah, that's still a decent amount of time, but he has only played 14 moves. He needs to make another 26 to reach the time control. He's
Yes.
gonna have to speed up sooner.
Oh,
And there we
as
have the move C.
as
Yeah,
you were saying it, c5.
he realized that we were like, okay, forOctober's got to move here, and so he does. But yeah, I'm not loving this from Hikaru's perspective. If you're Hikaru here and you're sitting next to Abasov, you think like, hey, dude, why can't you just play solid, make a draw with white, don't give any easy points to forOctober? As again, Hikaru just wants to stay ahead of forOctober for the candidate spot.
Absolutely, and yes, you are right. Hikaru is on the 6th board. forOctober is on the 7th board right now. So perhaps they're next to each other. We don't know for sure whether that's the case, but perhaps they're next to each other and they see each other's game. And he mentioned this during one of his interviews. It's a bit strange because, there's this tension between these two specific players, Hikaru and Alireza. They're fighting for that candidate spot via rating. So definitely looking at each other's games, as you mentioned about Abasov. Why aren't you playing some Catalan, boring Catalan or something like that? Why don't you go into E4, E5, some Berlins, test forOctober in the Berlin, keep things tight? He's not keeping things tight at all. Sacrificed a pawn for the initiative, but I think this move C5 was quite well timed by forOctober.
Yeah, like Abasov, he did play Catalan, but things became pretty volatile later on. Like you said, he sacrificed a pawn. And I think Black is just better here. Black's up a pawn. I don't really see the compensation. So I do hope for Hikaru that somehow Abasov will turn things around. But right now, it's looking very good for forOctober.
Yes, good move by forOctober. Let's go around the horn and take a look at what's happening in Fabiano's game versus Sindarov.
Quick note: one game has already in a draw. The game between Bakro and Duda finished.
Okay.
And also, I wanted to point out that Yu Youngyi has a crushing position against Narayanan. Narayanan had a great event in Kotor, but right now he's on the back foot against Yu Youngyi.
Okay, let's take a look at that one. Ooh, whoa.
Look at those bishops.
Oh,
they're looking pretty scary.
These bishops are scary. So you have to take with the a pawn, let's say.
Then Queen f3 hitting f7.
Okay. Oh, you're hitting f7 and b7 at the same time. Oh, these bishops are menacing.
Look at the chat. Someone is very happy. His username is These Bishops. Finally, his time exactly. Yep. He must be happy. I mean, yeah, look at these bishops. Putting pressure on e7, on f7. This looks great for white.
Ooh. Yeah, they're cutting the board in half for sure. This is looking juicy for Yu Youngyi. I think he has this in the bag. I mean, he's such a strong player. He generally doesn't let go of these type of advantages. And this is a very stable and very safe type of advantage because Black doesn't, in fact, have any counterplay in the position. Like for this type of advantage, for this type of active bishops, you expect some sort of a trade-off. There's no trade-off in this position. It's just such a nice, beautiful looking attacking game for Yu Youngyi. He knows it. And look at the clock as well. 36 minutes for Narayanan. He got caught in the opening, and Yu Youngyi most likely will take the full point home.
Yeah. No, he not only has a big advantage on the board, but also on the clock. So let's see if there's anything else noteworthy.
We're moving away from that one. That's over. That's actually just over. It's just a simple position. That's the problem. Caruana versus Sindarov. He just played this move, knight to b4. What do we think about this move? We were looking at ideas of knight to d4, transferring the knight to d4, but obviously he's worried about this pin. He wants to address that pin. He wants to exchange the knight on a d5. He does not like this knight on d5. How do we react to this move, knight to b4?
It's a very rigorous way to get rid of the knight. So I assume the critical move is to trade on b4. Black has to capture, which weakens black's pawn structure a little bit, right? But, you know, the pawn on b4 can still be defended. So let's say we take, and after that we go queen d2 to hit the pawn. Maybe black just goes queen b6 and gets out of the pin. And I don't know, it doesn't look too bad, as now black can also try to use that c5 square for their knight via d7.
Knight d7, knight c5 ideas. And that opens up the bishop as well. And in case you do try to go b3, then that c3 square is going to be very tender and potentially is going to stop the rook from coming to e1. And we know e1 is a good square for the rook. So a lot of trade-offs are happening in this position. I have to say, though, I'm a bit worried for Sindarov's clock management, because he started off with a lot more time. Well, he didn't start off, but after the opening phase, he had a lot more time than Fabiano. Right now, he's down 20 minutes, close to that, on the clock.
Yeah, so yeah, Fabiano has a nice position on the board and on the clock. So yeah, Sindarov has got to try to hang in there. Let me check
What is
real quick.
Hikaru is talking. He's talking to himself. He's whispering something.
Talking to the chat.
He's talking.
And he
talking to the chat. Okay.
He goes a6. I don't like that move, because
let's get back to that.
Here's the thing: the bishops are on the light squares, and he's committing another pawn to the light squares as well. Well, I'm not a big fan of this one.
Let's flip the board to see Hikaru's POV. Not only his camera, but his POV as well.
But I think the idea behind the move a6 is to bring the rook into the game, right? To make sure that now that pawn is no longer hanging. And I guess he did not love b6 as much, as that weakens the c6 square.
Yeah. You don't like a6. I don't like a6 either. At the same time. All right. So my question is for you. Do I have knight g5, and perhaps this is the idea of h4?
Yeah, knight g5 is an interesting move. So do we let white take an f7? I'm not a big fan of that one, but in case we trade, white just recaptures.
And you cannot hide this bishop anymore, because if you try to go to h5, you lose the pawn on d5.
Exactly.
And you lose the game.
Yeah.
That's it. You cannot touch the bishop on f7. Don't move it. Don't touch it. Can you take on g5? Take.
Right. But I think in case we take twice, this should work out in white's favor.
He did not play. He played the move knight to e1. That's good news. That is good news.
That looks a little bit too slow to me. I guess he wants to go knight d3.
Did you see that?
Wait,
he
what
moved
happened?
the knight right in front of us. He's trying to block our view. He's really trying to block our view.
Yeah, now, in case he puts the rook to d1, we can't see Hikaru anymore.
We cannot see Hikaru anymore. He's trying to block Hikaru.
Yeah. So cheating.
The man is working against us.
Yeah. All right. So what do we do now? The knight's headed to d3, from where I can go to c5 or to f4. So how do we deal with all of this?
Good question. And for a second, we saw your good coach just passed by behind Hikaru.
Varuzan.
Varuzan. He's there playing himself after a long time. You know, it's tough. When you become a coach, you sort of slide into retirement. I know that from experience. But right now, he's, throwing the gauntlet at these youngsters in Isle of Man. And your good buddy, Theodore, is there as well, isn't he?
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, right now it's not VAR's tournament so far. It's been a little bit unfortunate. He made a draw in the first round, the black pieces, good result. But then in game number 2, he was actually winning against Grandelius, threw away the win, and then threw away the draw. So he lost that game. And yesterday he lost to Danchenko. So he's on a half a point out of 3. Not the best start so far. And Theodoru, he is on 1 out of 3. Not a disastrous result, but yesterday he did have a winning position against Jordan, but he did not finish him off.
Yeah. Jordan, very resilient youngster as well. But he's been struggling in tournament also. Knight to e1. We appreciate this move because it's not knight g5. And Hikaru is just about to make a move.
Yeah, so let's see.
Did
I guess
they hit
he's gonna
the time control? No, absolutely not.
No. And rook
He
88.
did
Very
play
logical
a
move.
Okay.
That's why he played a6, because now that pawn is no longer hanging on the a7 square. And now I do expect knight d3 from Tabatabaei. I mean, there's no other square that makes sense. And
That's
wait, Christian, if he
Yes.
puts the knight on d3,
Mhm.
will it be blocking Hikaru? I guess not, right?
No. No. I think is going to go behind. Depends on how he adjusts it. If he puts it the way it is right now, looking forward, I think we're still going to have a nice view towards Hikaru. If he adjusts it sideways, then I think that's going to block Hikaru's nose cap. We're not going to have the nose cap. We're probably going to have forehead cap.
Actually, though, I think we'll see Hikaru. Oh, and there we see that he's reaching for, yeah, 93, and there we go. Actually, I think we will always have a Hikaru view, because even in the starting position, the king is on e1 and the queen is on d1, but the camera is in between. It looks through the king and the queen and looks right into Hikaru's soul.
Yes. No, they're well placed. Definitely well placed. Knight to d3. We were expecting this move. Tabatabaei played it quickly. And as you can see, they've caught up on time as well. Again, very tight game. Nothing to separate these two players up to this point.
So what if we go h6 now, with the idea to potentially go g5 and create some counterplay,
especially against the knight on f4.
Yeah.
Especially if the knight goes to f4, then you have ideas on of g5, and you need to keep this in mind. If you do give me another move, let's say you play something like rook f8 and I go knight to f4, and now you go h6, I have ideas of h5 at times, and just to block your pawn structure like that. I'm not saying it's a good decision in this particular case, but I do have that in mind. So you need to keep that in your rear view mirror as well. So knight to d3. What now? What do we do now?
Yeah, again, I like h6 because h6 is also not a committal move whatsoever, right? If you go g5, that is very committal. I mean, then there's no way back. But with h6, you prepare a potential g5 push. And, it also creates some loop for your king. So I like that move. And then the question is, what is white going to do, right? How do you further improve the position? Do you go for a knight jump to c5? I guess you can, but I don't see what it does. And maybe we can just ignore it.
I think so. It's all about that knight on c4. If you can attack the knight on c4, then you're going to force a reaction. But if you're attacking the knight on e4, you're not forcing a reaction. You take on e4, I take back, and that strengthens my case. That strengthens my pawn structure. And we do have a move. It's h6. Yes, it is.
h6, I like it. I like it.
Yes, it is. h6 is on the board. Good move.
Very quiet little pawn move. And again, Hikaru can go for that idea with g5, which would basically force the opening of the h-file, as both players will probably just have to take. And hey, for now, the knights are holding everything together in their center. And maybe then we can think about ideas of rook d6 to h6 and create some counterplay along that h-file.
Ooh, I like it. Not only that, but even if you don't play the move g5, at least you're giving your opponent something to think about. Your opponent is starting to see these g5 ideas. You're signaling that you might be thinking about that. So Tabatabaei might be getting worried. And as we were saying that, he's like, nah, I'm not really worried. I'm just going to go on the other side. I'm playing a4, immediately played by Tabatabaei. And a slight frown by Hikaru. He's like, what are you doing on that side? I was not thinking about that side.
I like a4 though. You gain more space on the queen side, and maybe you can push that pawn to a5 and then place your knight on c5, as now black can no longer kick it away with the move b6. So now what if we just go for it? What if we just go g5, right? I assume white's going to have to take. We recapture with the h-pawn. And let's say white goes a5. Do we just go rook d6 to h6? I mean, again, I think I'm fine in the center. And
all right, I'll tell you a funny idea.
Mm-hmm.
King h2 to go to
Oh, so
h1.
king h2 right away, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so let's have a look. So king h2. Ah, wait, and if I go rook rook d6, you go rook h1.
Rook h1, yeah.
And I get my rook to the h file, but you trade it off right away.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah,
I
so
can
I
use
feel like
this is not an easy idea. It's very counterintuitive to put the king on h2 when you know that there is a rook landing on the h file very soon.
yeah,
But if I manage to exchange a pair of rooks, I think this plays into white's favor.
yeah. A move that is somewhat more intuitive is the move bishop f3 after the trade, because
After
then
a
you
trade.
clear. Yeah, so bishop f3 to clear up the g2 square for the king. So rook d6, king g2, and then rook h6 can be met with rook h1. And there it seems like white's still firmly in the driver's seat.
Yes. But maybe after king g2, I have some g4 ideas, don't I? But g4 allows knight f4 later on. So maybe after g4, you can just simply trade on e4 or bishop to e2.
Yeah, because if you take, then I take it to pawn, and that's a problem. But you just go bishop e2, and you keep all of the trumps. Like you said, the knight's headed to f4, the rook is headed to h1, and this does look pretty problematic for Hikaru. So maybe we can prepare the g5 push by going rook d6 first.
Okay, rook d6 first. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. And what if I continue with your plan, a5?
a5, and now I go g5.
Now you go g5. I don't have time anymore.
No,
So if I go
but
bishop f3,
yeah, yes, you can still try to do this. Uh-huh. Huh. I mean, yeah, rook h6, king g2, you might still be in time.
we see Hans in the back, looking over Hikaru's shoulder for a second, then keeps moving. Rook h6, king g2.
Yeah, I don't know. I think white might just be fine here. I don't really see a good way to break through
Maybe you
here.
can repurpose this knight, maybe from e4 to d2.
Okay, so let's have a look. So knight d2, take, and let's say
This
white
is
takes
starting
on
to get very
d5.
concrete, right?
Yeah,
This
it's get very
position.
sharp.
By the way, we do not have g5. We
Nope.
have the move b6.
But I mean, but now white can go a5, and you'll have to meet that with b5. That's possible. But if the knight lands on c5, white is always exerting pressure on the pawn in a6. So not sure what to think of this one.
And after this move b6, finally things have crystallized in the position. I think we're going to let the players think. It seems like Tabatabaei might be taking a gander at this position for quite a while. We're going to let them think. We're going to go on a break, and we'll be back shortly.
And welcome back, everyone, to round 4 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. Christian, while we were on a short break, some more moves have been played. Tabatabaei pushed his pawn up to a5, and Hikaru responded instantly with the move b5. What do you make of this transition in the pawn structure?
Well, I like it for a black. This knight on c4 did not have enough support. The knight on e4, beautiful, defended by both f5 and d5. The knight on c4 was only protected by the pawn on d5. Now, that pawn on d5 has a body as well, a body on b5. The only drawback I can see is the weakness of the pawn on a6. But that's going to easily be cancelled by a rook swing on the 6th rank. Rook to d6 is going to defend against knight to c5, for example, knight c5, rook to d6. Not only defend, protect the pawn on a6, but also support ideas of a rook swing on the h file. So I'm liking this transition. The last couple of moves that definitely, at least in my estimation, in my subjective, let's say, estimation, have favored black.
Yeah, no, for sure. Question is still like, are we going to try to create counterplay at some point, or are we just going to try to sit solid? And by the way, we have the move rook c2 by Tabatabaei. What do you, I'm just going to say Tabatabaei. It's just much easier. What do you make of this move? I guess he wants to double up the rooks, but then what?
The rookies, yes. Well, the problem is with doubling up the rooks. In fact, I don't think he wants to double up the rooks. I'm going to counter you on that. I think what he wants to do is just protect the 2nd rank, protect the pawn on f2, because he sees these ideas of knight takes f2, knight takes e3, or knight takes g3, and knight takes e3 after that. All these sacrifices of these knights, right? Especially after the opening of the h file. So he's getting ready for it. He's getting ready to potentially swing a rook on the 2nd rank if that pawn on f2 comes off the board. These type of ideas. I don't think he's looking to double up on the c file. It makes no sense. You're doubling up and then what? Sacrifice on c4? It doesn't really make a lot of sense. You have to get ready for a pawn storm on the king side. And perhaps he's underestimating it as well. I see rook to d6. I see g5 coming. I don't know. I'm starting to like Hikaru's position. What are you making of all these new moves?
Yeah, so we see Hikaru back at the board. I like the move rook d6 because also now we always protect the pawn on a6. So knight, if white moves a knight to c5, that does not concern us at all. And let's say after rook d6, white plays a move like rook d1, right? I think here
he played it on the board.
Very nice.
On the board.
But here, white needs to be really careful. If we get g5 in, I don't see why we would not take over the initiative. Let's have a look. Let's say white goes rook d1. We go g5. Let's say takes stakes and white goes bishop f3, right? I assume we go rook over to h6.
Oh, yeah.
King g2.
Oh, yeah.
But now, oh
yeah.
g3 is
oh,
there.
yeah, baby. Yeah. Oh, something is swinging in this position. No. This is not looking good.
Yeah. No,
and if you take with the king, then I go g4, and that opens up the action of my queen. Queen comes to h4. You're getting checkmated.
Yeah. So I like it for Hikaru because rook d6 is a very natural move. And the thing, what I like about rook d6 is that it disguises his plans. He might put the rook on d6 and be like, okay, I'm just defending the pawn on e6. But when g5 comes on the board, Tabatabaei could all of a sudden feel the heat.
He's getting worried. But he's about to make a move. Maybe he's not actually. This guy has no fear. What's happening? I mean, if I see rook to d6, g5 coming along, I'm getting scared in this position. This guy doesn't seem scared at all.
So what move is he aiming for? He was reaching to the right-hand side. So I guess a move like maybe bishop f3, but perhaps we just go g5 anyway.
Bishop h3.
Oh, sorry, bishop f3. My bad.
Bishop f3.
But bishop h3 also makes perfect sense, by the way.
To attack the pawn on f5. Yeah. I thought that's what he meant. But yeah, g5. I mean, yeah, g5.
Oh, fun fact. In case you go bishop h3, apparently I can go g5 anyway. And in case you take, I recapture. And look at this. I sack the pawn on f5, but I just go bishop h5 and I get a crushing attack.
Isn't he going for that? He played
bishop f3 on the board.
Bishop f3. Okay.
g5 now. Come on, Hikaru. Let's go.
Don't just. Hikaru is coming. Hikaru is coming right now with G5. You know, he's on his way. I don't know where he is right now. He's probably not at the board, but he's coming. He's coming back, and he's going to play G5.
Yeah, I love the move G5. I mean, hey, we create some counterplay. I mean, the position is right. I mean, you don't want to sit there all game. If you sit there and you don't do anything, then that's a very good recipe to lose.
Oh,
right?
there he is.
And
He's back.
Oh, he's looking. He's looking. Come on, let's go. So looking to the king side. Let's go G5. Let's go. Let's go, bro. Let's go.
He smells the opportunity. It's in the air. Where is it? Ah, G5. Yeah. G5. That's where it is. Okay. All right. All right. Let's go for it.
So let's say we go G5. White takes. We recapture. White goes King G2. Right? We go. Oh, here G4 is crushing. I mean, you cannot take the horse. And if you go Bishop E2, oh, Knight takes G3. Look at this, Christian. The rook on C2 is so poorly placed. If you take the pawn, Knight E3, and you get forked once, but after I take a rook, you get forked twice.
Oh, this is nasty. Look at that knight jumping around, creating havoc in White's position.
And if you take with the king, there's rook H6, and your king gets opened up as Queen H4 is coming next.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that rook C2 was terrible. That rook C2 was a terrible move.
Come on, Hikaru. Go G5. You can do it. Go for it. But hey, I think this line, to me, it looks extremely natural, right? You go Bishop F3.
It does.
To anticipate G5 would take stakes in King G2, but after G4, you get crushed.
It does. Yes, it does feel. That's a very good point, actually, because this could very well, after G5. By the way, you played Bishop F3. You're probably going to follow it up with King G2. That's your obvious plan in the position. You're not going to play Knight C5. You're not going to play Bishop G2 back. You're not going to make any of those moves. You're going to go King G2 next. And then G4 slaps you on the cheek. And then what do you do next?
Exactly.
I mean, that's a slappy move right there. I mean, do you take on E4? I don't think so, because then the knight lands on F3. And you're in trouble. Oh, by the way, also,
we just take with the
you're just losing. Yeah. On the spot, you're losing a piece. Yeah, this is game over.
Yeah.
And if you go Bishop E2, Knight takes G3. Oh, my goodness.
And what I like is that he's looking at the king side. He's looking at the king side, so he's definitely considering that move G. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. No.
E8. Oh, no. He missed it. He missed it.
What is that? Come on, bro. Just send it.
Yeah. No. Queen E8. I think he wants to go Bishop H5. He didn't realize that he has that Knight G3 move. He probably got to the position that we had on the board with the Bishop on E2. And then he didn't realize Knight takes G3 was such a powerful move at that point. He assumed the rook is coming to H1. White is going to be able to solidify. Knight comes to F4. And he just threw it to the garbage. He was like, okay, I'm not playing G5. Forget about it.
I think the problem, Christian, is simply that I think Hikaru is playing a little bit too passively. He's in draw mode, so to speak. Like he thinks like, okay, play with the black pieces against Tabatabaei, a strong player, and in this game a draw is a fine result, right? But because of that, he misses the opportunity to play actively for a counterplay. I think that's what's happening right now, and that's why he did not play G5. He's not looking for active counterplay. I think that's the thing.
That's a good point. Yes, that's a good point. Perhaps he just wants to cement the position, stabilize the position, and just shuffle the pieces back and forth and make a draw, saying that White doesn't have a good way to break through in the position. Black doesn't have a way to break through, even though he does have G5. But he's just not willing to take those risks in this particular game. Again, it's a matter of timing, right? If you don't time G5 well, it could backfire as well. So you need to be careful with that break. He decided perhaps not to spend his time and try to calculate. It's all about those critical moments, right? If somebody taps him on the shoulder, hey, think in, you don't even have to say calculate g5. No, just think in this particular moment. Think this is a critical moment. He's going to play g5, most likely. He's going to calculate all of those things. He's going to go see knight takes g3 at that critical juncture in time, and he's going to play g5. But
yeah,
you know, it's not easy to spot those moments. It's very easy for us to say these are not our pieces, these are not our knights. But you know, Hikaru did not spot that critical moment.
Yeah, no, I think that he did have to find some tough moves along the road, right? He had to go g4 there, and then knight takes g3, which apparently is just completely crushing. But again, it's all about whether you look for such opportunities or not. And Hikaru apparently was not. So the opportunity is gone. He still has a fine position. He's a little bit worse, but I think it's very manageable with these active knights on c4 and e4. And I guess with the move queen e8, he wants to go bishop to h5 to trade off those bishops. But the moment you go bishop h5, I think white just moves the bishop back to g2.
Mm-hmm. And then you have to worry about the d5 square as well. It loses a protector, that pawn on d5. So that could be maybe problematic at one time. But again, it's just about the mindset that, hey, you actually don't have a way to make any progress in the position. This pawn on h6, me being ready to meet knight to f4 with the move g5, I think this is what he's telling Tabatabaei right now. That's the discussion they're having, the conversation they're having. Of course, a silent conversation, a conversation through the movement of the pieces, but this is what he's telling him. Hey, you cannot make any progress. You go to c5, it doesn't really matter. You're not going to touch my knight on e4. You cannot go to f4 because I go g5. So I'm just going to sit around, wait for you to do something. And perhaps this is also something that he's looking at. Knight to f4, g5, and now with the queen on e8, there's no knight h5. No knight h5 ideas, nothing of that nature, nothing of that sort. So he's telling him, hey, you spend your time trying to figure out a way to make progress in the position. I know it's not there, and I'm going to try to cheese you on the clock.
Yeah. So let's see now. Tabatabaei falling a little bit behind. He's down to 36 minutes, which is still a pretty decent amount of time, given the fact that he only needs to make another 14 moves. So let's see. So let's say, I mean, to me, the move rook ac1 looks pretty natural. Just bring the rook into the game. And now again, in case we go bishop h5, does white just move the bishop back to g2, or do you trade? Although trading
rook to c1, you said?
Yeah, rook ac1. And then in case of bishop h5, I was wondering whether white should trade or not, but I think white can just trade. And after knight f4, queen f7, then you have to move h5 to cement the king side a little bit.
Yeah. Look, this is not by any means deadly. I can still go knight to g5. There are some trade-offs after this move h5 as well. Knight to g5, start looking at the f3 square. You have to worry about those type of instances also as white.
For sure. And
knight to g5, maybe king to g2, maybe now rook to e8, rook to e4 ideas. I have plenty of play in my position as well.
I just had a quick look around the horn. Some other games also ended in a draw. The game between, I mean, we don't have to go to them because they're pretty boring. But the game between Raunak and Jeffrey ended in a draw. And the game between Darda and Ivanchuk also ended in a draw. But both games pretty boring. But there is one game. Wow, wait, what is? No, wait. Oh no, wait, never mind. There's a board glitch in the game.
Don't keep us guessing. Which one are you talking about?
Oh, the game, this game is in fact quite boring, but the evil bar was all the way up in the game between Yilmaz and Prague, but it's because there's a glitch.
Okay. Should we take a look at what Firouzja is doing next door?
Yeah, just a quick note. Wojtasek and Anish did make a draw. Anish did give some opportunities to Wojtasek, but Wojtasek was not perspicacious and did not take advantage of them. And so let's have a look at Firouzja's game.
Yeah,
it's not perspicacious. Yep.
That's a good word. It's those SAT words are.
All right, so let's have a look at what is it? Firouzja's game.
Yes, 97.
Oh, by the way, we have Blake Hypeman in the chat. He's saying, have I told Christian that Slew is better than Mizzou? What do you say?
Like, yeah, no, we know that's not the case. That's all I can
All
say.
right. Okay. Anyway,
Well, we're playing
um,
next week in the
yeah,
Collegiate Chess League. That should be fun. Are you playing
yeah,
the
that should be
Collegiate
fun.
Chess League? You're not playing
Yes, I have
today.
been playing.
You've
I think I will be
you
able to
might play
play.
today. Okay.
Yeah, because by the time we end, then the match will start. So I should be able
Okay.
to make it.
Okay. So it's a full day of work for you.
Grind don't stop.
The
Yep.
grind don't stop. I like it. So what
Yep.
did we miss here? Well,
Mm-hmm.
E5 apparently not a good move. Opening up this diagonal. It makes some sense.
Mm-hmm.
And knight to D7. Knight to E8 apparently was better for, I guess, the simple fact that you're controlling D6. And I don't have knight
Mm-hmm.
B5, knight to D6 that easily. Knight FD7 was played, F4, and now we have knight to D3 land on in the position.
Yeah, I don't like it at all for Nijat, who by the way just takes the pawn on B5. I think a good move. But Firouzja can now just give a check on C5. The king has to move to H2, and maybe then something like Rook B8 to try to target that weak pawn on B2. And we've talked about this before. This is not how, at least I think, you should approach Firouzja. I think you should play solid and make him take risks, not sack a pawn yourself, because that makes it easy for him. He just takes the pawn, and in fact, Black's just much better here.
Yeah, no. I like what Firouzja is doing. Abasov really struggling in this one. He gave up. He gave up opponent with the hope that he's going to get some sort of an attack on the king side. That's not going anywhere. You don't have any attack on the king side. If anybody gets attacked on the king side, is white. The white king is, in fact, much weaker than the black king. So this is problematic. I can give the pawn back, as you accurately pointed out, and then I can start looking at the B file. Problematic position for Abasov. And we remember, at some point, he was 25, 30 minutes up on the clock. Not anymore. He had that advantage. That dissipated as well. It's looking good for Firouzja, and definitely not something that Hikaru wants to see next at the board next to him.
All right, nice. So yeah. Okay, so Firouzja still in thought. We have another move by Tabatabaei, who played
Ooh,
Rook to E1.
the boy. All right,
So let's see.
Let's see it from Hikaru's POV. Rook to E1 and bishop to H5, just played by Hikaru.
So let's say white takes and goes knight f4, queen f7, I assume, and then H5.
Queen f7 or queen to G4. Maybe I'm starting to look at some sacrifices. Are you not worried?
So let's see. So queen G4.
What if you take on D5, right?
I was just about to say that, but I guess we just go Rook D8, and then you have one check, King f7, and that's it, I assume.
By the way, he played bishop to G2. Blunder.
G5 now.
It's all about that move, G5. I mean, it's all about that move, G5. At some point, you have to take that opportunity. You have to play the move G5. Maybe he achieved everything that he wanted out of the position. It does seem that bishop on H5, a nice activity, controlling that D1 square, controlling the F3 square, which is not going to allow white to get the rook on the H file to counteract that rook coming to H6. So maybe this is the perfect moment to play that move G5.
Yeah, with G5, you're definitely burning some bridges, but hey, you go for it. And yeah, again, in the meantime, you hold the situation together in the center, right? So I don't see why not. So G5, take. Let's have a look. What exactly is our plan going to be here? I think for the moment, our rook on D6 has to remain defending that pawn on D5. And maybe we can go rook F7 and rook H7 afterwards.
Oh, yeah. Rook F7, rook H7, get the bishop out of the way to G4, and then queen H5. Tremendous consequences. In fact, I think you're getting checkmated.
Exactly. And by the way, someone in the chat is saying, not Ben and his fake cat again. Well, the cat is actually real. The cat is actually real. So joke's on you right now. And the position is looking pretty good for Hikaru.
That's a different cat. That's her buddy.
But it's just proof that the cat is real.
Okay. So
Yeah.
there's two cats.
Yep, there's two cats. Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
Jokes
But
on chat. Jokes on chat.
mhm,
Yeah.
exactly.
They
So
were
yeah, but
questioning the
so do
veracity
you
of your
think
cat.
so do you think Hikaru will play G5 now? He did not play it earlier. So do you think he will go for it right now?
Is he looking in that direction?
I think yes. He's looking more towards the king side, but we don't have the Tabatabaei POV, so it's harder to judge.
Maybe we can get Hikaru's POV. Oh, Tabatabaei, yes. Tabatabaei under the table POV, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Ooh, okay. Did you see that?
No.
Did you
Oh,
see that
he made a
handshake?
funny face. The thing is though, if you don't go G5, then you're just gonna sit all game, right? So I would I mean it's a Hikaru move. He likes to push pawns, you know, like F5, G5, go for active counterplay. It's good. So I really hope he just goes for it.
Yeah. This is the moment. This is the moment. You can take your time and then play the move G5. I think that's gonna shock the Tabatabaei. G5 is gonna. I look. Hikaru hasn't played G5 yet. The Tabatabaei is probably thinking, okay, you're never playing G5. You're too scared to play G5. But if G5 comes right now, I think the Tabatabaei is going to go down quickly. I think he's going to be shook to the core.
Do you think if Hikaru plays G5 that Tabatabaei will pee in his Pampers?
Whoa.
Okay. Do you think that's gonna scare him? Do you think that's gonna scare him? Is
It's
what I'm
going to
trying to
scare
say.
him. It's going to
Yeah.
look. The guy is fearless, in my
Mhm.
estimation, from what I've seen from him. But I think G5 is going to create a reaction.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know if that dramatic of a reaction that you just mentioned, but there's going to be a reaction.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. I mean, yeah, I love the move G5 here. Come on, Hikaru. Well, the thing is, he sees G5 for sure. And if he sees it and he likes it, it's a move that he probably cannot restrain himself from playing. Right. So the fact that he hasn't played it yet is slightly concerning to me.
Concerning or maybe encouraging that he's calculating?
I guess so. But I would think if he sees G5, he would have already played it.
Yeah, that might be the case. And somebody's asking, has anyone ever fallen out of their chair at a top chess event? I think this,
Yes.
in fact, happened last year at the World Rapid and Blitz.
Against Petrosian. The guy, he was so scared of Petrosian. He was pee in his Pampers, and he fell out of his chair.
Yes. Petrosian made a powerful move to win the game, and the guy just fell out of his chair. He couldn't handle it.
Yeah, he basically got himself checkmated, and yeah, then he fell out of his chair. And the funny thing is, Petrosian tried to catch him, like, from falling.
He tried to give him a hand. He wasn't fast enough.
Yeah, but the guy already fell.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Cool. So G5, we think this is the moment. And the thing is, at some point, you don't have any other ways to improve your position. It's either G5 or you just shuffle your pieces. But the question is, with the bishop on H5, how do you shuffle the pieces? I'm seeing some sort of a rook shuffle, but with the pawn on D5 not being protected by the bishop on F7.
Let's go.
G5!
G5. It's on the board.
Baby.
There we go.
Play.
Common Hikaru W.
Oh, that's now we need to see Tabatabaei. Now,
yeah,
let's gauge his reaction. Let's understand what he's thinking about right now. What is Tabatabaei thinking about right now? Is he scared? Is he finally scared? Do we see a scared reaction from the fearless?
He looked slightly uneasy when the move G5 came on the board, but he looks rather unfazed. So now let's see. I mean, can you keep the pawn on G5, or do you really just have to take?
I think you have to take. But you might. Right. Okay, let's try it out. Let's see what happens. Knight C5, yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So do we just take here, and in case white recaptures, maybe now Queen E7 and go after the pawn?
But the thing is, I don't think he recaptures. Rook to g6, by the way, bishop to f3. I mean, those are nasty tactics in the position. I understand you have knight to f4, so I have to be careful about that.
Yeah. So that's
But
why
what
like
if I just go
27.
king h7 and then rook to g8? How do you stop me like on the g5?
I also like that one. I also like that one. I mean, white still has control over some nice squares like the f4 square, the c5 square, but black really has a firm grip in the center with these knights on e4 and c4. They're holding everything together, and again,
Beautiful
the
knights.
white king is pretty open.
Beautiful knights. And once you play the move knight to f4, I also have ideas of rerouting one of these knights, the knight on c4 via e5 to f3 potentially, and getting closer to the king. That could spell trouble. That could spell checkmate in the position for black. So a lot of things could be happening in the next few moves. A lot of dramatic things could be happening in the next few moves. Right. Especially after, I mean, g5, well timed, nicely played. You missed it a couple of moves ago, but the second time the opportunity arose, he did it.
Yeah, no, indeed. And yeah, now also Tabatabaei is, I mean, 31 minutes is still a decent amount of time, but there are starting to be some problems in the position. He needs to make another 12 moves to reach the time control. And yeah, Hikaru's got great chances to take over the initiative. Christian, I don't think we have discussed the time control just yet. What do you make of this time control? It's a very long one.
It's so
1
long.
hour and 40 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then 50 minutes for another 20, and then 15 minutes to finish the game off. What do you make of this one?
It's too long. It's the World Championship cycle time control, basically. It's a qualification event to the candidates, so it makes sense. We know the candidates is a very long time control as well. Maybe it's exactly this one, this particular time control. So this is the reason behind the long time control. It's a World Championship cycle qualification event, and perhaps there are some stipulations in the contracts that you have to keep it this way.
Well, the one thing though is that in the World Champion, this is weird to me. Almost every event these days has a time control with increment, right? The only event that does not have increment is the World Championship, which doesn't make any sense.
Absolutely ridiculous, yes.
And the candidates as well, by the way, they have a time control of 2 hours for 40 moves. Then what is it? Another hour, and then after move 60, 15 minutes plus the increment, right?
Yeah, and I think the candidates don't have increment either.
No.
Yeah,
which
it's very strange.
Mind-boggling.
It is very strange. Just keep it one time control, man. I mean, come on, how difficult can that be? If you want to play classical chess, keep it one. Especially if you want to play World Championship qualification classical chess, keep it one time control. Do not add increments. Do not add. Okay, now you have increment. Now you don't. It's like we're playing some sort of a catch up or something like that. Hide and seek. I don't know.
It's very weird. It's almost like, let's say, basketball, right? And in the game of basketball, in one game, the ring would be hanging at, I don't know, like 8 feet, and the other one would be hanging at 9 feet.
Exactly.
Like, it's not consistent, which doesn't feel fair. Like I feel like you're right. There should be one time control for the World Championship cycle. And yeah, so it's very strange, and especially the fact that there's no increment, which we've all become so used to.
Yeah, Tabatabaei is concerned. He's concerned. Look, he's looking at Hikaru. He's looking at him. He's following him with his eyes. He's like, dude, what are you doing, man? I thought we had an agreement. I thought we were just going to shuffle the pieces, make a draw.
Yeah, maybe he was hoping that Hikaru would just go like bishop f7 and then they would shuffle back and forth. But Hikaru says no. Like, Hikaru is sick and tired of just sitting around. He wants to create some active counterplay himself.
Yep. And you very nicely pointed out 31 minutes for 12 moves. It sounds like a lot, but not in this position. Not after g5. Maybe before g5, you could have shuffled the pieces, get away with it. Not after g5. Now you have to calculate. Now you're forced to calculate. 31 minutes go by fast.
Yeah, no, for sure. Especially since now there are some problems in the position. So let's think for Tabatabaei. What should he do here? I mean, honestly, I don't know. But let's say you take on g5, right? I think he's probably going to do that. Hikaru's going to recapture. And let's say you go knight bc5. Looks pretty natural, right? I mean, rook h6 is not available. That hangs the pawn. But maybe we go rook f7 and want to transfer the f rook over to the h file.
Why not?
Mhm.
Why not? What now? How do you get away from this?
I don't know. I don't know. Again, like black has such a firm grip in the center. Like you can never trade off any of these knights. I mean, you always recapture with the d pawn, and the other knight protects the rook on h6. So
Exactly. Such powerful knights.
black's attack is gonna come up very slowly, but white doesn't have a good way to get rid of it quickly.
Yes. No, I have to say, the more I look at the position, the more difficult it becomes to find the right solution for Tabatabaei to defend this position. By the way,
Mhm.
it seems like maybe g4 is a move at this point.
Yeah.
But this is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, g4 you take, and now f3. And now, are you getting checkmated? Because, by the way, you still cannot take on e4. You
Yes.
take on e4, I take
'Cause-
back. That's it. Game over.
Yeah.
You still cannot take on e4. No, okay. g4 from this angle, from this perspective, the perspective that you cannot capture on e4 the knight, is just simply not feasible. He's not
Yeah.
going to be thinking about it.
No, for
Like,
sure.
it's
And I was
supposedly a
actually
good move, a good way to defend, but just because now you take on a6, or now you go for the exchange of this knight on c4 with knight b2, these are not human moves. They're just simply not
Yeah.
human moves.
Yeah, and someone makes a comment in the chat that football field sizes vary as well. So it just has to be between 100 and 130 meters. I guess, yeah, that's I guess there might be a bit of variance in other sports as well. And by the way, I just wanted to point out, in case white takes on g5 and goes f3 right away, then I think we just take on g3, and after king h2, our knight is somewhat trapped. But again, we just go back to e4, because in case you take, we recapture with the d pawn, and black is crushing. So always that pesky knight on d4 that cannot be taken. And Christian, we talked about this before, like the move queen d4. We liked it initially, but it might come to bite Tabatabaei right now, as it's always hanging.
It's a beautiful piece. It's a beautiful queen, centralized queen. By the way, what do we have? Okay, h takes g5, h takes g5 is on the board. What now, Tabatabaei? What now? That was easy.
I don't know.
But what now?
Yeah, but the thing is that the easy move, so to speak, already took him 8 minutes, right? Which is a very good sign for Hikaru. I guess Tabatabaei realized that he just has to take. But right now come the difficult decisions. How is he going to deal with Hikaru's plan, which is very straightforward? He knows what's coming. Hikaru is going to go rook f7, rook h7, and try to open up on the h file. But I don't see an active plan for white.
Get the bishop out of the way, go queen to h5, queen to h2, and checkmate the white king.
Exactly.
No, yeah, it's all about finding a plan. Where is the plan? I don't see. You cannot exchange the knight on e4. You cannot capture the knight on c4. That doesn't help your cause at all. In fact, just kills you on the spot. How do you get out of this conundrum right now? This is a difficult situation. The queen is beautifully centralized, but it doesn't have any squares to go to. Queen to e5, I pick it up. Queen to c5, I pick it up with the other knight. Queen to b6, obviously not. Queen to a7, thank you very much. That's going to give me a hit on the queen, and that's going to help me reroute my rook to h7. Where's the queen going? Beautiful queen on d4, but you would love to have the knight on d4. So let's compare these knights to these knights. They're not comparable. I mean, the knight on e4 and the knight on c4, they're so beautiful, but they're so effective as well. The knights on d3 and on b3, they're not effective. It's about the quality of these knights compared to the quality of the other knights.
Exactly, yeah. And again, you can jump your knight to c5, but the pawn on a6 is always just protected. And maybe what white has to do at some point, let's make a couple of moves. Let's say after the trade on g5, now Tabatabaei goes knight c5, we go rook f7. And let's say white makes a waiting move. I don't know what though. Let's say you go rook cc1. What I want to point out is that in case of rook h7, can white go for something like knight takes a6? And already apparently white is getting checkmated after like knight d2 or bishop g4 and queen h5. Wow, the attack is actually coming pretty fast.
It is.
And
It is.
And another thing that I wanted to point out, Christian, that's so impressive. During the game, we were saying how Hikaru has a worse position, probably without any chances to play for win, but he has turned a worse position into a better one. He's outplayed Tabatabaei from a worse position. That's very impressive.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That G5 well-timed break. And right now the pressure is on. And you can feel it also from the Hikaru POV cam, Hikaru under table POV cam. As you can see, Tabatabaei is trying to figure his way out. He's not seeing it.
Yeah, and I don't see it either, you know, and we're sitting here in the commentary booth all relaxed. I don't see a good plan for him. His time is ticking away. We're saying earlier 32 minutes now. Right now he's 22, and it's not looking easier at all. I really like Hikaru's chances right now.
Yeah. Knight DC5. Let's try the other knight jumping to C5. I don't know exactly why. Actually, I do know why. Because whenever we exchange on E4, at least there's no knight on D3 to be captured. Maybe that's going to help our cause at some point.
Christian, I've got an idea. Let's say you go knight d5, I go rook f7.
Yes.
What about knight takes e4 here? And my idea is that in case you recapture with the d pawn,
right,
I can first of all move the queen to c5, but how bad is it if I go rook takes c4?
That's a very good question. Yeah, rook takes c4 and rook takes d4.
And if knight c5
and then you
coming,
get the knight.
And at least I don't think I'm getting checkmated for the moment.
I think this is the best thing the Tabatabaei can hope for. So what if I take with the f pawn?
Yeah, I was just about to say, the more I look at it, I like that one much better. You can stick the bishop into f3 or go knight e3, knight f3, force the trade, and then you're simply going to get checkmated along the h file. This looks problematic for white. So I guess
think you're getting checkmated. I think you're getting checkmated. He's about to make a move.
Oh,
he's about to make a move.
Champ.
What is
Which one do you think he's going to do? Oh, f4. Wow, that's a
Whoa!
very rigorous
committal
move.
Committal, maybe the best move in the position, allowing knight takes g3 right now, but bishop d5 is on the board. If you do go knight g3, probably that's not a good move. I think we just continue with the plan. We just keep going with the plan. Rook f7, rook h7.
Yeah, or now rook g7, targeting that pawn on g3. Yeah, so I like rook f7, and in case white takes on g5, I guess you just go rook g7 and take with the rook. And then
now we
g3
shuffle
is very weak
towards the g3 square. Yes. And your knight is jumping to f4. But once again, it's all about the efficiency of the knights. The knight on f4, beautiful looking piece, but it's not really doing much. It's not really protecting your position. And it's not attacking me either. I don't have to get worried about the knight on f4. Rook takes g3 is coming. You're getting checkmated.
So what do you think Tabatabaei has in mind in case of rook f7? It looks like a pretty natural move, right? We move a rook up. We want to shuffle it to either g7 or h7. I mean, that was already before. So what does he have in mind?
Maybe knight d5.
That's an idea.
But again, we swing the rook, and we have options. Do you want to swing it on the h file? Do you want to swing it on the g file? I think you swing it on the g file in this case, and this is problematic. It's all about consequences. Whenever you play a game, whenever your opponent makes a move, you always look at consequences of his last move. What are the consequences of his last move? In this case, the pawn on g3 becomes a huge weakness, a huge target in the position. I not only have the h file to try to checkmate you, now I have the g file to try to checkmate you as well.
Right, so let's see. So let's say we go rook f7. Can white go, let's say, pawn takes g5? I guess we just go rook g7. And you do get the f4 square for your knight, but I don't think we are really concerned about that. I think we just take on g5 with the rook anyway.
Yeah. This is looking good. If he finds rook f7, and this is a critical move, it is a great move. Maybe it's an easy one for us. I don't know, because you have so many options, right? The thing is, you can go rook f6 if you really want to, and then rook g6 or rook h6. It doesn't make a lot of sense because you want to keep the 6th rank open for the rook on d6. But it's an option that you need to calculate. You can go king to h7 followed by rook to g8. Again, it's an option that you need to calculate. At the same time, the more natural move, it is rook to f7. It is rook to f7. So I think he's going to make it from the simple angle that it's a natural move in the position.
Yeah, like to me, it looks like a pretty natural move to shuffle the rook along the 7th rank. Again, the rook on d6 has to stay there to protect the pawn on d5. So it looks quite logical to me. So I think Hikaru is very, very capable of finding it, because also I don't really see another plan that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. No, rook f7. I think he's going to play it, but he has a lot of time to think about it. He already built up a nice time cushion on the clock, 33 minutes against 21 minutes. So he has some time to ponder his options.
Yeah. All right. So
Beautiful.
let's see.
Beautiful. This is a critical moment, though. Rook to f7. It's all about that rook to f7 move.
Yeah. No, I think if he finds the one, he's got great chances to win this one. And I don't see why he would not play it. Like it looks very natural to me. And he's got experience knowing all of these Dutch openings. He knows the plans and ideas. He knows how to roll a kingside attack.
Absolutely. It's all about that kingside attack. He's going to take his time, try to ponder his options, try to fight that rook to f7. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere, because this is a critical moment and we're going to be here to call all the action as we get closer to that time travel situation. See you guys in a few minutes.
And welcome back, everyone, to round 4 of the FIDE Grunces 2023. Christian Hikaru is still in thought, and actually, he
Just
has
made his move. Just
What
made his
is-
move right now. Queen g6. Literally the same second we came back on the air, he played queen g6, which is not the winning move. Rook to f7, in fact, I was looking through the break, and it's really, really good. Close to winning objectively. Queen to g6 still maintains an edge, but the things are not as easy, especially if Tabatabaei finds the correct move, which is not easy. I'm not going to lie. This is not easy stuff. He needs to play bishop h1, it seems.
And I guess the idea is that in case we take an f4, he captures with a knight, and queen g3, rook g2.
That's
and
right.
black loses.
That's right.
Yeah, that's not easy.
Not easy to understand the fact that finally the rook on c2 has something to do in the position, right?
Right.
So queen to g6.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Okay.
But
all right.
But what about this one? What if after queen g6, white goes knight to e5? That one looks a little bit more natural. Where do we go with our queen?
Yes. Look, queen to g6 makes a lot of sense. You're trying. By the way, we do have a move. Whoa. Wait a minute. Knight e5.
Oh,
you said it.
It's not.
You said it.
Okay, 95 looks pretty natural. I mean, yeah, we said it. And queen g7 instantly by Hikaru. Okay, we definitely still have an edge.
Best move.
What now, though?
That's a good question. What now for white, you mean?
Yeah. What is Tabatabaei gonna do here?
Tabatabaei. Okay. Let's think. I don't know. What if I jump back with the knight?
I was thinking about the same, yeah, but maybe now we keep the queens on with, hey, rook f6. Again, that rook lift.
Rook f6. Not rook df6, because that loses the pawn on d5, and perhaps you don't want to do that. But rook f to f6. Okay. Now I'm taking on g5, and the thing is, you have to take on g5, and that's going to eliminate one of these knights. And I don't think you want that.
Oh, my bad. I thought knight d3, but indeed, yeah, knight f3, a better move. Yeah, because you also hit g5. Not sure what we should do here.
Right. So you thought that I said knight to d3.
Yeah, but let's say after
knight to f3.
Let's say we trade off our bishop. White recaptures.
So bishop takes f3. Do I take on g7? Let's say I take on g7 just to see how this endgame looks like in the position. Take on g7, and now you take on f3. How? I know black is better. I mean, look at these knights. They're beautiful, right? But how much better is black in the position right now? Is the big question.
Yeah,
I have ideas. Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe g4 here to hit the bishop. And like you can trade, because otherwise you lose a pawn. But I recapture with the d pawn.
Yes.
And I have ideas of going rook d3 potentially. e3 is somewhat weak. And you can stick a knight on d4, but I can go, let's say, king g6, and slowly but surely prepare ideas of knight takes e3.
Yes, that's right. And I don't have to hurry. I can just simply go, by the way, we do have a move.
We have a move. Okay, so
knight takes c4. He takes one of these knights off the board. But I think this is a blunder.
Yeah,
this is a blunder.
Wait, what is the idea? So d takes c4, queen
I just
g7, king takes.
take a pawn. I just take a pawn. That's a pawn.
Yeah. White can take on g5 at the end, though, but it looks very loose. And now black has the better pawn structure here.
Oh, look at these pawns now.
Christian, I think Hikaru should have this. He should have this one. I mean, he has an active position here, a nice passed pawn on c4. This should be his game to win.
Yeah. No, I think, and he took it. D takes c4 is on the board.
Yep.
Hikaru feels it now. Hikaru sees the transition into the end game, and he knows that he can just simply pick up the pawn on g3, and that's an extra pawn. That's an extra pawn, and I don't see the compensation.
Exactly. So white can also go knight c5, right? What happens there? Do we still take on g3, or do we trade off the knights and then try to pick up the pawn on c5, which is a passer, but it's also somewhat weak?
So at what point after knight takes g3?
Oh, sorry, I meant knight c5. Like, what do we do there? Do we trade on g3, or do we trade on c5 and then pick up the try to pick up the c pawn?
Good question. Very good question. And
Oh, and
perhaps
look
knight
who's
c5
behind
is
him.
his idea.
Look who's behind him.
Oh, he's looking. He's looking. Hans.
Hans
He's
Smoke
peeking.
Neiman.
He's
Yeah.
peeking. And Hikaru felt it. He sensed Hans's presence. He was like, hey, who's that guy? All right. Get out of here, Hans. Go back to your game.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, so let's see. Tabatabaei now is thinking. I think Tabatabaei is also a good friend of Hans. Hans obviously also good friends with Hikaru.
Oh
So let's see
yeah, now I remember. They did work with each other, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Tabatabaei,
So,
yes.
So let's
okay.
see where Tabatabaei is going to go with the knight.
Big moment right now. D takes c4, queen takes g7, king takes g7. Hikaru is also thinking on his opponent's clock. A very good, wise decision by Hikaru. And Tabatabaei has a big decision to make himself as well. Knight to c5 or knight to d4. I believe right now he's starting to realize that knight to d4 unfortunately falls for this idea of takes, and f4. This is the critical move in the position to destabilize the knight, destabilize the outpost of the knight. Not only that, but I have big ideas of potentially going f3 as well. So f4, big money move for Hikaru. And look at him. He's relaxed. He's showing confidence right now. Knight to d4, knight takes g3, immediately played.
Wow. Look at that confidence. Putting the pressure
Immediately
on Tabatabaei.
Oh my goodness. He's fast.
Finish him. And now I'm sure that Tabatabaei is going to take on g5 because black is threatening to take on a 4, right? I mean, after pawn takes g5, there's a 4, but in case black takes, you get pretty much the same thing, but even in a better version.
Yep. Oh, maybe he realizes. Maybe now he sees f3.
Okay.
He realizes his mistake.
You mean f4?
F4 and f3, yes. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so
he doesn't like it. Look at him. He doesn't like it. No. He realizes it. He's like, okay, why are you playing fast? I'm playing fast, but why are you playing fast? Did you outcalculate me? Did you outcalculate me? Like,
that seems to be the case. Yeah. But I do think that you have to take on g5. I don't see another move. Pawn takes f4 is a threat. So let's delve into that variation. So pawn takes g5, f4. What does white play here? Obviously, you cannot take the pawn because it hangs the knight. So maybe, what about king f2? We can take
but then I take.
But then you can take the knight.
Yes. We exchange knights. You take, and now I have rook g4 at the end.
Yeah, like it's not good, but maybe this is his best option.
But this is really not good. Like, this is a really sad endgame because this c4 pawn is going to make all the difference. And in fact, with both pairs of rooks on the board, with these rooks on the board, your king is not safe. Your king, in fact, is getting checkmated in a lot of instances. So, I don't know. And this is easy to calculate, by the way. And it's not fun. This is not the type of position that Tabatabaei envisioned when he went for these massive simplifications, massive exchanges. Right now, I think he realizes that this position is in desperado mode at the moment.
Yeah, and I think very often young players, they have a tough time defending, right? Going into an endgame where they're just worse, down a pawn, and they'll have to defend and maybe hope for a draw. So I'll be surprised if
he's about to make a move.
Yeah, he took on g5. Okay, now expect f4 very quickly by Hikaru.
Yes. Oh, stretched a little bit. There's some tension in those shoulders right now. There's a lot of pressure on those shoulders right now. We expect f4 to come very shortly, but Hikaru is not at the board yet. There he is.
Oh, there he is.
Came back. Think for a little bit. Not long, just a little bit. Do you have any other alternatives is the question.
I mean, f4 is screaming to be played,
It's
right?
screaming to be played, yes.
You destabilize the knight on d4. People in the chat are asking, is Tabatabaei still young? I would definitely say so. He's 22 years old. So he's not a junior anymore, but he's definitely still young. And I think he definitely still has potential. So
He's 22 only.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a mature young boy. F4.
There we have it. Good move by Hikaru. Yep. So now let's see what Tabatabaei is gonna do here. But it's looking tough. I don't see a good move.
That's the move he missed. That's the move. That's the screamer he missed from afar. Yeah. Good move. Good move by Hikaru. Look, the more I look at the position, the more difficult this seems to be.
Yeah. And in these open tournaments, like Hikaru is always going to get chances with white, right? We saw him winning yesterday. It was not an easy game at all. But winning your games with black, that's often the deciding factor how you're going to do in an open tournament, right? How capable are you with winning games with black? And Hikaru seems to be on his way here to win a game with the black piece, and that's going to put him in a very good position. 3 out of 4 white on the next day, but we're not there just yet.
This is a critical game. I mean, again, with the black pieces, first of all, it's so difficult to win a single game in this event against these top players. Winning with the black pieces against an almost 2700 with a Tarash, let's not forget what opening this was. This was a Tarash, right? Signaling that perhaps he just wants to simplify the position, make a draw. Change the mindset from that, go into attacking mode, time that G5 break perfectly, and now finding yourself in a winning position. That's great. That is a great sequence of events for Hikaru's chances, for Hikaru's confidence as well.
Yeah, no, I'll be very curious to hear his thoughts after the game as to what his mindset was going into the game. But I think you're right. I think Hikaru wanted to go into the game with a solid mindset. A draw is not a bad result against a 26-85 with the black pieces. But hey, if chances appear, then our man is there to take them. And yeah, I don't see it for Tabatabaei. What do you do here? I was just wondering, right? So king f2 is a move. Can I also go king h2? Which might look more natural as you don't step into the f-file, or is there something bad?
Nope. Rook e8.
Rook e8, nice move. Yeah, and you utilize the pin along the e-file.
The king on f2 defends the rook on e1. That's the difference.
Yep. No, I think there's definitely some traps for Tabatabaei to fall for, and he still has 13.5 minutes, but that time can tick away quickly.
No, absolutely, and I appreciate that, Lion. I see the words of support in the chat. We did have Hikaru on the podcast in, I think, episode 3, very early on after we started, and he was a great guest. And I'm sure we'll have him back at some point. So yeah, appreciate that.
You guys have had Hikaru twice by now, right?
Twice after the American Cup as well, but it wasn't like a standalone episode only with Hikaru. He was there because he was the champion of the American Cup. And we wanted to have the champions in that one.
All right, nice. Okay, so Tabatabaei still thinking, just drop below 13 minutes. What else could he do here besides king f2? Let's try to find a move here that looks natural, but that is bad, right? Let's say you go rook d2 to strengthen the knight, or here just c3, I guess is difficult, yeah?
So with the king on h2 or with the king on f2? Let's go king f2, right?
I meant rook d2 right away. But I guess rook now d2. C3 is strong.
Yeah, now c3, I mean, it looks deadly.
Yeah.
Deadly. Okay, what is the most, let's say, human move in the position when you see f4 land on the board? What is the first thing that your eyes are drawn to?
I don't. Maybe a rook f2 to.
Okay, let's put it
pin
on
that
the board.
pawn over there. So yeah, let's say rook f2.
Let's put it on the board. Rook f2. What if I take?
Okay, but then maybe you can. if you take, can I take on f8 and then take on b5, something like that? Or
Take on e3
no,
or
no,
what?
oh wait, never mind. Because yeah, your knight's not hanging. Yeah, maybe yeah. Take on f8, take on e3, and we have something very similar. But is this a good or a worse version?
Well,
for
the
white?
thing is, my c pawn is running, right? My c pawn, I think, is running very quickly after rook to d3.
Rook d3 is a nice move because you
Isn't
cannot
this
trade with
just
black.
GG?
Well, there is king f2. There's king f2. Let's have a look. So king f2,
c3,
c3,
bishop
b4,
d1, or king
f4.
g7 maybe. No, but this is just
Instead of bishop
GG.
d1.
This is GG.
King g7.
This is a mathematical GG. You take, I take, you go here, and this is, we all know, this king and pawn endgame is a win.
Yeah. All right. So looking tough for Tabatabaei, who's down at his last 10 minutes. I mean, I wouldn't call that real time pressure just yet. He only needs to make another 5 moves, but the pressure is on, and I think the real problem is just the ones that he's experiencing on the board.
Yeah, no. Once you see the mathematical GG in this type of king and pawn endgames, it's over. Yeah. I mean, you refuse to play those lines. That's the problem. That's the problem. So f4, big trouble for Tabatabaei. I believe he understands that. We see a shake of head. This is the first time I'm seeing him a bit disappointed. He understands that this is a critical moment. He understands he missed f4, and this could be his demise.
Yeah. No, and the tough thing for Tabatabaei is that all of the variations look bad, right? He's calculating king of 2. Oh, there you go into an endgame, down a pawn. That's not looking like a lot of fun. The other one is also not good. So then what do you play, right? And that's always the difficult thing. You have to choose the lesser evil.
The lesser evil. Oh, that's a sign of disappointment. Yes, a shake of head. Finally, we see the shake of head. You know those fighters that the boxers that they get hit in the face and then they smile and then they smile and then they get KO'd. And that's it. That's when they stop smiling. This is what reminds me of. This moment reminds me of that. Finally, he understands he's getting KO'd right now.
Yeah, no, it's looking tough. I don't know what to recommend him here. I don't see a good move. He's at least going into an endgame down a pawn with a bad position, and also looking at the clock, I think Hikaru is going to win this one. I feel.
Yeah. I don't think he's getting away from it. Tabatabaei is in a world of hurt right now.
Yeah. By the way, on another
and look,
note,
we've been talking about the clock. Look, there's only 5 moves to make, but you still have to make them, and you have 8 minutes on the clock. That's not a lot of time.
No, it's getting problematic. Yeah, because also really because of the pressure on the clock, right? Let's say this position was even, then he would easily make the time control. But since there are so many problems, he has to figure out some difficult variations. I think the clock is definitely a factor as well. I, by the way, received word in the chat that someone was saying Esipenko had won. He has a good position, but he hasn't won just yet. It looks like.
Let's see. No, he has won his game. He has won his game.
Also, Esipenko is way down on the clock, but I wonder
if there's He won his game.
Oh,
Esipenko
I was looking somewhere else, but
no, Esipenko won. Knight f4, queen to f1. Esipenko is with the black pieces. Rook to d8. That knight on a7 is kind of crying at this particular moment in time. Knight to f3, rook takes e4, and Mark Andrea said, okay, enough is enough. Not only that, I lost a pawn, but I'm most likely losing another one. For example, you take, try to get the knight back. I always have ideas of knight takes h3. You're losing a second pawn, and that's not your biggest worry in the position. You have rook to d1 to worry about. You have knight to f4 to worry about, and there's absolutely no weaknesses in black's camp. So this one is over.
Yes, a great start for Esipenko, who moves to 3.5 out of 4. Like I said, black has a crushing position and the extra material. So great stuff for him.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, okay, so Tabatabaei has not moved just yet, right?
Still thinking.
It seems like Arjun's game has also heated up, and he might be winning here.
Arjun, let's see. Pretke with the white pieces, sacrifice the pawn. Let's see where we are right now. D5, queen F4. Whoa! Bishop takes H7? Holy smokes.
Did not see that one coming.
Okay, all right. Rook takes E5, making space for my king to run. Queen H7, check, check. He miscalculated. Queen takes G7, rook takes C1. Everything is forced. And the king just goes. King just runs to C5. He just runs to C5. No problem. The knight protects me. I have absolutely no problems, no issues in the position. Rook to E7, queen to D6. If you take, I take back with the knight, and that protects my bishop at the same time. Queen takes F7. King to B4. Okay, maybe he took the running too hard, too much.
And look at this, Christian. If you take that bishop on B7, then there's a knight to A5, hitting the rook and also threatening rook C1 checkmate as the queen covers the H2 square.
Nice. Beautiful, beautiful. Nice spot. Nice spot on that one. No. Yep. This is looking good. Still looking good. At the same time, rook to D7 might be slightly problematic just for the simple fact that I'm opening up this square for my queen to deliver the check. Very important check in the position. But also, I'm trying to take this queen, the queen on D6, off the B8, H2 diagonal so that I have king H2 at the right moment. Queen to E5 and knight to F3. These are ideas that white could be seeing in the position. And maybe he is getting some chances back.
Exactly, yeah. We also, by the way, have the game between Sam Sevian and Erwin Lamy. It's looking good for Sevian, who, Erwin, by the way, just sacrificed a piece, but I don't know if it is correct.
Let's see what happened in this one. Knight to D4. This was the game where Sam built up a 40-minute time advantage out of the opening. And right now, they're even on time. Wow.
Yeah. So, but Sevian, he doesn't have the edge on the clock anymore, but he seems like he has the edge on the board. And yeah, it's looking tough for Erwin. He has sacked a piece, but I don't think this should quite work. But some difficult variations to calculate here for Sevian, it seems.
10 minutes to calculate, definitely a good position for him. It does seem like king to F1 might give him a slightly better position. I'm expecting rook to E8. I guess this is his plan. Rook to E8, rook to E1 is an option, but I believe this is the move that he missed. Queen to D1. Take a look at this. Knight takes E1 and knight to C7.
That is a nice one. Yeah, you
That's
hit
a nice
the queen
move.
and the rook. And at the end, there's just too much stuff hanging for black. Like, let's say you go queen
Tabatabaei,
C6 to defend the rook.
Yes. But and I'm sure we're going to analyze this, but let's go back to the marquee matchup just for the simple fact that Tabatabaei is down to his last 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And I was looking at the camera. He looks distressed right now.
Yeah, but he also looks like he is about to move. Like I said, 3.5 minutes.
He needs to make a move.
Is not a lot of time. Now he's definitely in time pressure, and he looks nervous. He looks nervous.
Oh, he looks definitely
fiddling
nervous,
a pawn a little bit. Let's see what he's going to come up with.
No, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. He looks at the score sheet. He sees that he still has 5 moves to make. What is he going to do? This game could be over before we reach the time trouble. The time control, excuse me.
Yeah.
This game could be over in the next 5 moves.
Yeah, or he could reach a time control, but with a losing position. You know, I don't think he's going to blunder the game per se, but he might easily reach a time control, but his position might just be in complete ruins.
King. He wants to play with the king. King F2 is the best move in the position.
And by the way, he's been thinking for 13.5 minutes. That's a long time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. King F2. That's the
we
best
don't
move,
mind
but
him
it's
taking
not
more
easy.
time.
He was looking like he's going to go king to F2.
That would be impressive, finding the best move in a difficult position. So let's see, 2 minutes though. He's got to make a move. He's got to leave himself some time because there are still some difficult decisions ahead.
Well, yes, but after king to F2, you have a few moves that play themselves. Like king F2, you take on E3, I take on G3, I'm forced to take on G3. Then you take on D4, I'm forced more or less to take on E3. And then after rook to G4, once again, I'm forced to go king to H2. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 moves. his next three moves after king to f2 are more or less forced.
And just to remind everybody, there is a 30-second increment, so it is very unlikely that Hikaru will flag him, as Tabatabaei will always get 30 seconds after every single move. But it happens. Sometimes players forget about their time and they lose, and it's heartbreaking. It's happened to me as well. Has it ever happened to you, Christian?
I don't think so. I don't think I've ever forgotten about the time. By the way, he just made his
King
move.
f2. So what are we
with
doing
a
now?
minute and 24 seconds. Now he's up to 1 minute and 54 seconds on the clock.
So what do we do now? Do we just take on e3 and go down that line that you showed earlier? Or is there another option?
Yeah. No, the worst time trouble blunders I've had, I did not lose on time, but I lost, I believe, from a winning position. I gave up a rook in one move.
Oh, sure.
By needing to make that last final move. That was just basically GG.
That's rough. Yep. Nope. Like there's the saying, there's no heroes in time pressure. You really have to manage your time correctly.
Yes.
So let's see how Hikaru will try to put on the pressure. He has 23 minutes on his clock, but the game is far from over just yet.
Yes. AC back at the board. AC back at the board.
Mo is saying, didn't Ali flag once sort of recently? I think he's referring to the game against Magnus from the World Bliss Championship. I believe it was in 2019, where Ali Reza had a winning opposite color bishop endgame, but he flagged, even though there was the increment. In Blitz, it can definitely happen.
Blitz is different, right? In Blitz, I definitely flagged many times.
Yeah.
Yes, I flagged many times in Blitz. In Classical, it's a different feeling, I guess.
Yeah. In Classical, you just forget about the clock for a little bit too long, and then
We're being told the IM has a winning position. You know who the IM is, right?
I know there is an IM, but I've never heard of him.
Me neither. It's crazy. I did not hear this name before. Zalmakhanov Ramazan, 2447. He comes out of nowhere, and right now he might be going to 3.5 out of 4. Are you kidding me?
He is not winning. He is a touch better, but he's not winning. I mean, this game will probably end in a draw, right? Between him and Serrana.
Yeah, okay. He's not winning. Okay.
Who
was saying that he's winning?
Us once again.
Okay. That's the chat. Okay. Chat is messing with our minds right now.
Yeah. But he is well on his way to score a GM norm. And if he scores a GM norm here, will it just be one norm? Or will it be like 2, or will he get the title? Or
I think it's just one norm. I know I got 2 norms in one event. That was the European Championship. But I'm not sure if the FIDE Grand Swiss counts as 2 norms. It might, because once again, it's a qualification event to the World Championship, to the candidates. It's part of the cycle. So it might give whoever is making a norm 2 norms.
Yeah, I think actually, like, you don't get 2 norms, right? If you make one at the European Championship, it's more like that you get a norm over 20 games, which practically is 2 norms.
2 norms. Yeah. That's how I got mine.
Nice.
Tournament in Romania, and then immediately after, played well at the European Championship and got my last 2 norms.
Nice.
How did you get your norms?
It took me a long time. I first crossed 2500 when I was 16 years old, but it took me until a couple of moves before my 19th birthday to get the final norm. So definitely felt like, like finally I got the title. But I got
what rating did you have when you made GM?
Well, when I made GM, I had 25. 2560.
Okay, so you were pretty high 2500s.
Yeah, but a few days before I got the title, my rating was 2590.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, that's nice. And
Christian, you are also a World Youth Champion, right? And in what category? In what
under
year
16?
Again?
Under 16. Oh, nice. Yeah, under 16. That's when I think I made my IM, or I was already on IM. I don't remember exactly. I think that's when I finalized my IM norms. With that win.
And in what year?
Youth. 2007. And then in
In
2008,
Turkey.
yes, Turkey, very nice tournament. And then 2008 in Vietnam, I shared first with Le Quang, with Sam Shanklin. Sam always says that he won that world
He was a
championship.
co-champion.
He's a co-champion. Yes, maybe I should say that I'm a co-champion also.
You should. No, but yeah, I remember Turkey. That's where Danya won the gold medal. We played in
Oh,
the
really?
same section. Yep,
Okay,
I was there as
okay.
well. Mhm.
What were you, like under 12?
Yeah, under 12. Yep.
Under 12. Yeah. Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
And it's interesting how times have changed, you know, because back then, you know, everyone also had laptops and computers to prepare with, but the preparation certainly was not as advanced. You know, now
No.
the computers are really good, and there's chessable courses that everyone has.
It's so much different right now.
It's unfair. It's unfair.
I was talking about it yesterday as well. I was at the World Juniors in Mexico coaching a couple of my students, and one of them was a 2200, 2250 in the junior girls section, and she was playing mostly 21, 2200s, and they were so well prepared. Like, we had to go so deep with our preparation to try to get an advantage. It's a completely different ball game right now.
Yeah. But yeah, then on the other hand, it's also easier to prepare these days for yourself. So it's a more even playing field. Oh, wow. Christian, look at this. While Hikaru was thinking, look at the move that Arjun just played.
Whoa.
After rook
Okay, let's see.
d7.
King b4, rook d7. No. Whoa. Knight d2.
Yeah.
Okay. So that basically says, let's make a draw.
Yeah. I think there's no way for white to decline. I think you just have to take the queen. And then you go rook c1 check, king h2, and then knight f1. And then you can pretty much move the knight wherever you want, and you go back and forth.
Yep. Move the knight everywhere except h2, and that's it. Yeah. Very nice. Well, we expect this. Can white get out of this? I don't think.
No, I
don't
think you
can.
just have to take the draw.
I think
you can go a3 check, but after you move the king, you just have to go into that variation again.
Yeah. You're basically forced to take the queen. Oh, we have a move. Let's go back. He did not take on g3, which perhaps from a practical perspective is the better move, because he's leaving Tabatabaei with something to think about. After taking on e3, there was nothing to think about. You just take the knight on g3. But after bishop to g6, you have to think. You have to make another difficult decision. Where do you put the rook? Do you go to c3? Do you go to b2? Do you go to a2? Do you go to c1, d2? Where do you put the rook?
Good question. I don't know. Okay, so bishop g6. I like the move though by Hikaru. He's asking questions.
Great move.
He's asking questions like, where do you go, buddy? Where do you go with that rook?
Great move.
What do you think, Christian? Maybe, to me, it makes sense to keep it on the c file so that the black c pawn does not push through.
Okay, we're on the c file.
Yeah.
Rook c3.
There we go. Rook c3.
We have an answer.
The question for us. Okay.
Which makes some sense. Right? Because the rook from c3, first of all, doesn't allow the pawn to push. You cannot push p with the c pawn. And you can also get ready to take on e3 with the rook and swing the rooks on third rank.
Knight h5. I like the move by Hikaru. Now knight pawn takes e3 is a massive threat, as the knight's no longer hanging. White has to take with the king, and then rook e8 will force you to give up the knight. So how is Tabatabaei going to anticipate that?
It's difficult, especially with 1 minute left on the clock. You still have 3 moves to make.
Yeah.
How do you do it?
So let's say, what about knight f3? You save the knight, and that's what he does. And you block the f file.
He played it.
Tenacious move.
Very tenacious. What now? Okay. So what Hikaru can do is repeat once if he really wants to with knight to g3. That's not something that he wants, though, because he needs to put more pressure on the clock.
Yeah.
So knight to f3 was a good response. Good move by Tabatabaei.
What about this, Christian? What if we take on e3? White is going to recapture with the c rook, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
And then we go knight f4, threatening a fork on d3.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go bishop f1, then I have knight d5, hitting your rook and the pawn on b4. And I think it just collapses.
Yeah, I like that transition. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
I like that transition. So what's my way out? Can I get out of this threat with the move king to g3? Is that a move?
That's a good move.
Maybe still knight d5, right?
Yeah.
Ah,
But
but now I
maybe you
have
go like rook
rook
e6
e6.
and 8. You can take
They
on b4 though, but you know, knight e5 at the end, there's still some counterplay.
Yeah, there's something, right? There's something going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe I will try to avoid this. But you know, what Hikaru is doing right now, it's very experienced. He's not playing on his opponent's time trouble. He's trying to find the best moves. He knows that he only has two more bullets, in fact. The next two moves to put more pressure on his opponent, to make him think, make him blunder before the time control. He needs to find the best moves in the position. He knows that, and that's why he's spending so much time. There's probably plenty of options, but he wants to find the best one.
Yep. Or just the most annoying one, the one that poses the most practical problems for Tabatabaei, right? Like if you take an e3, White's move is pretty obvious. You have to take with the c rook.
Mm-hmm.
That's an easy move for him. And then after knight f4, perhaps he also feels like king g3 is an easy move. But you know, of course you want to find moves that might come unexpected, but at the end of the day, it's probably also best to just try to find the best moves.
Yeah. So what's the best move?
I do not know. I mean, I think going down that line makes sense. So it takes a knight f4 and then knight d5. So let's look at that again. Let's say we take an e3, White recaptures, we go knight f4, king g3, we go knight d5, hitting the rook. You go rook e6, I assume.
Yes,
and we can take
and
take on b4 and defend the pawn. Yes, you have knight e5, but I go bishop f5. And how is although check and I have to go to. I don't like this because
I don't like it either.
It looks passive, but hey, maybe we can go c3, c2 quickly. Maybe it works.
Okay, so the chat is saying rook to f7 might actually be a move.
But that's so dank. What is the idea?
That's a funny looking move. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't get it. What is the idea, chat?
I don't know what to say about this move. I don't think he's going to play it, but who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? Rook f7 is a great move. It does feel like you're almost in some sort of a Zuzwang. And with the clock ticking down, rook f7 is going to shock Tabatabaei. He's shaking his head. I think he wants to go back to g3. I think we're going to see knight g3 back.
Really?
But he doesn't like it because he knows that knight g3 is going to give Tabatabaei a free move, knight to d4.
Yeah. It will make it very easy for him. He will just play knight d4 quickly. Tabatabaei is happy to repeat, and he will get closer to that time control. But then after knight g3, knight d4, do we necessarily have something better?
I mean, he's not repeating. Hikaru is not repeating, right? Hikaru is definitely not repeating. I think he wants to go knight d4.
Okay, so
I believe this is what he wants.
Ah.
Even though this is dangerous, this is strategically dangerous, because if you don't get your attack, obviously you have a pretty strong attack with these rooks and the bishop, the combination of these three pieces. But if you don't get your attack successfully, and I manage to stabilize the position, then this knight on d4 is going to be extremely strong. For example, imagine a king land on c3, and then the rook protects the king from e3. That wouldn't be easy. You wouldn't be able to break that structure, even if you do get the pawn on g5, even if you are an extra pawn at the end of all of that. We're just about to see a move.
And it would be a real pity to just let White get to the time control for free, right? I mean, after all these moves, like after knight g3, knight d4 is just a repetition, and knight e4 you just take. But he has
knight
just played
g3
knight
is on the board. He played it. And we're expecting knight to d4, right?
Yeah, I'll be shocked if Tabatabaei deviates here. Looks like a very natural move, like a good move. And hey, we've just been there, and so he just gains time on the clock. So perhaps Hikaru was a little bit too quick there to
For
play
whatever reason,
95.
Tabatabaei is actually thinking.
But
Which is
94
funny.
has just
Okay,
been played.
94 finally, yes.
And now we expect 94, right?
This is a difficult situation. Like, what else do you play? What, and Hikaru is thinking as well. He's like, what else am I supposed to play right now? Knight h5. I can also go back and then maybe find this move, rook to f7. But what else? I really don't like 94. I'm not gonna lie. I see 94 might be preferred, objectively preferred. I just don't like it from a strategical point of view. I see too many ways in which white can create some sort of a blockade on the dark squares. And I'm a bit worried.
Yeah, it feels like you're giving up a lot of your potential, right? I mean, the knight's very tricky. It's jumping around, but I can definitely see how black still has a big initiative here. The knight is loose, and the king will be forced out into the open. But you're already simplifying the position a lot, and you're making it easier for Tabatabaei. After 94, he'll just take, Hikaru recaptures, and then Tabatabaei has another 50 minutes on his clock.
There's no way Hikaru... We're seeing people in chat saying that Hikaru might be going for a draw. No way, right?
No, that's not going to happen. No.
Like, he's going to find a way to continue this game. He knows he's better.
For sure.
There's no way he accepts the repetition. No chance.
No, that would be a big disappointment. That's not going to happen. Why is he shaking his head? He probably feels like he had something better before, and it did feel like that was the case. But to his credit, Tabatabaei defended very well. Like, King of 2 was a very impressive move, I have to say.
Yes. Good defense with only a minute on his clock. By the way, Caruana Sindaro finished in a draw. Pretke Erigaisi finished in a draw.
Right. So what do you think he's exactly disappointed about? Like, what do you feel like? Actually, I'm kind of surprised, Christian. He could have also gone down the line that we mentioned earlier, right? So when the bishop was still on
knight h5, knight f3, rook f7, is that it? Or the one after taking on e3 and knight to f4?
Well, I mean that when the bishop was still on h5, he could have taken on e3, taken on d4, and then
long time ago. Yeah.
Do you think he regrets not going for this one? As it's
so.
Pretty straightforward. It's not over yet though, but why not go for this?
I believe he might be slightly disappointed about this. What he was surely worried about is the fact that this bishop will have some targets after bishop to b7. And perhaps if I manage to exchange a rook, like let's say rook to g2, which probably will happen in the position, even though I'm not forced, I can go bishop to g6. But if you go rook to f6, rook to g2, and then we get this trade, take, then things are not that easy anymore, because you need some resources to push this pawn. I do have the rook blocking the push of that pawn, and this bishop is keeping it tight in terms of the rook needs to stay to the defense of the pawn on a6. You don't have time to reroute it to support the push of the c pawn. So that's problematic. Perhaps this is what he saw from afar and he didn't like.
Exactly. Yeah. So let's see what problems he will pose here for Tabatabaei. Tabatabaei will have 89 seconds for his last move to reach the time control. And so Hikaru really has to try to come up with something clever here.
He's very disappointed because he gave Tabatabaei an extra move.
An extra
to get
2
closer
moves
to the time control. Again, he knows that he's still better, but he gave his opponent an extra move. Do we see knight to e4? Okay, so he does go for knight e4.
Yep, knight e4 is on the board.
But yeah, he actually... I did not expect this, but it's a good move. It is good.
Well, he actually gave him an extra 2 moves, right? Because they went back and forth.
Yes.
He could have gone knight e4 on move 37, right? Tabatabaei would have taken, he would have recaptured. And there, Tabatabaei would have had to make another 2 moves to reach the time control. And that would have been very unpleasant for him given the time situation. I think had Hikaru done that, he would have had great. I mean, still his chances to win are great, but I think they're very, very good. As there's also the chance that Tabatabaei will just blunder. Now, with another 15 minutes on the clock, I don't think we'll see a blunder here, and the game will go on for a while.
Yes, yes. The question is, how do you protect your king? Because I have a feeling rook to h8 might be a threat in the position, and just try to invade. Is rook to h8 a threat? So let's say you play something like, I don't know, rook to c1. What's my next move? Do I go rook to h8?
What about pawn takes e3? King
Pawn
takes,
takes
and then
e3,
like
king
rook
takes e3,
e8.
rook e8. Ah, simple as that.
Yeah.
And now I have
just
to
move
connect my knight
to
the king. Otherwise, I lose a piece.
Yeah, perhaps we had something better than rook e8, but it definitely felt like there had to be something there. But yeah, it's a real pity. It's a real pity. If Hikaru had played this without repeating, Tabatabaei would have to make two very, very tough moves, and I think there would have been a real chance that he would have blundered.
Okay, now I see it. I bishop to d3. So it's very difficult, in fact, to keep this king on this side. Again, the ideal square for the king would be c3. If I manage to get the king to c3, blockade that pawn, put the rooks on the e file, I'm safe. But you're not getting there, because if you go there, bishop to b1, that's a checkmate.
Right.
If you go to f2, then I have time to transition to the other side with my rook to b2, and that's going to capture another pawn, the pawn on b4. So perhaps this is what he's looking at.
Yep. All right, so let's see.
Okay, how do you defend as Tabatabaei?
I don't know. I don't know. It's a good question, but hey, right now he has the time to figure it out. I guess he's gonna go for a long thing. We can easily see him thinking here for 10, 20, maybe even 30 minutes. So yeah, well, we'll see how long that's gonna go. Let's perhaps have a quick look around the horn.
Let's do
We
it.
have some interesting games going on. We have this game here between Sevian and Erwin that I wanted to go to.
Let's see what happens. Yes, queen takes b4. He snatched a pawn. Well, actually, restored material balance. But now there are some checkmates coming. How do you defend against the checkmates? What's your move? What's your next move right now?
So the rook on f8 is hanging. Okay, so let's say queen b8.
Queen b8. He played it.
Erwin answers the question for us. Okay, so what does Sevian do here? Maybe just knight e6, hitting the rook. You're definitely better in this endgame as white, but is it enough to win? I would think probably a draw.
I'm not sure if it's enough to win. But you do have... Okay, you know what? Maybe. Why not? Why not? And by the way, you have the move b5 if you want to. You cannot touch that pawn because I will create a double attack with rook c3, attacking the knight and the checkmate on the back rank. So this would be game over. Okay. Still big moment, 48 seconds for Sevian right now with 4 moves to go. 2 minutes and 39 for Erwin Lamy, but I have to say the worst is behind him. The worst is behind Erwin in this game. I think 96 is the practical choice for the simple fact that, look, you still have 4 moves until time control. Playing on increment is extremely dangerous. So simplify the position. Give yourself the best chance to win this game in the end game.
Exactly. Yep. So yeah, let's see what's going to happen. Just to recap some of the action, I'm just going to read out some of the results. Fabiano and Sindarov made a draw on board number 1. Then Pretke and Erigaisi made a draw on board 2. This is the game on board 3. Esipenko beat Maritzi on board number 4. Sorana against the IM is probably going to be a draw. And then we have Hikaru on board number 6. By the way, it looks like Firouzja is on his way to win against Abasov.
Yes. So that means that Esipenko is looking like the likely leader going into day 5. He's going to be maybe the only player on 3.5 out of 4.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's definitely looking like that way. Knight d6 has just been played by Sam, but maybe now Aaron can just trade on b4, as there are some threats along the diagonal.
Mhm.
You recapture, and then maybe rook d8, hitting the knight so that his own knight can come back to, let's say, d3.
Mhm.
And I feel like he should hold this one.
I think he's holding.
Yeah.
I think he's holding. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on from this game and see that game that you just mentioned, Basov versus Firuza. And we know how important Alireza's results are for Hikaru as well. Queen to e4, queen to d5, queen takes c4. It's all about the weakness of the white king on h2 right now. And we will see that Alireza will take full advantage of it. Rook takes a3, picking up some pawns. h5, rook to a2, knight to e4, a3, knight to d6, rook to d2, knight to c4, rook to e2, knight to f2, and again, I'm seeing some dangers with that king on h3. If you do go to h4, big question is, how do I continue after this?
It feels like there's something for black, but I can't quite see it just yet. But maybe something like knight e4, and you slowly continue the attack with rook. Rook h2 and knight f2 is a threat that would force you to give up the exchange.
Yes. So
Oh,
let's say
no,
you
no,
play
no,
a move like
Christian,
this.
here's
Check.
the threat. There's f5. There's f5.
Oh,
And that's
f5.
checkmate.
Oh, that's a nice checkmate. That's a
Mhm.
nice checkmate. Yeah, great checkmate.
Okay.
Okay, so knight to e4 is a big problem. You have to defend with rook h1.
Yep. Oh, and by the way, we are receiving word in the oh, Richard Rapport got caught with his hand in the cookie jar against Hans Moog Niemann. Let's show that real quick. Yes, he took the pawn on a5, but queen a4, and now black is just lost. I mean, the bishop is under attack. You have to go queen c7, but
He did.
b4 now.
30
Bishop
seconds.
takes a6.
30 seconds to find
But
it.
he reached the time control.
Oh, he reached the time control.
Yeah, no, that's tough.
So this is
He's got
over
50
almost.
minutes.
Yeah.
But even if you have 30 seconds, I feel like b4 is a move you make in a bullet game, and then bishop takes a6.
So where's the mate? Where's the mate? Ah, you just simply continue, right?
Yeah, you just win. Yeah, rook a2. There's no checkmate right away, but your attack is so strong that you should at least regain the material.
Right. And if you do take on c5, I think b takes c5 comes, and then the b file opens. You have ideas of rook to b1. You have ideas of bishop takes b7. This one is looking very good for Hans Moog Niemann.
Yeah, no, it's looking great for him. If Hans wins this game, he would move to 3 out of 4. Not in the lead, but just behind the leaders, and that's definitely a great start for him. But
Oh,
he definitely got
absolutely.
a little bit lucky that Rapport all of a sudden decided to take that pawn.
Was that, how was the position if Rapport does not take the pawn on a5?
He was a little bit better, so I'm kind of surprised.
A little bit better? You mean Rapport?
Yes. Although, to be fair, the position was already shifting in Hans's favor, but Rapport was better for most of the game. But yeah, I'm shocked that he took that pawn on a5.
Yes, yes. Yeah, bishop takes a5 is a crazy decision. Especially at move 39. And he did have time on his clock. Also, he had 3 minutes, so he had time to think. What did he miss? Because queen a3 and queen a4, they both create the same problems and they both win. So what did he miss?
I think he underestimated bishop takes a6, and that
Perhaps
he cannot take.
Yeah,
Although,
no,
let me think. I think what he missed is that after, let's say, b4, bishop b6, bishop a6, if you take and queen a7, white just goes rook a2. I think that's what he might have missed.
Oh, yes, yes.
No, but wait,
Yes.
but
Yeah, rook a2. But do you
And
have to take on a6? Can you take on b6 and then take on c6?
that might be even better. Yeah, he definitely missed something along those lines. Yeah.
Yeah, you get checkmated right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is over.
Yeah. All right. It must be somewhat frustrating for Hikaru that his opponent can spend this much time right now. Already, although Tabatabaei has already spent 10 minutes of those 50, there still is plenty of time, but it's gonna disappear quicker than you might think. But 40 minutes is still a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. No, so this one is definitely looking good for him. Let's see what Tabatabaei. Okay. Why did I call him Tabatabaei? Stop it. Stop it.
Tabatabaei.
Boy, stop it. You're gonna infect me with with this pronunciation. Yu Yang won his game. We expected that long time ago. Long time ago. He was completely winning out of the opening with those two bishops. These bishops. Bishop takes c4 right now. Move forward. Tabatabaei. Tabatabaei is thinking. And he's trying to figure things out. And it's not easy. I'm not going to lie.
No.
Taking on e3, rook to e8 is coming. And where is the defense? How do you defend?
I don't know. But in the meantime, let me read out some more results.
Yes.
So yeah, we have this game between Hikaru and Tabatabaei on board 6. Veruja is on his way to win against Abasov on board 7. Giri made a draw against Wojtek on board 8. Hans, that's the game we just looked at, is winning against Rapport on board 9. Bakro and Duda made a draw. Yu won, like you said, against Narayanan. Keimer beat Volokitin with the black pieces. Then we have a draw between Noderbeck and Cheparinov. And Vidit beat Shirov in board 14. But a great comeback from Vidit. He lost a heartbreaking game in round number 1 to Erwin, but he's bounced back with 3 straight victories.
That's right. That's right. And we just saw a move from Tabatabaei. Knight to f3 seems to be a blunder. We're going to let Hikaru think about the way to solve this puzzle. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back shortly.
And welcome back, everyone, to round 4 of FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. Christian, while we were on a short break, more moves have been made. Hikaru traded on f3, Tabatabaei recaptured, and then pawn takes e3, and Hikaru seems to be on his way to win here.
Yep. Big transition. Knight to f3 was not the correct solution for Tabatabaei. The most resilient move in this position was, in fact, rook to g1. Don't ask me why. It looks funny. It's not a move that most humans will play in this position. So I'm not surprised that he played the move knight to f3, take on f3, take on f3, take on e3. And yes, right now, unfortunately for Tabatabaei, you cannot recapture on e3 because after rook to e6, you lose the rook. King to d2 to defend the rook, rook to d8. I follow your king with checks. I'm picking up the rook on e1 and I'm finishing the game. So he cannot touch that pawn on e3. If he cannot do that, then what does he do? Where does he put the king? I guess to g4. Is that correct?
Yeah. Perhaps. I wonder what happens in case you go to the e file. Is that just disastrous? I guess it is, right? I guess we just go rook e6, threaten rook f2, and there's no way you can take on e3 as we just take, trade off the other rooks with rook e8.
Yes. Yes, I think you can just take, go king to g6, king to e2. You cannot touch that pawn on e3. Once again, that's a mathematical GG. That's game over. And if you just allow me to bring my king, at some point, I'm going to go to c3. At some point, I'm going to push the c pawn. That's it, game over.
Exactly. And after king e2, you also cannot take on e3, because then pretty much the same thing. We just trade off.
After which one?
Back a couple of moves. After king e2, rook e6.
Yes.
Yeah. If you take on e3, black is going to take. You have to recapture, and then rook e8. And then after the king steps back, you can trade off the rooks, and after king g6 is a very easy winning king and pawn in game. So it looks like Hikaru has it in the back here. I mean, Tabatabaei will have to move his king to the g file. So let's say he goes to g3. What about rook d5? Because all of a sudden you threaten a ladder checkmate.
King to g3 and a rook to d5. I like where your mind is, Bach. Take. And now if you go to h2, well, h3 is a checkmate in one move. That's a ladder checkmate. Boom. And if you go to h2, then we're exchanging a pair of rooks. And I'm very happy with this trade. Not only that, you're a pawn down, also your king is completely cut. So once again, I'm just bringing my king. This is an easy win for Hikaru. Very technical, very easy. So what do you do after rook to d5? I guess you have to defend the pawn with king to h4. But now I can go rook to d4 check. If you go to h5, that's a checkmate in one move. So you have to get separated, accept the separation with the pawn on a g5 with king to g3, and then I can just simply take the pawn. Take the pawn. I think this is a winning endgame. And it might not even be difficult.
And actually, we have king g4 on the board by Tabatabaei. Okay, so now rook d4 looks pretty natural, forcing the king back to the g3 square. And then you're saying king g6, right?
Yes. I think that's the easy way out. Yes.
White takes on e3. Let's say with the c rook, we take on g5. Now we threaten rook g4 again.
Rook d4 was played.
Yeah, instantly. Man, that confidence by Hikaru is just it's just scary.
Yeah. No, he knows. Ooh. He knows. He knows he's getting this one. He has this one. He calculated this one. When he played knight to e4, in fact, all the way back when he made that decision to exchange the knight, which I call it a very difficult decision to make, but an objectively good decision. And he did it all the way here. This is what we mean by that. Knight to e4. This is not easy to allow the trade of your beautiful knight that was jumping around and creating havoc in white's position for the bishop on g2. It's not easy, and especially leave white with this knight, beautiful knight on d4. The problem is, this is in fact your problem in the position. You cannot coordinate the defense of the knight on d4. The outpost is being swept from under its hooves, under the knight's hooves on d4. And unfortunately, he realized that he played the move knight to f3. This is just simply lost.
Yeah, so very impressive by Hikaru that he repeated once and went for a different continuation, right? You would think that he would try to trick his opponent in time pressure, but instead he let Tabatabaei get to the time control arguably for free, but he felt like it was the right continuation. And as we see here, it is paying off, as it looks like he is just in a completely winning position. And now I wonder what Tabatabaei is thinking about, as King G3 looks like the only move, or is there a case to be made for King H3?
King H5.
Ah, wait, sorry. Well, King H5, that runs the checkmate on 1, right? Yeah.
Yes,
but
of
is there a
course.
case
But
to
maybe
be made
he's
for
thinking
King
about
H3?
it.
Yeah,
Maybe
who
he's
knows?
maybe. You thought I missed it, didn't you?
No, you pointed it out earlier. But yeah, no, he's not going to do that. All right. But yeah, King H3, do you think there's a case to be made for that one?
King to H3, not so much. Not so much. I first of all, King to H3, the problem is I can also just simply defend my pawn on E3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because if you take, I go Rook D3.
He's about to reach for the king. Obviously, that's the only piece he's allowed to move. And he goes to... Wait, we get a move? No, not yet.
There's no way he plays King H3. It absolutely makes no sense.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, okay, Hikaru is probably going to win. Faruja is probably going to win. Hans is probably going to win. Then we have some draws here and there. Okay, another game that we can go to, Christian, is this one. Let's go to the game between Vichigov and Aravind.
Ooh,
so
okay, let's go.
See that the materials.
He played King H3. Are you kidding me? Wait.
Oh.
He played King H3. Well, this is over.
Wait, Rookie 8. Rookie 8, you just lose on the spot. Rookie 8.
Rookie 8 is resignation time.
Yeah, because take Rook D3 and you promote.
Yes, resignation time.
Yeah, Rookie 8.
Yeah, when Hikaru is coming back, he's going to be completely shook by this decision.
Exactly. Yeah, no, Rookie 8 looks completely winning as you put the
Look at him.
behind
Look
the
at him.
pawn.
Look at him. He's like, what?
What is that?
What? Huh? Are you kidding? Are you sure? Are you sure?
You joking?
No, you're not. You're joking, right?
Yeah. He looked at him like,
dude,
what are you doing? That's stare. Yeah, and he's already reaching for the rook. Rookie 8 on the board. No mercy.
That's it. Game over.
Yeah.
Game over.
And he looks at him again like, what are you doing?
Dude, what are you...
Yeah, like again, like, what are you doing
about,
the frown?
No way. No way.
Yeah, and he looks at him again.
Bye-bye. Get out of here. You cannot do that.
Mm-hmm. And now Tabatabaei. And you know what's going on? Hikaru had a frown there of sheer disappointment. And we see it as well on Tabatabaei's face. He's like, oh, I'm sorry.
Disappointed in Tabatabaei's weakness in this critical moment. He just wanted more fight coming from his opponent. You know, sometimes they disappoint you. It's okay. It's fine. Look at Tabatabaei.
It looks to be over now. So E2, I guess, is a threat. Let's say white brings the king closer, right? With, let's say, King G3. We now also have Rook D3.
Yes,
and
Rook D3 is
the
a
Rook
big
has to move. Then King G6.
Then I just go King G6.
Yeah, I think that's it.
He might just resign. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Resignation.
Oh,
big win for Hikaru with the black pieces, with the Tarash. What a victory. Takes him to 3 out of 4. Still remains closely behind the leader, the only leader in the section, in the open section, Esipenko on 3.5 out of 4. Great bounce back for Hikaru in the last couple of rounds after a difficult start with those 2 draws in the first 2 games.
Yeah, no, great win here for Hikaru with the black pieces against a very strong opponent. He moves to 3 out of 4. And yeah, this is not quite what we expected after the opening. It looked like Tabatabaei had a risk-free advantage. But Christian, I think it all started with that move H2, H4 by Tabatabaei that gave Hikaru a hook to create counterplay.
Actually, let's go back to that moment, and I'm sure we'll be discussing it with Hikaru when he joins us as well. This is what you mean. This move right here, move 20, H4. That was the move that started it all. Because after h6, at this point, it was not all over, but you could understand who has the more options in the position. Black has the more options to open up, to imbalance the game. And he did that at the right moment. He missed it once. He could have played g5 at this point after bishop to f3. Not easy to see. You have to see that knight to g3 at the end of the calculation. Queen to e8 makes sense. Bishop to h5, and this was the critical mistake. Not exchanging the bishops, which, by the way, it's not entirely not natural. I mean, it's natural to go bishop to g2. You want to keep that bishop close to the king. You want to keep the protector close to the king. The problem is that this allows g5, and after this, I have to say, it was all downhill for Tabatabaei.
Yeah, no, great stuff by Hikaru. He seized the opportunity to go for counterplay, and Tabatabaei never came back. And with this win, Hikaru is back to 2780 and back to number 3 in the world rankings. However, I do expect Firouzja to win, so it will still be a very close race for that candidate spot.
So, in fact, he's winning 3 rating points in this tournament. This is massive, massive win in terms of rating, because this type of open events against 2650s, resilient 2650s, it's so difficult to maintain your rating. We see this rating deflation happening all over the world. It's not happening for Hikaru up to this point.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I've got even better news for the chatters. Tomorrow, Hikaru will have the white pieces. So, or, you know, wait, I'm saying that. I might be a little bit quick. I mean, he might have a double. He can always get a double black. You know, there if he plays Yasipenko. So we'll have to wait and see. Although that being said, I think for tomorrow the pairing is already set in place. I think Yasipenko is going to play with white against Fabiano. Yeah.
Yes, almost for sure, because he won with the black pieces. Fabiano had the white pieces, so it only makes sense for them. And Fabiano is the higher rated player, and the highest rated player in the event, so he needs to float up, and he's going to play Yasipenko.
Yeah, and I think that pairing is already set in place. Like I said, Fabiano is the highest rated player and works out with the colors. Yeah, great stuff by Hikaru. And yeah, this definitely gives him a push in the tournament. You know, a second win in a row. It's very easy to get stuck with these pairings, like drawing these strong players with the black pieces. But Hikaru powers right through and moves to 3 out of 4, which is a good score. I mean, he's gaining rating in this tournament.
It's a great score.
Yeah,
it truly is a great score. Again, only Yasipenko has 3.5. So, you know, that kind of puts it in perspective.
Sevian could still win. Let's not forget about that. He could still win.
Let's see what's happening in that one. I thought that game was going to be a draw, but okay, so...
Whoa. Wait, let's look real quick. We left off after 96 on move 38.
Yes.
And we thought Erwin should trade the queens, but instead he played queen c7, a blunder. But why did Sevian not go c4? Because it feels like the knight on c1 is just going to get trapped.
That's a very good question. Why not c4? The answer is probably because he had 10 seconds on his clock, or however many seconds he had when he made his move. And he played knight f5, which makes some sense. I mean, it's very tempting to try to go rook to e7. You're also seeing a check. You're also seeing a potential opening for some checks on the a2 ga diagonal. So there's a lot of opportunities still in the position, and the knight still is trapped. The thing about c4 is that you're also cementing, creating the outpost for the knight on d6 after the move c5. And once you land on c5 and that knight stays on d6, then you have ideas, true potential on the a2 ga diagonal with queen to c4. So it creates so many threats, you're basically just completely losing after the move c4. Knight f5, rook to d8, queen to a4, and this was move 40. Queen to d7, good move at move 40. Perhaps the only move that kept him in the game, kept Erwin in the game. Queen to d7, and right now, Sevian is thinking for the past 25 minutes.
Yeah, Sevian definitely the one pushing for the win here, but Erwin seems to hang in there, and yeah, he definitely had the worst behind him, and it's somewhat shocking that a simple pawn push was the winning move. That's definitely not intuitive, but I'm really surprised that Erwin did not just trade. To me, that looked quite natural, and it felt like it gave him good chance to hold. So let's see. I feel like it's still most likely that this game will end in a draw. I don't think it's quite enough for Sevian to win, who's also now falling behind on the clock.
I agree. Yes. I don't know exactly how you defend this knight. That's the first critical question that you need to answer. I guess you can try to go queen c4, queen to f1, but that's kind of crazy. You're attacking the knight on c1. You're also protecting the knight on f5. And most importantly, you get ready to play rook to e7. Rook to e7, rook takes g7, start picking at those pawns. At the same time, this is not an easy maneuver. And still, black has its own opportunities with queen to a4 in the position. Plenty to play for in this one. Should we go to Firouzja and see what's happening in that game?
Yeah, let's have a look. So more moves have been played. We left off after, I believe, 94 by Firouzja on move 41.
Yes.
Rook fb3 was played. Check, king g4. And here, it's kind of funny. Firouzja can fork the rooks here with the move 92. And you might think like, hey, I can get out of this fork with rook b8 check, king h7, and then move the other rook, let's say to b7. Black goes rook d3. And the white king is just getting checkmated with 94 or rook g2 coming next.
That's right. So how do you continue though? Knight to d2. Okay. It's on the board. Check.
I think you don't. I think you just lose.
Let's say you go to b7, yeah? Rook to d3, that's it. I don't think you're in time. You take one pawn, but then I go back to e4, and you're just simply not in time to connect your rooks together.
Yeah, the white king is just completely left alone. Black has 3 attackers, white has got 0 defenders, and it's just completely over. Yeah, so I think Firouzja is going to win this one. And with this win, he will pick up, similar to Hikaru, 3.7 points, which will put him at... it will also put him like 2 points behind Hikaru.
Also with the black pieces. So that's kind of critical with the black pieces. Very, very critical. Okay. All right. So that's good. That's good news that Hikaru is still ahead in the rating spot. But again, this is only round 4. A lot of things will happen from round 4 to round 11, which is the end of this tournament. So definitely still a lot of chess to be played. Alireza seems to be primed to win this game, however.
Yeah. And by the way, something interesting happened. I don't know what though. In the game between Keimer and Volokitin.
Oh, I was just about to go to the Hans game, but yes, let's see really quick what happened in the Volokitin versus Keimer game, because Keimer just was there
a touch move incident or something? Because I see something going on Twitter. So let me see.
Oh, it could be happened. Oh, that's so sad. That actually would be so sad.
Pawn? Oh
man, that's so sad. Yeah, he probably touched the c5 pawn. And this is just a blunder in one move. Queen to d1 finishes the game. He resigned. Queen d1, pick up the rook on b3 and be a rook up. Wow.
Yeah, I guess a touch move incident where he touched the pawn. I don't know if it's somewhere on camera that they can show us. I mean, the thing is they should be able to pull it up later, right? Because it was on one of their camera feeds. Yeah, I mean, if you touch the c pawn, if they can prove that, then you might as well resign, right? You cannot take with the queen, and if you take with the pawn, then there's queen d1 check, and you'll lose your rook. So
if you touch the d pawn, at least you go d5.
Yeah, and
you lose a pawn, you're still losing, but yeah. But he probably touched the c pawn. He probably was like, maybe I'll capture, and realized in the last moment that.
Apparently, we have an interview between Hikaru and Fiona. So let's see if we can pull that one up. He's on the live stream of FIDE. So let's see if we can get it.
Okay. There we go. And by the way, right now we see on the screen, that's the touch move incident between Volokitin and Keimer. And we're just trying to pull out the interview as well. But yeah, big win for Keimer, by the way, which was defending a worse position for a very long time. And then the guy just gifted him a full point. So big win for him.
Yeah,
we're still
we have
waiting
this interview between Hikaru and Fiona. Let's hope we can get it pulled up soon.
In the meantime, it does seem like Hans has indeed has played the sequence of moves that we were discussing: b4, bishop to b6, bishop takes a6, double exclam, king to b8, and rook to a2, another double exclam, pointing towards the king, getting set up to deliver the checkmate. And right now, Richie Report is in a world of trouble.
Yep. Yeah, no, Hans probably going to win. He will move to 3 to 4. There is a chance that Hikaru will play Hans. That could happen. It works out with the colors. They're both on 3 out of 4 in case Hans wins. And Hikaru had black and Hans had white. So
oh yeah, no, that's a pretty significant chance. Okay, Hans still needs to win this game. It's not over yet, but yes, that is a potential opportunity.
Yep, that would be a spicy pairing, an interesting pairing for sure.
Spicy.
That the whole world will be talking about.
I'm sure they will, if it happens, of course. But yes. Yep. Yu Yang Yi, I believe, is on 3 out of 4, right? He's not on 3.5 out of 4. I believe he made a couple of draws, but yes, 3 out of 4. Dominant victory today against Narayanan. So that was important for him. Vidit, you mentioned it. He's back on 3 out of 4 as well.
And how White's supposed.
That's
right. So
people are saying Hikaru appears to be involved in the touch move dispute. Okay.
He was there, so maybe he saw what happened and told the arbiter. But let's see if we can get that interview with Fiona up, because I'm sure, like, I'm interested to hear what he has to say, but I'm also sure that the viewers want to hear what Hikaru has to say after this win. So we're just waiting for our producer to give us to tell us.
Yes, we will go to that one in just a second. And you were mentioning this game, Vityukov versus Arvind. You were talking about it a long time ago, so I don't know exactly at which moment you wanted to look at. But we have
the interview ready.
Go ahead.
Between Hikaru and Fiona.
Yeah.
So let's pull it up.
Perhaps we can remediate that.
With Hikaru Nakamura.
Here we go.
Thank you, Ivanka. Hikaru, congratulations. You just won a nice game with the black pieces against Tabatabaei. Before we look at the game, tell us a bit about your start to the tournament. You started with 2 draws, now 2 wins in a row. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, it's always difficult when you're playing so many strong players in a row. You try to win a game here or there. And I think for me, it started slow with the 2 draws, but yesterday I had a good win, and then today's game was surprisingly smooth, I guess you could say. So yeah, it's a good start, but you know, every round you have to play somebody strong. And I think I was like Levon, for example, he lost yesterday, and then I think today he's playing Ponomarev. I mean, which doesn't really seem like a good pairing, of course. I mean, that's just how this tournament goes because it's so strong. But yeah, I mean, I'm doing reasonably well so far.
Great. You talk about the relatively smooth win. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, so basically the first obvious point is right here with A3, of course, because this was played against me in the World Cup by Ventikash, and in that game, I think I castled, which is a big mistake. But all this was pretty normal. I think this all looks pretty decent here. So, or wait, sorry, somewhere around here. I mean, I think the position is kind of interesting because white gets this, white gets a knight to d4. If we just go forward here, white gets a knight to d4, but because white has played b4, I'm able to use the c4 square for my knight. So I thought it was interesting. I mean, I have a feeling I was a little bit worse here, but once we got to this position right around here, I think my opponent started getting a little bit too optimistic, or perhaps thinking there was no danger at all. I think when he played h4, this was questionable. I mean, I don't think it's a bad move necessarily here, but I don't think white gets the structure white wants. I mean, if I play something like h5, for example, and white gets the same sort of thing, like something like this, for example, I mean, just to illustrate it, something around here. I mean, white is much better because I don't get any play on the king side. But when he played h4, I don't actually have to play this g6 or h5, so then I played a6.
When he plays h4, is that a moment when you realize he's getting optimistic, and is that something you're happy to see, or?
Well, I mean, I could tell he was moving a lot, and I mean, he's Iranian anyway, so they're too emotional. So I could tell that he was already becoming he was too optimistic about the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, basically, my general assumption is that he thought he was just much better the whole way, and he really saw no danger. And I think what he did was okay around here, but then like a4, I think is completely insane. I think that he just thought he's much better. He can do anything, but once he allows this b5, at this point from here on, I don't think I'm ever in danger, because basically I get this knight on c4 that's very, very stable forever. And unless, like, even if white gets the maximum here, which is something like this, even something like this, for example, or whatever, something like this, I mean, even if white gets this, I still don't even understand how white's supposed to prove an advantage. So I think this whole a4, a5 combined with h4, h5 was way too much. But then, yeah, we got to this position with bishop f3, and I found queen e8 a very, very important move. Because otherwise I can't get g5. Like if I try g5 right here, there's takes, and I think king g2, g4, and even just bishop e2 with rook h1. And I think here, basically, in this position after rook h1, like if we ever get this one, I think white is probably better here because there's also an f4 square that's available, so I can't really do that. But once I go queen e8, now the idea is I have bishop h5, and after bishop g2, g5, now basically light square bishop is much better than his light square bishop. And I think he has to play hg5 here. I don't know if there's anything else. But he takes, and then he plays f4, which I think was not the best move. But I don't know if queen g6 was right, queen e7 was also moved, but we got to this position, which I think was all very normal. And then somewhere around here, actually, this point, I remember thinking, because he was low on time, and I had like 23 minutes, that I could just take on e3, king g3, rook d4, rook e3, rook g4, like king h2, rook g5, and probably I'm just winning here very, very smoothly. But basically what I forgot is I thought that somehow he has like a rook g3 move here, and there's some bishop b7 idea. That's what I thought, but I think he even just takes rook f6, bishop b7, bishop g6, rook c1, and I mean even just king f7, just bring the king over, like just to show it, like something like this, this, king here. Actually, I guess here I don't even have to go that way. I can also just go, I guess I can also just go to e5 here. But basically, I think all of this was winning, and then I played bishop g6, and I don't exactly know exactly what I missed.
What made you decide between the two moves?
I thought bishop g6 was very good. I think what I missed is, yeah, I think rook c3, there was something on rook c3 that I missed in my calculation when I went for this. I don't remember what at the exact moment. There's something I missed, which is why then I repeated. Or actually, yeah, we did a repetition here because it was what was it? It was rook c3. Yeah, I played knight h5. Yeah, we did a repetition here with knight g3, knight d4, and now I played knight e4. Of course, he has to take, and I mean I think here it's very, very bad for white. Maybe there's some knight e2, but when he played knight f3, I'm able to just trade into this endgame. And if king e3, I have check. King d2, rook d8, which just wins the rook on e1. And after king g4, I check, and then he just blundered with king h3. If he goes king g3, I think I was going to play rook d5, takes, king h4, and then rook g6 with the idea of rook h8 made, and after like check and something like rook e5, now I have rook f2, and again, too many mate threats, and I think practically this should just be winning for me. But he was nice. He played king h3, and then after rook e8, I mean it's just completely lost because after takes, rook d3. If takes, the pawn is too fast. You get d2, d1. And after like takes, rook d3, rook g3 again, I just trade, c3, king f3, c2, and it's winning. So yeah, I mean after rook e8 he resigned, and it's a good win.
Very nice win. Hikaru, in this tournament there are 2 qualifying spots for the candidates. Is that the clear goal here?
No, that's not my goal. My goal is to keep my rating where it's at. If I finish in the top 2, that's nice and fine, but I would just say it's a lottery. You have to get the right pairings, the right results, the right moments. So I'm thinking about the rating more than the top 2 in this tournament.
You've been playing a bunch. You came here from Qatar. How did you spend your time in between the 2 tournaments?
Well, I mean, Doha was much nicer. It was nice and warm. I'm used to warm weather. Here it's like cold and miserable. Very reminiscent of all those many Decembers that I spent in London for the Classic over the course of a decade. But I mean, Still, it's been a while since I was here. I was last here, I think, in 2019. So it's good to be back. And of course, I mean, there's some very important moments that happened during this event in 2018 specifically. So it's a little bit nostalgic as well. So just,
Can you tell the viewers about what happened in 2018?
Yeah, I mean, 2018, there was a famous dinner that I had with Danny Wrench, actually. I think it was somewhere in the middle of the tournament, and he basically sort of convinced me, in a sense, to give streaming a shot. So, yeah, that was a very important moment, I guess you could say, for chess in general. And yeah, it's quite nostalgic when I look back on it.
Very nice. I never realized that started here. I'll turn to our commentators to see if they have any questions.
And Hikaru, you mentioned keeping your rating. Is that for the potential rating spot for the candidates? Is that the priority right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's basically myself or Ali Reza. I mean, unless like Anish or Wesley or somebody just has an amazing result, no one will come close. So I just figure keep the rating where it's at, and if I do that, then hopefully it'll be good enough.
And we have a question asking you about the facial cameras that we've recently installed on your board. So we get a very unique angle seeing you play. Look, there you go.
Yes, it's definitely different, that's for sure. Yeah, it's different, but I mean, I think the fans enjoy it. So yeah, I am aware of it though, because where they're positioned, it is kind of awkward. Like you probably don't notice it, but it's like I have to be careful not to put my coffee like in front of the cam actually for my opponent usually, because it's limited space at the board. But yeah, it's something different. So. Hopefully people enjoy it.
3D eye tracking, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Hikaru, I guess you are going to head onto your own stream now. Speaking of streaming, so thank you so much for dropping by. Congratulations again and best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Fiona, and thank you, Hikaru.
And I do believe that we are back. And in fact, we are back with one Hikaru. Hikaru, congratulations. Beautiful interview, very insightful, but this must feel sweet. This was an important victory for you. Much more important than yesterday, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, obviously today's game was, it was a strange game because I think on the one hand, my opponent thought he was better. And I think he just overestimated his position, and he really felt this need to try and be aggressive and go for more. Because basically, from the start, I mean, it's pretty boring, I guess you could say. So we get this class position here with A3. Of course, I played knight e4. Maybe it's a good thing that I forgot and played castles against Ventukesh in the World Cup, because at least I didn't show knight e4 there, even though that was my main preparation. But yeah, like basically, yeah. So knight e4. He played knight at d2, f5. Yeah.
Were you aware that Tabatabaei had a game against Jordan at the Olympia last year?
No, of course I wasn't aware of that. Why would I be aware of such things?
Okay, well,
with b4 apparently.
We figured you would prepare for the game.
I mean, I do prepare here or there, but honestly, I mean, I didn't feel well yesterday, and actually I felt even worse last night. So I did very little preparation for the game today, honestly. Luckily when the game started, or at least when game time, came today, at least felt I had much more energy than I did yesterday. But I didn't do a whole lot of preparation because I mean, it was not a good night.
And Hikaru, I just wanted to ask you, what was your mindset going into this game? Did you just want to play solid, or did you want to try to go for a win against Tabatabaei with black?
I mean, obviously, the thing is you try to play solid. And if you have opportunities, you take advantage of them. So, yeah, I mean, I just want to be relatively solid, play something. I mean, of course, I did play this against Parham recently in Doha as well, this Trash, so it shouldn't have been a huge surprise per se. But of course, I didn't play knight e4, and I think Amin wasn't really expecting this either, which is why he was slowed down right away. Like, he slowed down before playing knight d2, and then he slowed down, I think, after b4 or before b4. But I mean, you just try to be solid and take advantage of the opportunities they present themselves. And yeah, like b4, played bishop e7, bishop e2.
When did you feel? At what point did you feel like you're finally taking over this game? You're seeing some opportunities. These opportunities.
Well, I mean, I think that I think Amin basically started. He was being too aggressive. He thought he was just much better. I mean, I get it. Like you want to have confidence and everything, but I mean, just you could tell from his demeanor that he thought he was much better, like in a position that was +1, when in fact, I mean, it's maybe a small advantage for white, but nothing super special. So I think somewhere, yeah, he was making a lot of moves very quickly here, which of course also suggests a lot of confidence and thinking he's doing very, very well. But yeah, right around here, I think once I got the knight c4, white maybe is a little bit better, but I don't think it's all that special for white. And yeah, I mean, he played this h4, which I thought was just horrible. I thought it was a huge positional misunderstanding of what was going on in this position. Because I think basically he thought he could just do anything, and he's just always a little bit better. And he sort of underestimated D's knights in the center of the board on c4 and e4. So I think because of that, once I got queen e8, that's when I still wasn't sure here. I would say the first one was when he went again, completely lost his mind and played knight e1, knight d3. Very, very much a wrong concept here of trying to go for a4 and something on the queen side. So yeah, when I played
there was this moment where instead of knight to e1, it's interesting that you pointed out this particular moment. He had this move knight to g5. Did you spot it? To change one of these knights.
I kind of saw it after I played a6. Yeah, I mean, probably I should have just played h6 first to stop it. But I did see it very briefly, but then he played knight e1, I think, within like a couple of minutes. So it wasn't ever really something that I seriously thought about. But yeah, like once he didn't play knight g5, I mean, he went for this knight d3. Like it's not necessarily bad per se, but then he plays a4, b6. And I mean, white's never doing anything on the queen side. And I really just feel like, I mean, completely just he misunderstood the structure altogether. And once I got b5, I was feeling good. But then once I spotted this queen e8 move, which I think was very, very critical, that's when I had a feeling that I would get winning chances.
Actually, Hikaru, here you had the move g5. You could have gone g5 right away. And the reason why was not easy to take king g2, g4, bishop b2, and here you have a great move.
Knight g3. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah, I didn't see that.
Right.
I didn't see that. Yeah.
And Christian and I were saying that if someone would tell you that there's something in the position, you probably would find g5 and then knight takes g3 at the end, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, g5 was the move that I wanted to play, but my understanding, I mean, since I didn't spot the tactic, of course, my understanding was that if I open the h file and I don't actually claim the h file, like white can never trade a set of rooks, and I think white is better again, basically, because I have to go for g4, I think.
Yeah.
If you don't spot knight g3, then his queen to e8 makes perfect sense.
Right. Yeah. So I mean that's why I played queen e8. Yeah. So play queen e8. Yeah. And then once I got bishop h5 and g5, I had a feeling I was very much in the driver's seat. Like once I got this in, I thought like everything's going my way now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And here, instead of queen g6, did you also consider rook to f7?
Yeah, I mean, rook f7 I didn't consider. I considered queen g6 and queen e7. The funny thing is, though, when I was thinking during the game, I had a feeling there was some stupid things with the rooks where I could probably do something. But I mean, without knowing what I'm supposed to do, I can't figure it out, of course. I mean, it's a very logical move just to bring the last passive piece into the game. But yeah, I just for some reason I didn't consider it. I mean, it's the sort of move that without knowing it's a good move, it's hard to play. I mean, I was basically considering queen e7 and queen g6 was the only two moves that I was considering here. And I thought queen g6 made the most sense just to force something immediately on the g file.
Yeah. And he played this move knight to e5, knight takes c4, and at this point we could see a grimace on your face, a frown, you might call it, because it felt like you knew the ensuing endgame is going to be favorable for you. Did he miss f4?
I don't know what he missed. But I think, yeah, I mean, I think that he just he was feeling the pressure and he was just trying to play quickly and avoid getting low on time also. So I think that's why he played knight takes c4 quickly, but I think it was just a bad move. I mean, because he has to go into this endgame and he doesn't get this outpost on d4, so it just kind of all falls apart. I mean, after king f2, of course, like I'm such an idiot after king f2 because I should have just played fe3. I mean, this was ridiculous. I mean, this is just easily winning, right? Rook g4 and rook g5, zero risk, extra pawn. And I for some reason I thought the pawn on a6 was actually weak, but I don't think it is.
But in hindsight, what you did worked out a lot better, right? Because this endgame probably it is winning, but it might also be not. Whereas in the game, it's very easy for him to go wrong, and he actually went wrong right away. And we were wondering where you looked somewhat annoyed. Were you annoyed?
Well, I mean, I was annoyed because I was annoyed.
Repeat?
Well, I was annoyed because I missed rook c3. I was looking at rook d2 and rook c1. And so I was annoyed because this meant that his 41st move, knight f3, was after time control, as opposed to having to play the move before time control. Like, because I made the repetition. Yeah.
Knight to
Yeah,
F3
were
at
you
this
annoyed to
point.
go knight h5 and then knight g3 back instead of going knight e4 right away, which would force him to make 2 more difficult moves?
Yeah, I mean, of course I was annoyed, but luckily the position I think is so good anyway that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. And after knight to F3, a nice transition. And at this point, he played king to H3. You were completely shocked when you came back to the board.
Well, I mean, because basically I had looked at when I played up to bishop takes f3, I basically saw the position every line the king has to go to g3. If he goes to king g2, I can play rook d2 check to force the king to g3. If he goes to g4, I have rook d4 to force the king to g3. So the king always has to be on g3. So that's why this was the only position in my mind that I was calculating. And then I was kind of shocked that he played king h3 because rook e8 and it's just GG on the spot. Yeah. So I mean, it's kind of nice to win like that, but still, but yeah, it's nice. It's nice to win like this. And yeah, just keep moving forward.
You mentioned your energy has been low. You haven't been sleeping well. How are you feeling after this game? Do you feel a burst of energy after this win?
Well, I mean, the last 2 days I've been feeling absolutely miserable. So, but yesterday I didn't feel good. Today it was a little bit better. So luckily, or not luckily, but hopefully it'll just keep on getting better because if I didn't feel very well and I was able to get through those 2 days, it should be nothing but up from here. So, yeah, my energy levels haven't been great, but I've found a way to win the last 2 games, and it is a very long tournament. But at the end of the day, just have to keep playing every game and keep on bringing the good chess.
So Hikaru,
go ahead.
What happened in that game next to you between Keimer and Volokitin? Did you see what happened, or what was going on there?
I mean, I didn't actually see it live. I mean, I came over right when they were discussing it. Basically, it's like Volokitin. I think he wanted to touch the pawn on c5 and say adjust. And Keimer was saying, well, he did, of course, missed queen d1 check. I don't know if there are actual cams on the game or whatever. But the funny thing is, I feel like there have been a couple of dramas. And I don't even know what they are exactly. But yesterday, there was some very long dispute or discussion in the game between I think it's Shevchenko and Tabatabaei. They were literally outside discussing something for half an hour. So there's some kind of drama yesterday. I think another round there was someone. I guess I think it might have been yesterday or the day before, but Crow was complaining because I think the people on the second floor in the audience were too loud or something. So yeah, there've been a couple of dramas for sure, but it's what it is.
But I assume they have cameras there, so they should be able to see what happened with the video assistant referee.
No, they don't though, because the only board that has the 2 side cams is my board. But unless you're on the top 5 boards, I don't think they have cams in real time.
Oh, so this is a picture. This is not a camera.
That's a picture.
Well,
yeah.
Are you talking about a camera from up up on the second floor?
Well, the one between Keimer and Volokitin. Let's say Volokitin says I did not touch the pawn, and Keimer says yes. How is he ever going to force him to take it? It's just his word against the other.
Well, that's true. I mean, I don't know what the situation was exactly. Oh, there's a moving camera, so people are saying. Yeah, I don't know the specifics. I didn't actually see it in real time, but I heard the discussion of what was going on. And it was funny because Keimer, Vincent, he was giving me this look, and I could tell it was a look of I mean, there's no I could tell he clearly thought there's no camera on the game, and Volokitin probably touched the pawn, and I'm going to get screwed and not win the game because of it. So yeah.
But can you share the extent of the conversation a little bit? What were they saying?
I mean, they were just basically the arbiter there. I think Volokitin was saying that he adjusted the pawn on c5, and Vincent was saying that he touched the pawn. Basically, that's what they were saying. And I think the arbiter basically decided that Volokitin had to take the pawn on c5. But I don't know the specifics about it. That's just what I overheard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a very tense moment in that particular game, a very difficult moment for Volokitin, who was actually enjoying a slight advantage in the position. You touch the pawn on c5, the game is absolutely over. So he does kind of look dejected in that particular picture that we see on the screen right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's kind of what happened. But it's just shocking that Volokitin would make a blunder like that. But I feel like we're seeing more blunders, at least in the last round or two. So it's not too not too surprising. Yeah.
Go ahead, Benjamin.
Oh, apparently it's in the live video, so I don't know if we can somehow pull it up or what exactly happened.
Yeah, I mean
yeah.
it's not a big deal right now, but yeah, I think it just is that Volakit touched the pawn, probably said adjust, and the arbiter decided that clearly he intended to take the pawn.
Another thing we were discussing during the game was the fact that Ali Reza was also winning his game, or at least getting big chances with the black pieces against Abasov. Were you watching that game closely? Were you a bit worried after Abasov's opening?
Well, not really. I mean, first of all, I was very confused to see Abasov up there on that board, because I mean he should have lost yesterday. Like he was completely lost in this long end game, and then somehow he drew it miraculously. So I was actually very confused to see to see see him up there, because it didn't make any sense to me. But luckily Ali Reza wasn't actually next to me. He was like one row behind, because I was at the very start of the row and he was on the row behind me. So I didn't really see it very closely. I mean, it looks like Ali Reza is going to win his game as well with the black piece to keep pace. But you know, at the end of the day, it's you just have to just focus on your own games and try to take care of it.
Right. And you also mentioned in the interview with Fiona that your main goal is to do well in terms of rating. That's quite an interesting perspective you have. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, I mean, I think the way that yes, I can play very well and qualify, but to finish top 2 in such a strong open tournament like this, I think there's a lot of luck involved. Specifically, like who do you get in the right pairing with the white pieces, for example? I don't think you can really count on finishing the top 2 in this tournament. I mean, even Fabi gets off to a great start, but he's drawn a couple of games now. It's probably a big tie up at the top. So I don't think you can really count on. I mean, like you can hope to win this tournament or finish in the top 2, but I mean, expecting it, I think you have to have a lot of hubris. I don't think even Magnus would say that he should always finish the top 2 in a tournament like this. So, yeah, I think that my goal is just, if I keep the rating where it's at, or I play well and I win some games, I mean, I'll have a shot, and to just go from there. But that's really all that's the only part, I guess you could say, that to some degree I do control. Everything else I don't really control.
Yeah, that's very insightful. Hikaru, congratulations, big victory. Go get your energy back up, get some rest, get the recap up, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, I'll see you guys. Have a good one.
All right,
bye.
have a good one, Hikaru.
All right, and
so
that was Hikaru with his insights after a tremendous victory with black pieces in the Tarash against Tabatabaei.
Yeah, no, great stuff for him. And let's see, we still have some games ongoing. We have Sam Savian, who, by the way, just sacrificed a piece against Erwin Lamille. Perhaps we can go to that one real quick, Christian.
Yes, let's
feel
go to that one.
Erwin can just take the knight, and perhaps he should. So let's have a look. Let's say we take the knight on f5. White is going to take on f6 and threaten checkmate, pretty much, with rook g3. But we have queen c7, covering that square and threatening a checkmate ourselves on d1.
Right, so knight to e2?
Well, knight e2, I guess you can take. And then after queen e1, king h2.
And do I have perpetual? Never mind. You take on d8 with the check. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. This game is going to go on for a little bit. Why don't we take a break? We let them think, and then we come back with renewed energy and renewed analysis, and we'll finish the broadcast with some more analysis about these crucial games. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 4 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. Christian, while we were on a short break, some more moves have been played in the games that are still going on.
Yep, absolutely. And let's take a look at this one. Basov versus Firouzja. It's so consequential to what Hikaru was talking about so many times. It's all about that rating spot for the candidates. So it's all about that rating race between these two players to make it to the candidates. And by the way, how easy is this position to win? Because I'm looking at it. I understand if you get to h1, the game is over. Yeah, you get to h1, you get the pawn on h5, that's it. And even never, you know what? Never mind. Even if you do get to h5, how do you get the rook back after? So, in fact, it's not that clear. How do you make progress in this position?
It's a good question, and let's actually put that on the board to illustrate. Let's say Black goes rook a1 here.
Oh, that's
we go knight
okay.
f3. And let's say you
then
give a check, king g2, and you pick up the pawn. I think,
let me
as
go
you
here.
pointed out,
Yes.
this is actually a mistake because...
Correct.
Yeah, let's give up the pawn.
Okay, let's go to h. I cannot find a good move, right? But you get to this point, right?
And I think this is just a draw because you go knight e5, knight f3, and the rook is completely stuck. So what Black can try to do when you set to h1, maybe the king can go all the way around. Then rook h2 would be checkmate. That being said, if you try to go for that, the moment you go king d6, you might step into knight f7. And the knight, though, might now be the piece that's getting trapped, but that's at least something you have to watch out for. Yeah.
Yeah. If you would be on g1, that would be nice. You would deliver the checkmate. You're not on g1, and you're very far away from g1. In the meantime, I'm going to promote my h-pawn. So how do you win it? I mean, I understand the engine is saying that this is completely busted. It's over. Game over. -5, so something like that. But how are you winning?
So let's make some moves. So after knight e5, let's say we go rook c2, right? And you go, I don't know, knight f3. And let's say we go king d6 now. So you go knight e5. Can I already go king d5? Or should I play, let's say, rook c7 to stop you from going knight f7? And then I want to go king d5, king e4. And eventually I should be able to go all the way around.
Again, even in you get to g1, I go king h4, king g5. So I'm not sure if that's enough. Now I go king h4. I'm escaping the checkmate. Rook h2, king g5. Sure, probably you're going to take my g3 pawn, but I don't think that's going to be enough. So the more I look at the position, the more difficult it is for me to find the path forward for Black. Okay, let's take it from the beginning. Let's take it from the game position. King to e7, knight to e5. You mentioned this idea of putting the rook on the 7th rank so that you cover knight f7. And that would allow you to run your king down the board, right? That was the plan. So let's do that.
Yeah. Oh, never. I wanted to suggest, okay, that's the, I wanted to, but then knight c6.
Yeah. It's getting late in the broadcast, you know what I mean? Knight e7, of course, rook to a7, excuse me. Knight to c6 would finish the game on the spot. So obviously he's not going to do that. Let's try to do it from b7. Okay, I don't think I'm getting in trouble if I do that. Check, knight e5 back, rook b7.
Yeah, so what is the plan here, right? So let's say we go king g2, you go king d5. So where do I go with the king? Let's say
I go king f3.
Yeah, so let's go king f3. Okay, so let's say you check, king g2. Can you go king e4 here? Or is knight f7 a concern? Or let's say go knight f7.
Yeah, I think it is.
Check, king h3.
Okay.
And here's the thing. You can take that pawn on h6, and that creates an escape route for your king. So I feel like this has to be winning for Black, but it's not that easy.
Yeah. No, not that easy at all. Knight to e5, rook to c2 was the move preferred by Alireza. But by the way, Alireza is getting down to his last 10 minutes. Is this... No. This cannot be. Is this 10 minutes after 60 moves, or is he just about to get another 15 minutes?
I think he will get another 15 minutes. So let's also do the math real quick. We started at...
Most likely he's getting some more time, right?
Yeah, I think we'll get some more time. Yeah, because it's not too long ago since Hikaru won his game. But, you know, then that's still, by the way, a lot of time, like 25 minutes.
25
minutes. If it's 10... 10 can disappear quite quickly, but 25 is still a good bank of time. And Christian, one thing I was wondering about is, let's say, black moves that rook back to c7, right? What if white sits with the king on g2? So let's say you go king g2, that king steps up, you go king f3, let's say. There comes a check, or king f2
let's say
now.
king b4.
Yeah, so let's say check, king f3, maybe another check, king f2, yeah, king e4.
You want to go king f2?
Yeah, king f2, king e4, I go king g2, you give me a check, or there, and I go, let's say, king f1. How exactly do you win? Or do you go rook c5?
At some point, I will have to sacrifice. Once I get my king in, now I can sacrifice my rook for the knight. You cannot sit, because this is just over, right?
No, I think that's the winning
the
plan,
pawn.
yeah. And you walk up with the king, and then at some point, you just threaten to take the knight. All right.
So I cannot stay with my king on f1, because after rook to c5, I don't have knight f7. King f3 just finishes the job. I need to stay with the king on g2. So king e3, at that point already, I have to go knight f7.
Yeah.
Where's the win?
And then I guess you give a check.
Yes, I go
king
up.
h3. But here, let's say king f3,
let's say king f3, you take, right?
Or rook g2.
Maybe you can... maybe you can go rook c7. This is the winning plan, I think. Knight g8, now I attack the pawn, or I attack the knight first. I attack the knight first. Yeah, that's the winning plan. Right. And you don't have time to go king h4 in the position, because that allows the trapping of the knight.
Yep. So it should be a win for Firouzja, and I also don't think it should be that difficult. In the meantime, the game between Erwin and Sevian just ended in a draw. So Esipenko is officially the sole leader after round number 4. Good result for Erwin, holding a strong player to a draw. It was definitely not an easy game, but he survives.
Oh, yeah. He definitely survives in that one from a losing position. And let's just point out the critical moment. It was at this point, move 39, when he played the move knight to f5 back. Tempted by the idea that you might get rook to e7 at one point, rook takes g7, that would be game over. What he had to play, and once you see it, it becomes very obvious in the position, was c4. c4 would have finished the game almost on the spot, because if you allow me to go c5, queen to c4 arrives on the board, the knight on c1 is trapped. There's no way to get it back into the game, and once I solidify the presence of my knight on d6, it's all she wrote. So my guess is the only concern that he had in the position was, how do you respond to rook to b8? And you know what the answer is? I don't care. c5.
Oh, wow.
I don't actually care about the queen. Yeah. Take it. That's a checkmate in one move. That's the difficult part. That's the difficult part. Very difficult to see this, of course, with only a few seconds on the clock.
And quick question, let's say white goes queen d2 here. Does that throw the advantage?
Queen to d2, yes. Queen to d2 throws the advantage after queen to c5.
Stop the check. Wow, c5. That's probably what he missed in time pressure.
Yeah. Queen to a3 wins it as well.
Nice. Yeah,
Not
and here's a nice line, Christian. After knight b3, you take everything, and then queen takes d6. c5 check at the end. So takes. It's even, but check, and that's all she wrote.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yep. Very nice. So a lot of intriguing lines in this one. Not easy to spot with only a few seconds on your clock. It's understandable that he went for knight f1, f5, tried to go rook e7, but that, unfortunately for Sam Sevian, threw a large chunk of his advantage out the window. And unfortunately, after that, he was unable to recover his advantage fully. That game finishes in a draw.
Yeah, so I still see a couple of games ongoing. I think Firouzja is going to win. I don't see him throwing this one.
By the way, Hans Moke Niemann won his game as well. Let's recapitulate what happened in this one. I believe we left it somewhere around bishop takes a6, rook to a2, rook takes d4 was the way he tried to create some counterplay, Ricci. Bishop to b5, nice move, trying to go for the checkmate. Why would you put the bishop on b5? Probably because you want to sacrifice it on c6 later on in the game. Open the lines towards the black king. King to c8, I'm trying to escape. Bishop takes b6, bishop takes c6, double exclam, makes a lot of sense. Knight to d3, check, check. Sure, you can take my rook, but I have another one to deliver another check, 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 and that's game over. Because after you go to f6, I take on f7. That forces the king to go to g6. e5 is protected by the queen, and rook takes b7 with a discovery check, with picking up the queen. That's all she wrote.
Yeah, so great win there for Hans. He moves to 3 out of 4. Perhaps he will play Hikaru tomorrow, but we will just have to wait for some other results to come through.
Firouzja just won.
Okay, so
that was
Firouzja
fast.
just won, moves
That
to
was
3 out
fast.
of 4. That's definitely a great result for Firouzja as well. We've talked about this before. Of course, we'll get chances with white, but winning with black is always a tough task. But he gets the win, and he's still right behind Hikaru for that rating spot. They're really having such a close race.
Yeah, you couldn't have scripted this race better and more exciting than what we have right now. This is the tournament for all the marbles. I mean, whoever makes it to the candidates is most likely, I mean, a lot of the players that are going to make it to the candidates are going to be decided in this tournament. So great event to follow for sure.
Yeah, no, after this event, 2 more spots will have been decided, but also maybe the rating spot will be decided, or the FIDE circuit spot. And Christian, let's say Firouzja has a good event, right? And he overtakes Hikaru in the ratings. Do you think there is a chance that he will skip the Singfield Cup to keep his rating where it is?
It's a very
to
good
make
point.
sure that he gets a spot.
That is a very good point. And the Singfield Cup starts only like what, a week and a half after. I don't think he would. I don't think he would, just for the simple fact you know you're bound by some contracts. You're bound by a lot of things, including just your reputation. Yeah, because if you get off a tournament with a couple of weeks notice, you know, that doesn't look good towards the organizers. That's not a nice move as a professional chess players. But again, it's the candidates, and we know that Hikaru is not playing any other classical tournaments. He said that. He said on the stream that he's not going to play any classical games for the remainder of the tournament. So it's going to be a very tempting choice for Firouzja. Absolutely.
Yeah, Hikaru did mention though that he could try to get some games in towards the end of the year. Played what is it, the tournament in Vegas? The North American Open?
North America.
Yeah,
seeing
just to get
Hikaru
some
in
games
Vegas, playing some games,
win a
you know,
few
winning
points,
some
and get that
winning the
candidate
first
spot.
couple
So,
of rounds and then withdrawing or something like that, pulling. You know what the problem is with that? You don't know if the organizers are going to submit the games before the deadline, before the January 1st deadline, and then you're in trouble.
True.
Because it's the January 1st list that they take into consideration.
Yeah, so he might not want to wait with a tournament till the last minute, but yeah, both players could do that. Let's say Firouzja is behind, maybe he plays some games somewhere in France. You know, like I was thinking, he could just set up, like either player could set up a match with their buddies, right? Get some games in. That's pretty much what Ding did.
That's what Ding did.
Didn't do it to gain rating, because that is quite questionable, but he did it just to get the games in.
Yes. He just played a few games with his buddies in China. Not bad. Made it, and the rest is history. And that, in fact, changed chess history, those few games in China.
Exactly. And the one thing, though, Christian, is that Firouzja, he has only played one tournament in Romania and another one, so he will have to play
as well.
He played Norway.
His last tournament was Norway chess. Yes.
So he's playing this one, and I think you need to play at least 4 classical events, right? So he will have to play. He might have to play the Singfield Cup.
Okay, that makes sense. Yes, that makes perfect sense. So he probably is forced to play Singfield Cup. Yeah, look, to be honest, Sinquefield Cup is a great tournament. I don't think he's going to withdraw. There's a lot of money at stake as well. He's a full-time Grand Chess Tour participant. The Sinquefield Cup is a requirement as a full-time Grand Chess Tour participant. He's the defending champion from 2022. He's the GCT champion. So definitely a lot of things on the line for Firouzja at the Sinquefield Cup. I don't see it going that way. I don't see him pulling out in the last moment.
Yeah, no, I think it would be unlikely. Like I said, it would not look good on the towards the Grand Chess Tour, which is a very important series of events for any professional chess player. Hikaru has talked about this a bunch. How getting into the Grand Chess Tour or not makes a big difference for the player's income. He said it can easily be 100 grand, and for someone like Firouzja, who usually ends towards the top, we could be talking about a difference of like 200 grand in the tour total. Or, you know, if you win the whole tour, you could easily pick up, I don't know, like 300 or something. So I
remember the last I remember
Yeah.
Firouzja's summer last year. He went to Miami, he won the tournament, he won like 40 Gs there. And then he came to St. Louis. He won the Rapid and Blitz. That's another 40 Gs or something like that. Then he did well in the Sinquefield Cup, won the Grand Chess Tour by virtue of that result. That's another 100, 150. And then he took second at the Chess 9LX. That's another 30 Gs. He made like 300 plus in like 3 months. That was a good summer.
I think it was like a month. I think it was like a month.
Or like a month. Yeah, that was a good summer.
Yes.
Yeah. Good August. You know, that's a good August.
And you know what he did afterwards? Afterwards, he became a fashion designer. He was like, "This is not enough cash for me. I want to design the new Gucci brands."
Gucci Reza. Yeah.
Gucci Reza. Yeah.
Yeah. That's not bad. That's not bad. We actually don't have that many games left. I have to go down all the way to board 20 to see one of the remaining games in this one. Jumabaev versus Martirosyan. Martirosyan, newly minted, if I'm not mistaken, 2,700, at least in the live rating list. I'm not sure if he still has that. But right now, this is the position that he's facing. And it looks like a bad position. I think Jumabaev might actually get it.
Yeah, it looks like he's winning. Jumabaev also had a great start at the Qatar Masters. He's on 2 out of 3 in this event. And hey, if he wins this one, he will be in shared second place. It seems like white is a queen, 4 a rook, and a knight. Black has that e-pawn, though. The moment that e-pawn disappears from the board, the game is practically over. But as long as it stays there, black always has some tricks.
By the way, Jumabaev is so underrated. 2585. This guy used to be 2670, around that level for a long time. 2650, 2670, around that. 2585. That's not his strength. He's much better than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it always goes, people's ratings always go up and down, you know? And I think one thing that always makes a difference is what tournaments you play in, right? Some players do better in round robin, some do better in open tournaments. So you also need to be a little bit lucky with the tournaments you play, the pairings you get, and perhaps he has been having a few unfortunate events in a row. But I think a couple in the World Cup in 2021, he beat Fabiano in round number 2. So he's
round
a very
2
strong player.
Yeah, round two. And let's go. Oh, okay, your buddy is fighting hard. Okay, Theodoru with the black pieces. He's one of the players all the way to board 45. He's the only other game that's been going on in the first 50 boards that I'm seeing. And this is the position he has. Some chances, actually, no, there's no chances in this one. Seems to be a draw.
Yeah, this one seems to be headed for a draw. The bishop on e3 defends the pawn on h6 and the pawn on f2. So this one should end pretty soon. It's a little bit unfortunate as now Nico will miss out on the Collegiate Chess League, but it is what it is. And actually, rook f2, the game is going to end pretty soon. But your team won pretty convincingly. Let's see, 11-5. So what do you have to say about your team?
Well, they did what they had to do, which is perform. Last week, they did not. This week, they bounced back with an important victory. And yeah, I mean, you know, I'm looking forward to the playoffs. I think those are going to be quite intriguing, to say the least. And I'm looking forward to our match next week, Mr. Bach.
Yeah, that will
Are
be
you
an
excited about
interesting
that?
one for. Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. We definitely see you guys as our biggest competitors. You guys are a very good team, so will be an interesting match.
Absolutely, absolutely. So this one finishes in a draw. Let's see what other results. Okay. In fact, you know what? I want to ask you about Hikaru because he's a guy that came to SLU. He was about 2,500. He wasn't even on GM at that point. He was an international master trying to find his last few norms. And now he's a well-established GM, 2619. Definitely, I would say the strongest Greek player that exists on the planet right now. He made a lot of improvement.
Yeah, he's
Tell
made
us
a
a
lot
bit
of
about him.
progress. Yeah. He when he joined SLU, I think his rating was like 2530 or around 50, but he has made progress steadily, and he recently crossed the 2600 mark. So very happy for him to see how he has been progressing. But I'm not surprised. Like I know he's capable of these results, and I'm happy for him that he's finally showing it and gaining the rating.
Yeah. And is he a hard worker? How would you describe him?
Yeah, he generally works a lot on his chess, on his openings. He plays a lot of blitz. He's also played a lot of matches with Hikaru, and I'm sure he's gained a lot of experience from those matches.
And I just want to go to the ladies section for just a second. Actually, no, never mind. I'm not going to go to the ladies section because I do want to find the game of Vaishali. Do you know who Vaishali is?
Yep, it's Prag's sister. So
Let me
show
see
us
if
the
I
game,
can
Christian.
find her.
Oh.
I actually don't see her game anywhere around here. So maybe if somebody can copy paste it to me somewhere in the chat. I don't see her game in the first 57. And those are all the games that I have. So maybe somebody can give me the link to that one.
Not playing on a plastic board, right? I mean, I guess they're playing on a live board or not. Wait, I don't see. The game is already over.
I don't see that
Let
one,
me
unfortunately.
Oh, wait. I do have it. I do have it. Do you have it, or should I send you the link? Or maybe one of the mods?
Let's see if
one of the mods. Send you the
let's
link.
see if we can do this.
But
I think we can.
Musichu got brutally checkmated by Fashali, so let's hope you know.
Let's see. Okay. There we go.
So show us what happened, Christian.
Let's see. So Vaishali is with the black pieces. We're going to see it from her perspective. Take a look at this. Sicilian, bishop to b5. Okay, Rosolimo. g6, bishop g7. Okay, d6, d4, castle, knight c3, c5. And already things are starting to heat up in the position. Take. The two bishops are going to be tremendous, I can tell you from now. Especially this light square bishop that doesn't have a counterpart. I have a feeling this one is going to be decisive. Queen to a4, knight h5, queen h4. Okay, she's looking towards some checkmating ideas on the king side as well. Bishop b7, e6, f5. Nice move. Bishop to g5. Looking at the pawn on e7. Take, queen b7. Okay. How do you defend that pawn? I guess rook to e3, but rook to e3, f4 ideas, bishop to d4 as well. There's too many things hanging. Queen to b2 is a big threat if you go rook to e3. Also, knight to e2, so you don't defend the pawn on f3. Bishop takes e7. Ooh, rook to d2. Okay. I'm looking at some e7 ideas. Whoa! Oh. Look at this move. Knight to g3,
G3.
Bach. This is game over. Queen to h1 is coming. There's no way to stop it. She missed it. If you take on g3, of course, queen to g2 is coming. E7, king h8, and she resigned. Called it a day. Knight to g3. Beautiful way to finish this one for Vaishali.
Yeah, great game by Fashali. She beats a very strong player with the black pieces in a crushing manner. And she moves to 3.5 out of 4. I don't know if she's leading, but she's definitely among the top. So great start for her.
Yes.
And I heard she's getting very close to her GM title. So I think if she gets there, probably her and Prag will be the strongest brother-sister duo in the world, right?
Yes, yes. I think by quite a margin. I cannot think of anybody that has a sister which is close to 2,500.
No, can't think of one either.
Yeah,
No.
she's so good. She's very, very good, very talented, works hard, and has a great model right next to her. Prague. I mean, Prague is just being ridiculous in the last few months. He's about what, 27 something?
40, 2740, yeah.
2740? Are you kidding me? He's
No,
up
yeah,
there.
he's
or-
doing
wow.
incredible, yeah. Let me
Wow,
check
yeah.
real quick. 35. Yeah.
35,
Very
27.
strong, yeah.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, 2735. He plateaued around 2680 for a long time. 2670, 2680. He wasn't making any strides, and then suddenly he just shot up. 27, 2710, 2720, 2735 right now. Incredible player, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and I just had a quick look at 2700 just for Ruja with his win. Renau is only 2.3 points behind Hikaru. So again, the race is super close between these two players. It's really the difference between a draw. Like if they finish on the same amount of points, Hikaru will probably stay ahead of him. But if Hikaru concedes one more draw and Firouzja wins, and Firouzja will overtake him, it would be nice for Hikaru to win and see Firouzja draw, because that will give him a little cushion.
Absolutely. With Firouzja going to the Sinquefield Cup, Hikaru wants to see a slight cushion, just to be sure, right? Just to be sure that if Firouzja does well at the Sinquefield Cup, he still has it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And
Vashali
just to before we sign off, Bok, I think it's time to recap what happened into today's round. We're going back to the open section. Let's start with Caruana. Board one. Yeah. Let's see how this one finished. I think we left it somewhere around, was it around here, right? After knight to c6, we were discussing ideas of knight to b4. He played knight to b4, knight takes b4, and queen to d2 was our approach to the position. Try to hunt that pawn on b4. Let's see if he did it. He did do it. Bishop to g4. Knight to d4. Okay, you can take my pawn, but you're going to have some problems after bishop takes f3 with your king. Queen takes b4, queen to b6, knight to b5. Okay, all right. I'm seeing a lot of trades coming. Yes, good move. Good move. d5, try to create your own passer in the middle of the board. d4, take, and now we see massive simplifications. Bunch of trades, and rook takes h3 to finish the game. Force the repetition in this position after king to g1, bishop to d4. Nice one. Queen takes d4, and now check, and that's a draw.
Yep.
And that was game one. Board one. Hikaru won his game. Beautiful. You've seen that. There will be a recap. Sarana versus Zalmakhanov. This is the international master who right now, 24-47, is on 3 out of 4. The same amount of points as Hikaru, just half a point behind the leader. Just incredible. I have to say, incredible resilience by this young Kazakh international master. He's definitely grandmaster level.
Yeah, no, he's having the event of his life. He's on 3 out of 4. He's in shared second place. So yeah, let's recap some of the action. So Fabiano and Sinarov made a draw, then a draw on board 2 between Pretke and Arjun Erigaisi. Then on board 3, we have a draw between Sevian and Erwin. Yesipenko takes the lead as he crushed Maurizi with the black pieces.
Brutalized him. Holy smokes. Brutalized him with black pieces. What is this, like what? Under 30? Yeah, 28 moves, and he could have resigned a bit in advance. Yeah, complete. He destroyed him.
Yep. Then Sarana made a draw. Hikaru won. Firouzja drew. Firouzja won. Giri drew. Hans won. So let's perhaps have a quick look at the standings.
Sure.
So we see Yesipenko in the lead with 3.5.
3.5.
And then we have right now 16 players on 3. But I think if Jumabayev wins, he will join them. So the mathematicians can do the pairings. We'll leave that up to you. But well, I choose just to wait to see who Hikaru will play.
Yeah. I would say it would be intriguing to see a Hikaru versus Hans matchup. Not gonna lie.
I think nobody is interested in that. I think nobody wants to see that. No.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, I think it's time for us to call it a day. It's been fun. You have a collegiate chess league match to attend and to play for your team. So tune into that if you are interested in continuing to follow Benjamin Bach, Mr. Benji Bach.
Yeah.
Tabatabaei.
Tabatabaei. Yeah, Tabatabaei. Yeah. No, it was
you gotta stop with that. You gotta stop calling him Tabatabaei, because I'm gonna start calling him Tabatabaei, and then everybody's gonna start calling him Tabatabaei. Oh my goodness, you infected all of us.
So that's a Bach effect. But yeah, great day for our boy Hikaru, because our boy beats Tabatabaei and moves to 3 out of 4. So great stuff. And let's hope he will continue his momentum tomorrow. Christian, it was a lot of fun covering all of the action today. Do you have any last words before we wrap up?
No, I had, well, I guess I do have some final words. It was tremendous calling the action with you. I will be gone for a few days. You and Kanti will be taking over. So I'm excited to watch the stream as a fan, as a viewer. And yeah, you boys have fun. Bring the energy, bring the positive vibes, and I will see you in a few days.
Yo.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. Bye.